Romagna at the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari, one of Europe's legendary Grand Prix facilities, ready for the opening of the 2026 FIA World Endurance Championship. The 6 Hours of Imola kicks our season off in front of a sea of red. Imola is close both to Sant'Agata Bolognese, where Lamborghini is based, to Fiorano, where Ferrari is based, and to Faenza, another motorsport locality around the corner. And we are ready to see Ferrari hopefully please all those Italian fans on home soil. This is the first of our 8 rounds this season. We head next to Spa-Francorchamps at the beginning of May in preparation for the big one, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And then off to Brazil, to North America, to Japan, and back to Qatar and Bahrain to round out the season. Kimi Antonelli, the youngest ever Formula One World Championship leader, is here to wave the green flag and to set the field on its way. A field that Ferrari lead with newcomers to the championship, Genesis Magma Racing, and their totemic representative, Jackie Ickx. But who is going to win this race? Is it going to be the favourites, or will the weather gods have something to say? It's been a warm, sunny start to the day, but there is a forecast for rain. And as the Tricolore flies over the track, look at the grandstands, look at the banking, absolute sea of humanity. This race has been a crowd favourite for the last couple of seasons that we've run it, and so it is again. Well, I'm Martin Haven, alongside me in the booth, Graham Goodwin and world champion Anthony Davidson. Down on the grid and in amongst the garages, Bruce Joanny and Shay Adam, our reporters. Let's take a look at this circuit. A real legendary track, Anthony Davidson, and a massive challenge for our drivers.
It really is, Martin. It's brilliant to be back here in Imola, and an anti-clockwise circuit. It's a tight, twisty track, 4.9 kilometers, 6 hours, of course. They've got to battle this track today. Through the first sector we come at the Tamburello chicane, turns 2, 3, and 4. It's really important to get this one right over the curbs nicely, but it's your best overtaking spot today during this long race. Then you look at sector 2 through the Villeneuve chicane, up over the hill and down again towards a fantastic part of the track, Acqua Minerale. Turns 11, brake as you're turning the whole way through into turn 12 and up the hill. Another good place into top chicane to turns 15, 14, 15, before heading back down the hill into a potential overtaking spot into Ravazza 1, that double left-hander that sees you back on to the main straight. It's a hard-fought circuit, this one, tight, twisty, hard to overtake and weave your way through traffic. We've got the top 4 cars from yesterday's qualifying separated by under 1/10 of a second. I can't wait.
It is phenomenally tight in both of our 2 classes. As for the last few years, Hypercar, the top class, and LMGT3. So let's take a look at our contenders. New livery on this Corvette, Racing Team Turkey by TF Sport, still run by TF Sport, still the same Corvettes that they were running last year. But Graham Goodwin, new driver lineup, new combination, although not all new names to the championship.
No, return from Sally Jolic, he'll be the silver driver in that car. Peter Dempsey was the man who put the car on top for Hyperpole. Quick look at Sally there.
And the LMGT3 category is going to be just as tough to win as ever. 18 cars, only 10 will even score a point. 17 cars, including 3 Ferraris, 2 red and 1 yellow car, all looking for victory here. And Genesis Magna, well, where do we rate them? What about the resurgent Peugeot team? They've looked very quick in qualifying. Aston Martin, don't expect this to be a good track for them. Back into our GT3 field, and a change of make now for James Cossingham and DK Engineering as they go from McLaren last year to Porsche this year.
It will be James starting the car. His new wheel, indeed, just ahead of the 88 Mustang there. There's number 91 in a bright yellow livery.
Yeah, and nice, interesting mix of driver lineup changes around as well. All the same manufacturers from last year are here. And there you have Porsche ace Anchan Tuven, Chan, Turkish genius in that car. 21, same driver lineup in both of the Vista Ferraris. François Heriot will start, Simon Mann and Alessio Rovera, as we have been told it said. He smiled when I pronounced it properly for him today. That's a very strong driver lineup. Potential championship winners. They came very close last year.
And with an Evo version of the Ferrari, as we've got this year for the Porsche and indeed the Ford Mustang, let's see what difference that makes.
Wolfgang Ulrich, the totem for Audi's successes here. And he's one of the guiding hands for Le Mans Endurance Management that runs this championship. Kimi Antonelli being introduced to the crowd. No Mercedes hypercar program as yet, but they do have GT representation. Well, before we get to them, let's catch up with Kimi Antonelli. A real good opportunity to see the local boy here on the grid.
Championship, Kimi Antonelli, what's it like to see these cars, these hypercars at your home track?
Yeah, it's amazing to be here. It's a very special feeling, and yeah, good way to spend the weekend after a long break with F1. So yeah, really excited to see the race.
Do you think there will be any endurance racing in your future?
Well, why not? You know, that's always an option, and of course now the focus is with F1, but we never know in the future.
Very glad you're here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, local boy from nearby Bologna, Kimi. And we were just seeing the 61 Mercedes. Best of the Mercedes qualifies in 6th position behind 2 BMWs. Here's the first of them, or the second placed of them, the 32 car. Daniel Young, Charles Galel return with Augusto Farfus. This lineup were in BMWs 2 years ago.
And he won this race 2 years ago. There is Darren, the bronze driver of that piece, owns his own BMW GT3 team back in the UK, but here with world-class WRT.
Well, last year, the other BMW was the 46 car with Valentino Rossi. This year, it's the 69 machine, and they're using a different heritage BMW livery as their inspiration at each race. If you watch DTM in the 1980s, the tic-tac liveried M3, that's the focus of this year, this particular weekend's livery on that car, and they will start in 4th in LMGT3. So they'll be on the outside of row 2 of the grid. Ahead of them, both of the cars from Mercedes ASP, both of the Lexus machines, the oldest GT3 car in the field in terms of development, and they say they're giving away in traction control and ABS a little to their rivals. Car's still quick.
Very, very quick. Is it the final year for the Lexus? We should be finding out in the coming weeks. Here's the low fly past from the Italian Air Force. We were practicing that a couple of days ago. It gave a few people a few shocks on pit lane. Here's the other Lexus, Martin.
And these Lexus are absolutely potential race winners. Both driver lineups this morning suggesting that could be the case. And there's new men in this machine. Tom Van Rompuy's done 2 years racing in Corvette. Adrian David behind him, his first World Championship outing. He's been a winner in Le Mans Cup and in European Le Mans Series up to now.
I think the 2 Lexuses and the 2 BMWs look quite easy to drive for the different categories of driver, but this is the car that they need to beat.
This is the car on pole position, and Tara Zhao, the bronze driver, got them into hyperpole. Tom Fleming sealed the deal on his debut in the World Championship. Big feather in his cap. It was an excellent lap, and that, again, is a potential race winner, but it is a little more tricky. And don't forget that there is a choice of dry or wet tyre here, but only one choice of slick.
With the pole-sitting McLaren in the LMGT3 category, it was Tom Fleming's lap yesterday that got all of our attention. Qualifying is one thing. Is the McLaren going to be good for the entirety of this 6-hour race?
I believe so. We're going to be as prepared as we can be going into a race like this. The guys have prepared really hard to make sure we've covered all angles, but you can never be ahead of the race, if that makes sense. It's going to be unpredictable. It's going to be challenging for everybody out of there. So we've just got to make sure that we've got to come home with no mistakes, no errors, no unnecessary penalties, and the result will come to us. That's our philosophy. We've proven that we've got a decent bit of kit underneath us, so we've just got to make the use out of that.
It's a really good attitude down here at Garage 59.
Well, it is a tricky car to drive for the bronze and potentially for the silver driver as well. Looking forward into our hypercar class, Michelin have brought a selection for the drivers. A soft or a medium tyre, or a combination is the choice. And of course, the wet weather tyres are all ready to go if they're needed. At the tail of the field are newcomers. 2 cars from Genesis Magma Racing, car number 17, car number 19. But at the sharp end of the grid are Japanese rivals Toyota. Let's catch up with the man who nearly claimed pole, Ryo Hirakawa.
It was Ryo Hirakawa who had possibly the most impressive lap in qualifying yesterday. Ryo, the cheer from the Toyota garage when you set that time was so massive. The energy around the team this year, it's good. Do you feel like you guys can win this race?
Yeah, I mean, last year we really struggled, I would say, no wing. So, yeah, I'm really happy, I did a lap and then the team was happy, the good vibe back in the team, so I'm happy for that.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
I just spoke to him before we came to the booth. He said, I don't know honestly where that lap came from. Well, somewhere in there it came from, and a good thing for them too. Last year's newcomers, the Heart of Racing with the Aston Martin Valkyrie, now a full season under their belt. Anthony, that gives them more knowledge, more ability, and perhaps a more competitive car.
Yeah, the car's certainly looking a little bit easier for the drivers around this tight, twisty track where you need to monster over the curbs. But I would say it's still not in its element. Let's wait for some smoother circuits with fewer curbs later on, like the next one coming up after this in a few weeks' time at Spa-Francorchamps, for example.
And then, of course, at Le Mans, where everybody wants a fast car. What about Cadillac as well? Is this going to be a track that suits them? Perhaps not. Earl Bamber and Sebastian Bourdais, they've got 2 driver lineups in both their cars this weekend because of clashing commitments at Long Beach in the IMSA WeatherTech Series.
It looked like a real struggle for the Cadillac team yesterday. Let's see what they can do in today's race, though.
Well, let's get down to Ferrari. Shea Adam is with our pole man, Antonio Giovinazzi.
It was the 4th hyper pole of his career for Antonio Giovinazzi. Where better place to do it than at home? You come off the win last year. Does the energy just feel right for this 51 team?
Yeah, first of all, it's amazing to see, so much tifosi here. Yes, it was a positive day. We put the car on pole. Last year we had a strong one. Let's see today. We don't know about the weather. It can be some rain in some part of the track in some hours. So let's see. I think we have a good car, fast car enough to stay in front, but it's a long race and our competitors, they are still really close there.
Well, given the point for qualifying, you're already leading the championship. Good luck staying there.
Yeah, it's too early, but yeah, we take it. 1 point is good. But the big points is today, so let's focus on today.
End of the season, 1 point can possibly make the difference between being the champions again and not, and lots of support for the Tifosi. The 51 car will lead the field away. Look like James Collado getting ready to start. 007 Aston Martin qualifying in 12th place with Harry Tincknell and Tom Gamble sharing driving duties here. And again, doesn't like the curbs. This car is built for long, fast tracks. Spa should favour them. Le Mans, certainly they're hoping to go well.
It gets its downforce from running the car very low. It's a ground effects car, so it's not the ideal circuit for them, and it couldn't be. If you had one circuit that was most different from Le Mans on the calendar, this would be it here in Imola, as Kimi Antonelli embraces their Ferrari crew there. A job well done yesterday, of course.
Yeah, Kimi Antonelli in talks with Ferrari, shocker. Now then, Fred Makovici, Jules Gounod and Victor Martin, the French driver who joins the 36 Alpine lineup. There he is. Could be a dark horse here, Alpine. This car didn't qualify strongly, but the other showed the real pace that is potentially in that Alpine package.
They've been quick all weekend so far, you'd have to say, actually. It's probably the most disappointing session they had, and they were still up there, was in qualifying. So let's wait to see what they can turn on today in the race. It's a very different request and requirement from the cars in a 6-hour race compared to Poly.
Just making it into the top 10, Kevin Magnussen and Raffaele Marcello. K-Mag will start the number 15 BMW. Again, the BMWs. 15 in the Motorsport livery, the M Sport livery. The 20 car in the red, yellow and white of Shell Oils, their partner. So easy to distinguish for the fans and thankfully for the commentary team as well. Well, you can see the drivers lining up. They're getting ready for the anthem. Goodyear blimp overhead, and here is the 20 car. Again, two-driver lineup in both BMWs. René Rast, Robin Freins, the duo, to take on the challenge of Imola. So BMW with both cars in the top 10. They got both through into Hyperpole. And Ferrari getting all three cars in. They were a little disappointed at the AF Corsa team that they didn't quite get the pace out of the car they thought is in there. Phil Hansen, Robert Kubica, Ye Yifei, last year's winners in Le Mans 24 Hours, runners-up in the championship, and desperate to win the title here this year. Can they take victory here, or will it be one of the factory cars? There's Ye, and we are ready for the Italian national anthem. We heard Francesca in rehearsal, and she absolutely can hold the tune.
Ma adesso quella più intensa, con la voce del soprano Francesca Mercuriali, l'inno italiano.
Superb rendition of the national anthem of motor racing. What a great spectacle here at the Autodromo Enzo Adino Ferrari in Imola, as we get ready and get closer and closer to the start of our race. So the teams return to attend to their cars. Starting drivers already strapped in as we get to the 35 car from Alpine. Charles Malaysia and Ferdy Habsburg back with the team, but there's been another driver change here as well. The welcome return of Antonio Felix da Costa to the WEC paddock, and he is delighted to be back in his car, Anthony.
Yeah, but it's Habsburg, you can see there in the cockpit. He's the one that's going to be starting this race today. Huge responsibility for the starting driver, but can't wait to see Felix da Costa back behind the wheel of a hypercar in the World Endurance Championship.
Into the top six, and a new look for Toyota. It's not just a paint refresh. Look at the rear wing, so distinctive, very different. They've upgraded the aerodynamics on the car as well. Power unit remains the same. Mike Conway will start the number 7 car from 6 on the grid. The team remains the same. Kobayashi and De Vries will be sharing the drive. And then the number 12 Cadillac. Well, this was a good qualifying run from Norman Nato and Will Stevens, the starting driver. Again, two-driver lineup there because of their program in North America having a clash at Long Beach. So will the Caddy have race pace? We'll have to wait and see. Potentially they might struggle a little bit on the longer runs. Again, every lap they do with these cars, all of these teams, the car gets better, the team gets better. So what happened last year may not be a good indicator of what happens this year. We are clearing the grid. We are just approaching the 10 minutes to go mark. 5 minutes until the roll-off. into the lead group then, and fourth on the grid outside of row 2. Loic Duval starts. It was Malte Jakobsen who did the laps in the car at one stage in the top 3, just got bumped out by the number 8 Toyota at the last gasp, but that car, Anthony, really showing promise.
And also one thing to watch out for the start of the race. The first couple of laps, it seemed to have in qualifying remarkable tyre warm-up. No tyre warmers, of course, in the World Endurance Championship. Watch out for that car number 94 for the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, the Ferraris and the Toyota will be focusing on each other, and that might leave the door open for Loic Duval and his pointy elbows. Third on the grid then, the number 50 Ferrari, the race winners at Le Mans in 2024. And they will be challenging for a top 2 position, because the front row is not a Ferrari lockout. It has Ferrari and Toyota. The revised Toyota Racing engine, no longer Toyota Gazoo Racing, looking very strong. Brendan Hartley, Sebastian Buemi, and the man who set the qualifying lap just 11 thousandths off pole, Ryo Hirakawa.
Yeah, for a moment they thought they had...
From safety, from lights off position.
He almost said safety car. maybe we'll be seeing one later on. What does he know that we don't?
Well,
our race director, Eduardo Freitas. But yeah, it was a hard-fought battle for pole position yesterday. Brendan Hartley starts the race. There he is behind the wheel, all calm and collected at the moment.
Very different helmet livery. I saw his daughter in a mini race suit. I wonder if she's designed that helmet, but it's Miguel Molina who will...
3-minute board on the grid. And there are 3 minutes to start the first of 2 formation laps for the 6 hours of Imola. Please clear the grid. Please start clearing the grid. Thank you.
So Miguel Molina will be in the 50 cars. James Collado in 51, who will lead the field away in the 51 machine. And again, the world champions, an unchanged driver lineup. Anthony Davidson, you know how important it is to take that title, world champion. That's given them so much momentum.
Okay, so most of the cars around us are on full medium, so we decided to cover that. So we are on full medium, same as Toy, same as Cadillac, same as Peugeot. Only 50 is on full soft, 83 on mixed, and BMW only the front left soft, all the rest on medium. So we are exactly the same as everyone except 50 and 83.
Yeah, so track position is absolutely key around this tight, twisty racetrack. It's very hard to overtake. Here's how the grid looks.
So Collado, Hartley, Molina and Duval will lead away. Molina on softer tyres, maybe to try and jump the Toyota. Will Stevens, Mike Conway on row 3 of the grid, ahead of Ferdy Habsburg and Phil Hansen. René Rast in the lead BMW with teammate Kevin Magnussen alongside. Fred Mako in the second Alpine, and the better of the 2 Astons in the hands of Harry Tingle. Earl Bamber and Marco Sorensen ahead of the second of the Peugeots. Then Andre Lotterer in the first of the 2 Genesis Magma racing cars. Into the LMGT3 field, and again a good spread of our brands as we work our way through. Better of the 2 Fords, Stefano Gattuso will start. Sally Olic returns, 27th on the grid, ahead of Yasser Shaheen, Ian James and Eric Powell. Then another new driver in the 33 Corvette. And new driver lineups entirely in the 2 McLarens as they move to be run by Garage 59 in front of 92,175 fans ready to go. So a record-breaking weekend attendance here at Imola, beats the record set in 2024 as Kimi Antonelli gets ready to wave the green flag. Giving a little thumbs up there to James Collado in the lead Ferrari.
He's thoroughly enjoying himself, isn't he, this afternoon?
Yeah. Well, he's a boy who loves motor racing, who just happens to do it for a living as well.
Didn't happen to spot, by the way, it's the national flag of Italy that's going to be flown for this.
So it is.
And he was practicing just a little while ago. There's a few people to do with taking up that lesson.
Here he goes. He's full of life, is Kimi Antonelli, and yeah, absolutely got a passion for racing, runs through his veins. And I'm sure we'll be seeing him in a well, back in a GT car or hypercar maybe, because he's been around this very racetrack in the GT car previously when he was fresh out of go-kart. So yeah, he knows a thing or two about endurance racing.
Don't forget, the FIA World Endurance Championship has a brand new home, a new platform, FIA WEC Plus. You can stream FP3, qualifying, hyperpole, and every lap of the race as the 87 Lexus gets underway a little later. He can rejoin the queue, and the races and all the other sessions will be ad-free and uninterrupted with additional onboard selection. You'll have the same data available as our pit lane engineers do with Live Timing Pro, and you'll be able to go behind the scenes with exclusive full access shows and WC originals. That's FIAWEC.com.
We were just looking briefly there at Andre Lotterer in one of the Genesis cars, new on the grid for this year, of course. They were at the back of the grid in qualifying, but that's to be expected. It's an uphill battle for them, but it's great to see them in the World Endurance Championship, a new journey for them. Built that team in 500 days, and here they are at their first race weekend. The mission today, from my perspective, has to be at least getting one car to the checkered flag. If you can get two to the checkered flag, even if you have some problems along the way, for me, that's almost like a race win.
Absolutely. Every kilometre counts. They need data. They need racing data. They've got lots of test data. And actually, how far off the pace are they? In qualifying, just 1 second off the pole time. So that is not a massive margin to make up. Bearing in mind that they're on the same maximum weight, minimum power, BOP, as the Ferraris are that won the World Championship. So we are definitely comparing like for like there. The Ferrari guys were very impressed with how Genesis is going. Oh, and by the way, who or what is Genesis Magma Racing? Well, Genesis is the premium brand of Hyundai, and Magma Racing is their performance brand. Well, there you can see Ajahn David in the Lexus garage, everybody waiting with interest. And of course, as before, because there are no tyre warmers, unlike Formula One, 2 formation laps. That will allow drivers to build heat in the brakes, heat in the tyres, so that when we go rushing down to Tamburello for the first time, hopefully everybody's got the grip. Cyril Aboutebil, Rahul Fry there in the garage as well, and raced in GT last year with the Iron Dames.
And now the sporting director at WRT. Great to see her in a very senior place in the FI World Endurance Championship, continuing her relationship with us.
Well, the 2026 FIA World Endurance Championship is about to get underway here at one of the legendary European circuits. And it's the beginning of yet another potentially hugely exciting race weekend and race season.
As we've got the LMGT3 cars coming through, it seems an appropriate moment to remember something elsewhere in our endurance racing family. Happened yesterday, and we remember Juha Maitonen from the Nürburgring. Lost his life, I'm afraid, yesterday in a terrible accident in the qualifying races for Nürburgring 24. Passionate man, a race winner in his class, with friends as always at the Nürburgring. We remember him with a massive amount of respect.
Safety car leading the field around here at Imola. And this will be the end of the second formation lap. We ride with Brendan Hartley, Toyota number 8. Toyota Racing, a pound in the jar every time I say Toyota Gazoo Racing by mistake, force of habit. It's been 8 years since it's been Toyota Racing. Toyota Racing, Robert Kubica, again, easy to identify the yellow Ferrari he shares with starting driver Phil Hansen and Ye Yufei.
Phil Hansen, always a feisty driver at the start of races, so keep an eye on him. We know they've got the machinery today here in Imola to get the job done, but you'd have to say by their standards, which are very high, winners of Le Mans, of course, last year as a car crew, yesterday was a little bit of a disappointment. So watch them hopefully make their way through the field.
Lloyd Duval could be very entertaining at the start. Wonder where Kimi Antonelli's money is. Well, maybe on him to win the World Championship. I think those odds might be shortening. Over the top of the hill and heading down into the final kilometre of this track. getting ready to launch this World Championship season 2026. Right now, everybody is a potential winner. Who will come out with the title? It's going to be a long time before we know its destiny. Building heat, and then starting to move into side-by-side formation now as we come down towards Ravazza from Variante Alta. There'll be a little gap back to the LMGT3 cars as we get ready to start the season here in Imola. Side by side through Ravazza 1 and Ravazza 2. No more Variante Bassa. It's a long right-hand corner running to the straight to Tamburello. And we are ready to race. Charging to the line, and we go green in a moment to start the season. On the right of your picture, the 51 Ferrari from pole position. On the left-hand side, Brendan Hartley with more white on the car, the Toyota, and already under pressure down the inside, Miguel Molina looking for second place. Started on soft tyres, and that's why they started in on soft tyres, to get that Ferrari 1-2. Peugeot in fourth. And, another very quick start from the second Peugeot, moving ahead of the Aston Martins. And the 20 BMW getting ahead of 83 and 15, dropping back on board with the 83 Ferrari of Phil Hansen. He's lost a spot. Looked like a clean start in LMGT3. Garage 59 McLaren still the leader after the first couple of corners, but Anthony Davidson Ferrari did what they wanted to do, getting those red cars 1-2.
Absolutely. So the losers there, Martin, were the Toyota getting overtaken by Molina, as you spotted, but also the Ferrari losing a position from the BMW in that first Tamburello chicane.
Lexus BMW battle there, and that is Petru Umbrerescu getting back past Tony McIntosh. I think McIntosh's BMW was ahead of him. There is the race leader then, and Tara Zhao, the driver from Hong Kong, ahead of Tom Van Rompuy. I said, how's the conversion going from Corvette to Lexus? He said, I really like this car, it's a good car to drive. So now then, James Collado on mediums, Miguel Molina on soft tyres. The mediums should last longer, and that means potentially the 50 car needs to get ahead to try and undo any pit stop deficit if it has to stop before its sister car.
Also very much in this hunt is Will Stevens right underneath the rear wing of Loic Duval, and Ferdy Habsburg right there in the first of the Alpines.
Better start for the 50 car than last year. Don't forget, they didn't set a qualifying lap last year. Started last in hypercar. 21 Ferrari looking to try and make a move. And this is Francois Heriot on Martin Berry in that black and yellow Mercedes. Couldn't quite get through. Trying to look again on the outside.
Always hard to try and go around the outside. It can be done in Tamburello, but you've got to make sure you're at least alongside the car, if not a little bit ahead, before you make that commitment into turn 2. Now, this is a great fight already. The McLaren versus the Lexus, and the Lexus did look like the slightly easier car. The battle behind those two as well with the BMW. The BMW's been quick here all weekend.
Tony McIntosh all over the back of that red and grey number 87 Lexus for Petru Umbrerescu. His teammate Tom Van Rompuy looking for the lead. Van Rompuy, the first man to claim an LMGT3 pole in the new class 2 years ago. He's been a contender in Corvettes, looking to try and get by the McLaren. We talked about this. It seemed in qualifying the Lexus got its tyres going really well, and it looks like it's doing so in race trim also.
And Tara Zhao, though, has got a very wide McLaren there, and it's the Lexus that's doing all the moving behind, and Tara's keeping to his racing line, and there's a moment at least staying ahead. On board now with Will Stevens.
Yeah, track position is absolutely key around this circuit. That's why Brendan Hartley would have been gutted to have lost that position to Molina in the first few corners. What can he do as he sees that car? And that must have been Ferrari's strategy, to start that car on the soft tyre to gain track position Now all they've got to do is hang on to it, but you see your teammate already starting to disappear down the road. James Collado making good use. Now he's got heat in them with those medium tyres.
No, Duval, we saw last year in the Peugeot, very, very good in defence. He's going to be really hard to get by. And it looks as though Antares out now feels the McLaren underneath him a little better. Maybe he's got a bit more speed out of the Ravazzas, but Van Rompuy, we know the Lexus has got great top-end speed. He's trying to come through on the inside. No way through there.
So Van Rompuy now has seen the weakness in the car he's fighting. He's got better straight-line speed down towards the best overtaking spot on the track, Tamburello chicane. So he has to focus on, does Rompuy, exiting Ravazza 2, that final corner, and especially into the final braking zone, Ravazza 1, to get the best launch onto the main straight. He was a little bit too far away that time around.
Remember as well in LMGT3s, we see this stream of hypercars coming through. Magnificent they look. All bar one of the starting drivers, the Cadillac looking to get by the Aston Martin, are bronze-rated non-professional drivers.
On board with Earl Bamber, and right in front of us is Harry Tinknell in 007. Couldn't get through there, but he is angling exactly as Will Stevens is trying to get by Loic Duval. But the Ferraris starting to ease away from Brendan Hartley in that white and red Toyota. Or rather, the lead Ferrari of James Collado is Miguel Molina, not quite so easy to escape.
Kind of feel like Hartley's got to play the long game here. He knows he's on the medium tyre, fighting a car that's potentially going to start degrading with its tyres more than he will sooner. So you've got to keep pressuring, but make sure you look after yours at the same time, and then try and make the overtake when you get to the traffic, because that's your best opportunity. You're not going to really necessarily do it now. The cars are too evenly matched in pace. You've got to wait until this kind of tyre offset creates itself with two different compounds at play.
The pattern, quite an interesting one. 2 consecutive fastest laps of this race from James Collado, half a second quicker, a 1:34.0 this time around. The pace behind him is pretty much what the fastest lap was last time. So you're absolutely right, Ant. It is that ability to get the pace out this time early.
Little change there, that red and black car, that is the other Corvette, so Saliolic jumping ahead of Francois Heriot in the 21 Ferrari.
But look at what this fight in LMGT3 at the front, right at the front, McLaren versus Lexus, is creating this huge bottleneck. All these cars behind are now starting to close up. Oh, there's a bit of a late lunge down the inside potentially there, didn't make anything of it. But this is what's going to happen with a defensive strategy going on by McLaren right at the front. You're going to bunch up the rest of the field behind.
And that's going to lead, in a couple of laps' time, when the hypercars catch them, to real drama, because the entire LMGT3 pack is still together.
Yeah, Antares out with the lead, keeping himself right in the middle of the road at the start. The 2 Lexuses behind, and then it was like 3 wide behind them on the outside. We're with Ian James in the heart of racing, McLaren, Aston Martin, and through past him went the 88 car. That's one of our 2 Fords.
And that's what it looked like from on board, the 88, right over the curb on the left-hand side. Left enough room through the right-hander. Really well played there.
I'll correct myself, it was 77. In fact, let's give him the heads up. New to the championship, Eric Powell. Again, riding in 3rd place on that shot with Petro Umbrarescu, the Romanian driver, chasing his teammate, his new teammate, Tom Van Rompuy. The Belgian really enjoying his Lexus early on. So back with our race leader, James Collado. 4 laps in the books. This is lap 5. And Graham, you're about right. I think by lap 7, 8 at the latest, they will be in LMGT3 traffic. And it is not spread out. It's a solid lump of fast-moving metal. As you can see here, the lead 3, barely a breath ahead of the 4th place BMW, and then everybody else together.
Yeah, last time around, Miguel Molina just stopped the rot. He's got the fastest lap of the race now. Now a 1:33.355. The pace is coming down, up rather. Lap time's coming down.
So Antares still leading from Tom Van Rompuy, and we ride on board with Petro Umbrarescu. On the brakes now, look at the top, on the throttle, full gas, up the hill, out of the Tosa hairpin. And you can see 85% left in the tank. In the LMGT3 cars, the virtual energy is just fuel in the tank. In hypercar, for most of the cars, that will be the total energy available, which will also include the charge in their hybrid system. So we will sometimes see hypercars coming in with seemingly 10 or 15% energy left, they've run out of fuel, they've run out of petrol, they haven't run out of battery charge, and you can't go on battery charge alone. So it's a little bit like owning a hybrid road car. Once the fuel gauge goes down to empty, you've got to stop. On board 35 with 30 Habsburg. Again, both Alpines, a revised chassis, a revised aero package rather, and a different driver lineup to both cars. So it's going to be interesting seeing how that balance works out. But Anthony Davidson, it does look like an even more competitive car this season.
It's as we expected, really, based on the performance through all of the free practice sessions. Their race pace looks like they can easily hang with the group in front.
This is like a NASCAR train, isn't it? Coming by, boom, boom, boom,
It really
boom,
is.
boom, 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 really is.
Here we go again with Alexis, putting pressure on O in the McLaren, really doing a great defensive job, but you sense that he hasn't quite got the speed of the two drivers, maybe three drivers behind him, so that he's got to focus on, and his teammates will be wishing him on to maintain this track position.
Martin Berry on the inside of Ian James. Oh, it's not, that's the 23 car, which in fact, so that was Iron Lynx's Johannes Zelger, the Italian driver making his first start, getting ahead of Ray Newell, who also is a debutant this season.
Yeah, look for the two Aston Martins similarly coloured this season. There's another change aboard with Harry Tincknell on the 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Yeah, sitting on the back of the Alpine there. And so, yeah, they have better race pace than it seemed from their qualifying performance as well. But the Peugeot looks like perhaps just losing out slightly here, maybe flattered by their qualifying performance yesterday. That was a surprise to everyone, but yeah, not too far behind Brendan Hartley's Toyota, but not quite pressuring him either.
Race leaders are going to be with the traffic on this lap. Towards the end of this lap, the first they're going to encounter is going to be Thomas Fleur's 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari.
And in fact, they're going to catch him probably just coming out of Ravazza, so not a bad place. But if they do come across the start-finish line, they'll be weaving in and out of our entire LMGT3 field. And that will be easier for the leader, James Collado, Anthony, because he hasn't got anybody up his exhaust pipe, unlike Miguel Molina.
Yeah, exactly. I was just watching that chicane. As we just take a look at this, the start here on the replay. Wow, you can never anticipate when the driver in front is going to go, and that was a beautiful demonstration of that. But Molina straight away down the inside of Brendan Hartley, making good use of those soft tyres on the Ferrari 50 as well. But yeah, that jump from Collado really caught out Hartley, who sat alongside him as well, and he lost position mostly because of that.
Now, the soft tyre isn't grippier, it just works in a lower track temperature, which probably means that it's a little easier to build the heat in, and that will be the key there. It's not a, quote, more grippy tyre, it just works in a slightly different temperature window, and so that warm-up was what they were looking for to jump the Toyota, which is on mediums.
This is how number 83 lost out to the BMW as well. Look how close things got there, but there's nothing that Hansen could do. He had too many cars in front of him. It's in fact the car number 8 Toyota in front of him, and this is what it looked like from aboard the BMW. Just the door was open. He went around the outside, and you look in the mirror, and there is that yellow Ferrari. Job done.
And both cars red and yellow, so you can't really tell where the paint was swapped. But yeah, this is the first corner into Tamburello, first lap. What a fast-moving train it is, and that's the story now for the remaining 5 hours and 48 minutes. Relentless pressure.
And now we're into traffic. We come back to live action, and already the lead group coming through what is effectively the midfield in LMGT3.
And it's always that first time. Your heart is properly in your mouth at this moment, because the first bout of hypercars coming through that fresh starting LMGT3 field, mostly full of bronze drivers, you have to have your eyes everywhere. This is where you can win or lose positions.
There's one big loser in that, somewhere in that melee. Loic Duval has lost a couple of places. He's down from what was 4th position to 6th. He's been passed by both Will Stevens and Freddie Hadberg.
Yeah, Will Stevens getting by. And so traffic is not always your friend, and for the rookies particularly, the first time Hyper's cars get to them, well, there's the Peugeot. It
wasn't traffic.
Not traffic-induced, no. Will Stevens maybe put the 94 car offline, and Ferdy Habsburg is never one to look a gift horse in the mouth. He went by as well.
Will was already gone, so that whatever the problem was for the Peugeot, it had already happened for the Caddy, it was then the Alpine going by him again.
I think that was probably coming up the hill out of Acqua Minerale, but the net effect is a loss of 2 spots for Loic Duval. And look at this, who'd be a GT3 driver? Honestly, they've got their own battles to run, and every few laps this train of fast-moving machinery comes past them as well. And we've seen some of the onboards, Anthony. A car comes by into a gap that doesn't exist, and 2 more follow it, and you think, okay, how do they survive?
It's always dangerous that, yeah, when you see another car try and follow the inside line on an overtake from the hypercar they're racing, and quite often the GT's got to turn in at some point, so that's a risky game to play. Great drone shot, the cars threading their way through the top chicane, Variante Alta.
And it showed how much they close up under braking, these hypercars on the GTs, because they stop more quickly, so it really concertinas that field.
I mean, even as a commentator, your eyes have to be everywhere, watching the hypercar overtaking each GT3 car, and whether the GT3 is losing a position because of that, and if a hypercar is losing position as well. And this is massive high-speed game of chess going on as the cars move around in all directions, trying to weave their way through.
The Aston Martin of Harry Tincknell under real pressure from the BMW, and this again is the other BMW, 15 on the 83 car, Phil Hansen. Hansen getting shouldered out of the way, but he's got the inside line there, and the second of the BMW, the second of the Alpines, 36, is behind Kevin Magnussen. So if Magnussen gets hung up here, the Alpine is coming through as well. You can see it in his rear-view mirror, doesn't find the hole.
That was a 100% full risk move by Kevin Magnussen there in the Villeneuve chicane. I don't know how he kept that car under control and not hit the back of the Ferrari, but through the Tamburello chicane was brilliant stuff between Hansen and Magnussen.
And he just rode on board with Tincknell. He's got Bamber right up his exhaust pipe as well. Full risk by Kevin Magnussen. You were expecting something less?
I suppose not. I suppose, yeah. First race of the season, I should have reminded myself that's what to be expected.
Well, here is that move again around the outside.
Well, that was great. You know, he should have been entitled to a full car's width there in Hansen's defence, and so in defensive move, and he shoved it through the outside regardless. Here's a great look back at it. So yeah, he was entitled that full car's width. Tried to get through, but he had his teammate in front of him. Hansen did very well to hang on in there around the outside of turn 3.
Well, we also saw the leader in LMGT3 under real pressure. Antares out is still just in front of the Lexuses. They actually got separated by that little battle coming through the BMWs and the 83 Ferrari.
Potential problem for 19 Genesis. We'll keep an eye on that. But under pressure now for third place is Brendan Hartley, because Will Stevens is right with the Toto for third. The lead group have cleared the LMGT3 traffic, did that in good order, and James Collado retains a 1.8 second lead and has pulled away in traffic from Brendan Hartley in third.
Still want to know what happened to the car 94 when he got overtaken by 2 of the hypercars.
I think he must have gone wide somewhere.
I think he must have gone wide at the top chicane, because they hadn't started passing the GT cars in that part of the field of the hypercar at that stage. So yeah, it's clearly Duval didn't have the speed, but there is the Genesis number 19 in the pits.
Danny Huncadea and the trolleys are going underneath. Anything other than fuel and tyres automatically back in the garage. They're expecting there are going to be problems. This is a test car. It's never raced. This is its first ever outing. Of course there are going to be problems. New chassis, new aero package, new power unit based on essentially 2 Hyundai Rally 4-cylinders bolted together. Now 33 Corvette under pressure, and this is for 12th place from the 77 Proton Mustang. So this 33 car, Blake McDonald, Eric Powell right behind him, both new to the championship and both new to this track.
Yeah, these 2 new drivers to the WEC. Blake McDonald as a replacement for the injured Ben Keating. He'll be back with us at Le Mans. He's here looking somewhat like a transformer with the structure supporting his injured elbow. But both these 2, I think, are going to play a big part of the bronze scene moving forwards. The 19 we're hearing from Shea on pit lane, by the way, cooling issue.
All right, so Danny Huncadea in the pit lane for the first time. And again, as you said, Anthony, getting the cars to the end would be a massive, massive boost for that team. Garage 59, the McLaren leads, no longer United Autosports. They have stepped back from LMGT3 to develop and run McLaren's hypercar program, which arrives next year along with Ford.
So Duval continues to lose pace here, and he's now got the fast charging Mike Conway in car number 7 Toyota trying to make his way past as well.
So Duval on the medium tyre, Habsburg and Will Stevens both on soft tyres have jumped ahead of him. Maybe there's something more to this, they're playing the slightly longer game. Let's hear from the Peugeot team.
I'm struggling already with the rear, and I'm behind.
Well, we're seeing from our timing screens that the FIA are investigating the number 19 Genesis car for a technical infringement, total power, which means it's having a bit of a power spike. Let's see if we can get a catch-up from the pit lane from Shay Adams. Shay, what do you know?
I just made it back down to the garage at the time that the car was rolled in here. They have fans on the left-hand side on the brake ducts, front and rear. But when they pulled the bodywork off the car, which they did immediately, the tail section they put over to the side, I went and stood next to it. It is putting off heat. So the engine cover is still being held up by mechanics as well. Clearly this car is having some sort of temperature maintenance issue as well as the power spike.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Of course, as soon as the car stops, the brakes are at 1,000 degrees. You put in the blowers to stop them overheating the pads and boiling the fluid. But nevertheless, again, teething issues, brand new car, brand new power unit, first time out. On board with Harry Tinknell. And of course, Anthony, Aston Martin had all of these kind of issues, new car issues last season, and have had to deal with them in their turn, same as everyone else.
Exactly, you know, it's part and parcel of the process of starting a brand new operation. Whole collector, this contact maybe there.
Yeah, that's Yasser Shaheen facing the wrong way. He was in 11th place.
Now, what a send those go. Oh, maybe a car trying to go around the outside of the Tamburello chicane, but yeah, we'll have to have a replay of that one, see what happens.
Our lead quartet now being caught by Stefano Gattuso, and he just outbraked himself.
And then he hit the 33. There was a brush with the 33 as a Corvette tried to avoid him, and the Mustang going through the gravel trap in avoidance of that spin.
I think he might have missed the Corvette, actually. Let's see. This is on board. I don't get a great view from there either. It sort of looked like he might just have missed the Corvette as I think he spun it in avoidance of the Corvette.
Yeah, but you can see as well, by the way, Antares has got his head down and is pulling away from the Lexus now. So Antares in free practice hit a rabbit on circuit. It's proved to be with a hair this time.
I see what he did there. Stop it now.
Yeah.
Tom Van Rompuy in second place in the better of the two. No longer black and red, but grey and red cars. And then this is Stefano Gattuso in the pale blue Ford Mustang, charging up behind Tony McIntosh in that green and white BMW. So the Mustang has got race pace as well. Sally Olic returning to World Championship racing in the Corvette. Number 34, that's the red and black Racing Team Turkey car, is in 6th. Ahead of the red and white BMW of Darren Leung, and then Martin Berry in 8th place, the better of those two Iron Lynx run Mercedes.
While we're watching the lead battle here, we should really be looking at the 3rd place car, because Brendan Hartley has dropped the challenge of Will Stevens. He's just completed the 2nd consecutive fastest lap of the race. He is closing on the Ferraris. Now the gap is now 1.6 seconds.
Look at this, Mike Conway, the other Toyota, really putting the pressure on now. The number 94 Peugeot of Loic Duval, and behind him the Cadillac is catching. So Duval under huge pressure here, trying to maintain that track position, but it's the 2nd Bravanza where you've got to carry the speed. It looks like the Peugeot gets a quick exit there, and there's nothing that Mike Conway can do to react to that, and it's just not enough. He loses out, it seems, even more so in a straight line. But that's, sorry, not the Cadillac, it's the BMW. This guy here, Rene Rast, is now catching Mike Conway. So Conway really getting held up at this point in the race from Loic Duval's Peugeot.
Race leader James Collado sets the fastest lap of the race. So he's got the message that the Toyota is a bit of a threat here, pretty much even Stevens between second place Miguel Molina and Brendan Hartley that time around. The gap still 1.6 seconds, but Colado's lead now approaching 2.5 seconds over teammates.
You do get the feeling that if unleashed, the Toyotas can definitely more than match the Ferrari's pace of the race leader, James Collado.
It's not 2025 anymore, is
No.
it? This is a wholly different prospect.
On board again with Stefano Gattuso, 5th place in LMGT3. Right ahead, the green and white BMW. I know it's an unfamiliar BMW livery, at least in the last couple of decades, but that is Tony McIntosh. Tony McIntosh with that WRT crew. And right behind now, Racing Team Turkey's Sally Yolic. No difference in the tyres for anybody unless it rains. There is only Goodyear's medium tyre available to our LMGT3 field, but they have more tyres available for each session. One more full set for free practice. The allocation for a 6-hour race has gone from 18 tyres up to 24, so it allows for much more varied strategy. There's Loic Duval, right behind him, Mike Conway, and now right behind him, Rene Rast, the number 20 car. Remember a couple of laps ago, forced its way by Phil Hansen. Hansen not even in shot at the moment. Rast has got the bit between his teeth. The BMW's flying.
Brendan, situation update. There's 3 groups. You're in the top group. Top group has 5 cars. And then the group behind is led by the Peugeot, which is slowing down sister car.
Yeah, so that's what's building a gap here. So you've got 2 separate races going on, really. This group that we see here, second group, and then that lead group of car 51, 50, and car number 8 of Brendan Hartley. So that's where the message was coming through to Brendan Hartley. Yeah, the sister car, Mike Conway, car number 7, they're at the moment getting held up. We're making that gap to them thanks to the Peugeot.
Interesting tyre strategies with the BMWs. Rene Rast in that red, yellow and white car. Soft left front, mediums on the other tyres. So they're expecting, because this is an anti-clockwise circuit, you're mostly turning left, or more often turning left, so the left front does less work than the right front or the rears. And the other car, Kevin Magnussen, same deal, soft and 3 mediums. In between them, though, Phil Hansen, 2 softs on the front of the car and mediums on the rear axle. So different from either of the 2 red and yellow Ferraris. This one all on mediums, the leader. Second car, Miguel Molina, all on soft tyres.
You can use them. That's the beauty of the World Endurance Championship. You've got for qualifying and the race in hypercar, you've got 18 individual tyres that you can use for a 6-hour race. And you can use those compounds however you want. You can mix and match them. In the LMGT3 category, it's 24 individual tyres through qualifying in the race. Now, you've just seen now race leader in hypercar make his way through the first of the LMGT3 traffic. Here we go again. It's the same thing we had a few laps ago. They're about to catch this huge stream of fighting GT cars.
And that black Porsche, by the way, with that spin, dropped from 11th to 17th, from nearly in the points to nowhere near a point as at the moment.
Brendan Hartley is catching Miguel Molina again, now down to 1.2 seconds, and with traffic coming, that is absolutely one to keep an eye on.
This is Earl Bamber in the car number 38, Jota Cadillac, just stuck behind the Valkyrie in front of him and a few other cars as well. So now, as a driver sitting here in Earl's position, you're waiting to catch the slower cars and try and make something of it.
Earl's in 13th, so the first car there, that BMW number 15, that's the last paying point position. 10th place for K-Mag, and just behind him in the 36 Alpine, you've got Fred Makabiki, then Harry Tingle in that green car, and here comes Bamber.
Yeah, he's close. I don't think he's quite close enough to mount a challenge down the inside into Ravazza 1, but you can see it's very tempting from the onboard shot.
Okay, green Golf 11, target 1. Green Golf 11, target 1. Let's use the energy to get the tires up.
Okay, interesting.
Use what you actually want. Do you want me to pass? Are the pressures too low? Just tell me.
Yeah, walk on the pressures. We want to walk on the pressures.
All right, so they're adjusting perhaps the regen on the car and something maybe in the brake balance as well to try and get tyre temperatures up to give him more grip.
Yeah, it sounded to me like they were running a more aggressive engine strategy fuel-wise, so they could then get more heat into the tyres, give him more grip, so he can mount a challenge on the car in front.
what Earl seems to be saying is just tell me what you want me to achieve, not what you want me to do.
Exactly right. And that's a vital part, Anthony, of the engineer-driver relationship is clarity. Because these guys are doing 190 miles an hour in places they don't want to be figuring out what on earth did he mean?
Or maybe because Bertie, that used to be my race engineer, it's every time I hear his voice, it's like I'm back in the car. I understood exactly what he wanted me to do in that situation. So, I don't know, maybe they need to work on their relationship. Well, I'm here for counselling.
You ring Earl and tell him, and then you can act as the conduit. Now then, back with our LMGT3 leader, Antara Zhao, still holding a decent advantage, a full second over Tom van Rompuy, and that might be vital breathing space as the race leaders come through the pack.
But we need to look at the race leaders coming through the pack, because just behind James Collado in the background here, Brendan Hartley has caught Miguel Molina. That is now 10ths.
Yeah, it was 8/10 of a second. It's now down to 8/10 of a car length.
That will get even more tense, this battle, as we have to see where they are in terms of the traffic. Here we are. Now we focus on them. So they're both overtaking a car into the Villeneuve chicane. So it's status quo for them at this point. Now Molina tries to go down the inside of the BMW. He's seen him, so he's through. And you see Hartley do the same thing to the Mustang. So they're copying each other's moves at the moment. What Brendan's waiting for is for him to have no cars between them so he can mount a challenge when Molina hits them, not literally, but reaches the traffic. So like this kind of situation here, no, Molina's through again. So, and that's past the McLaren. So they've cleared the GT traffic right now.
For the second time, and in what is that, 29 minutes.
Danny Unkadea still in the Genesis number 19 car, so waiting to see what the team are telling him to do. Of course, they will. It's not about position. They will try and get him out on track and get as much data as possible while remaining safe. We gather the engine has a little bit of a misfire.
Just saw the scrap between Duval and Conway exiting that Variante Alta chicane at turns 14 and 15. It looked like they had a whole gaggle of GT cars in front of them, and yet this is looking back at that fight. So they've passed some of the GTs. Is Conway closer to the back of this pit? I believe he is, but that Peugeot, as we've seen all the way through this weekend so far, has the top speed to defend itself.
Yeah, coming through at the moment, the 6th, 7th place battle in GT, this pair.
It's pick a line, any line, isn't it, to try and get through these cars, inside one, outside of another. Like Duval, absolutely sparing no ponies, getting that car working well. Again with Earl Bamber. Still at the tail of that 4-car train. Harry Chingle is the car immediately in front, or the hypercar immediately in front, as they work their way through the lead group in LMGT3. And here's a chance for the first of the Alpines. Right behind Kevin Magnussen is Fred Makovici. That's the second of the Alpines. And the problem isn't quite take advantage there.
The problem for the hypercar drivers is that when they go like that, you saw around the outside of a GT car in a corner like Tosa hairpin, the GT cars have got a surprising amount of mechanical grip, so they can match your speed around the corner. So there's nothing that the hypercars can really do in a slow speed corner like that in terms of getting past GT traffic. It's the straight line really in the high speed corners where the hypercars have the advantage.
And for the GT drivers, the hypercar pulls in front and then stops dead. It becomes a brick wall because it stops so much quicker, and the poor GT driver with ABS is going, please get out the way.
There's another chance for El Bamba. He's a little bit too far away, but it seems like he's been the unlucky one through the traffic, as we saw with Conway as well. The Valkyrie just slips through the inside into Ravata 1.
But that's pushed Sally Jolic in that red and black Corvette way back from the Ford and BMW battle in front, the green and white BMW and the blue and white Ford. He was right with them. He's been shoved right back.
I think the problem for Bamber as well, similar to the Toyotas, he doesn't have the straight line speed, but the Valkyrie does, and he looks down the inside, just had a sniff there on the Alpine.
Couldn't get through, but he had a really good look there. Maybe he saw that there was something in the way, another GT car, and it wasn't on. The other Valkyrie coming through as well from behind.
That looked very busy behind that Valkyrie as well. Hypercar with wheels off on the grass, trying to get through that gaggle. I think that might have been the Genesis.
Yeah, the only remaining Genesis on track is Andre Lotter in car number 17, the silver machine. There he is at the back of, in the thick of all that. Coming through as Antarazao still leads from Tom van Rompuy, and a change for third. Anthony McIntosh up to third, got ahead of Petru Umbrarescu somewhere where they were being lapped, and so has the Ford just now as we ride on board. The Ford of Stefano Gattuso goes around the outside of Umbrarescu, who's gone from third to fifth, and is now right ahead of the Racing Team Turkey car, the red and dark grey car behind him.
He shuffles back in the 87, has been in third from the start. Antarazao proving to be quite difficult to pass. It's been some start to his WEC career.
Yeah, really good opening stint. Of course, it doesn't hurt to be in front, but it doesn't bring the pressure down. A few cars running across the gravel there, the dust shows us. And Tony McIntosh in this green and white BMW having a really feisty opening stint as well.
Yeah, like the BMW, sorry, Graham, the BMW, as expected, even before the start of this race, looks like it's very kind for the bronze drivers. It's a nice car to drive, it's compliant, and that really helps when you've got the hypercars barging their way through left, right, centre. It helps to keep the bronze driver a bit calmer as well. They're making progress.
It is a Ferrari 1-2 in Imola. 33 minutes of our 6 hours of Imola, the season opener for the 2026 FIA World Endurance Championship. Looking there at the battle of the Peugeot, of Loic Duval, and the red and white Toyota. Very different looking racing livery for Toyota this season, under a different name, Toyota Racing, and a very different aerodynamic treatment on the car, and a really good run here now. A great opportunity. Is he going to be able to get by? Mike Conway giving it everything, but Loic Duval is a hard customer to pass.
The thing is, the Toyota's got the speed in the corners, the Peugeot's got the speed in the straight line. So Conway's figured this out, and he knows the best chance of overtaking this Peugeot is under the braking into a tight corner like that top chicane after the run through Acqua Minerale. So didn't quite work out that time for Conway, but it certainly looks like the more this race stint runs, Conway's threatening him more and more.
Pressure for second place from Tony McIntosh in the green and white BMW. Tom van Rompuy, the red and grey Lexus just in front, was pushing Antarazao in the lead McLaren. Now he's having to worry about what's in his mirrors, because Stefano Gattuso in the blue Ford is right there waiting to pounce, as is his teammate Umbrarescu, as is Sally Jolich, and Darren Leung and Martin Berry are not far behind.
Yeah, Tom van Rompuy's opening to the race, super aggressive, trying to get alongside and by Antarazao. It didn't work, and now, has he possibly slightly overcooked it and is unable to defend as well as he might against what looks to me at the moment to be a rampant Tony McIntosh.
Well, it looks like Van Rompuy has settled down a little bit and the gap hasn't closed. And of course, all of these gaps get moved around as the leaders come through and separate the cars or compress the cars, hold some up, allow some free rein. And so far, Antarazao in that orange McLaren has had a pretty decent rub of it as the leaders have come by. But here
little
we
mistake
go.
there, little mistake by the Lexus. In turn 6, and that opened the opportunity for the BMW into turn 7. Toza, I saw that mistake unfold from the Lexus as he turned to the right, had a tiniest snap of oversteer, and that's how it unfolded into turn 7.
A Ford alongside as well, so this could be a change for third too, and it does indeed. Through goes the 88, so Tony McIntosh spotted the error that you did, and he acted upon it up the inside, got the traction out the corner. He claims second, and taking advantage of the Lexus being out of position too, up into third for the 88 Ford.
You are doing great with the energy saving. We'll get these two positions back at the pit stop. 10 laps to go from now, 10 laps.
Now then, in Hypercar and in LMGT3, there is a maximum energy allowance per car per lap. The way it works here, it seems, is that both Hypercar and LMGT3 fields are likely to stop after around 33 laps. So what they're talking about here at Lexus is they're trying to save time, and that's the result, getting passed by the BMW.
That was neatly done by Tony. Almost forced him to the defensive move and had enough Taking up the inside, traction out of the corner, good on the BMW. That's popular back in the garage, isn't it? Yes, indeed.
Yeah, very opportunistic move. He saw that mistake, as we all did, through the right-hander from the Lexus and capitalised on it on the braking, but wasn't quite sure whether the Lexus was going to have it covered. That's what really should have been done. After a mistake like that, you should defend on the inside. And I think McIntosh couldn't believe his luck that the door opened, actually, after the Lexus losing momentum. So that's why it looked a little bit clumsy, a little bit late. It's because usually the car that's made the mistake like that and lost momentum would just naturally cover the inside.
Yeah.
And that's when it's funny. That's when it's quite fun watching the bronze drivers, right? Because they're, naturally they're not as sharp and as well equipped as with all due respect, as the pro drivers, the golds and the platinums of this world. A move like that wouldn't have unfolded between drivers of that grade. So watching the bronze drivers is quite fun sometimes, because you see little chinks in the armour that naturally wouldn't be there with the higher graded drivers.
Well, the first penalties coming here. It is for 3 LMGT3 cars. The 27 Aston Martin currently in 12th. The 34 Racing Team Turkey by TF Corvettes currently in 6th. And the 61 Ironlinks AMG. That's in the hands of Martin Berry in 8th. 5 seconds added to the pit stop for starting procedure.
Yeah, Brendan, you start to hit the GT stragglers pretty soon, and then the bulk of it the lap after next. Pace is similar to those around. Good job.
Just letting the driver know what to expect, Anthony, and also just confirming, yeah, we're where we need to be in terms of pace.
But maybe they're doing a bit of fuel save as well. There is flexibility, like we've heard from the GT field as well. So if Brendan and Toyota Car 8 feel like that, we've watched this battle here before Villeneuve chicane,
Martin Berry's Mercedes with Francois Heriot flashing the headlights in that silver and red Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Just ahead of them, Darren Leung in the red and white BMW. So Leung is currently in 7th. Berry and Heriot battling for 8th and 9th place.
Short update on the race. We have 10 laps to go, and the GT field is still very packed up. The gap to the class leader is only at 5.5 seconds, for example. 10 laps to go.
And again, making sure that the driver James Cosman in 10th place and racing for Manthey for the first time, in a Porsche for the first time in a World Championship. Okay, maybe doesn't feel as natural as he's used to. Just keep encouraging your driver. Don't stress, don't panic. And again, looking at, with 25 laps in, they're looking at going quite long on their fuel, up to another 10 laps maybe, so maybe 34, 35 laps.
There's some interesting stuff going on in the off-season for WC, by the way. Francois Heriot, we just saw from the rear-facing camera of the AMG. He tried out a Manthey Porsche in the Age of Le Mans series this year just to see what the winning opposition was like back, of course, in a Ferrari. But now he feels he knows more about what he expects to be one of his principal contenders this year. Smart move.
Now, technical power infringement for the 19 car from Genesis Magma Racing. Still in the garage. They've been given a reprimand. I think that's probably the least of their worries. If they have a misfire on that new power unit, then that will be much more taking up their time. And it looks as though it was a little bit more electronic than physical, because the engine cover was back on the car, and Danny Hunkadea in the cockpit looked like he might have been working through a few things via the steering wheel.
It's very early days for this squad. If they can get a car to the end of this race, I think they'll be delighted. If they can get a car to the end of this race trouble-free, they'll be turning cartwheels.
Loic Duval in the white and black stripe and red highlighted Peugeot, with Mike Conway's red and white Toyota, and closing in still behind René Rast in BMW number 20 with the white, black, red and yellow livery.
Now we look back at this fight between Conway and Duval, what I was going to say before, in that reference to the fuel saving. So you got two options. You can either turn up the wick, like we heard from Bamber's engineer, turn it up and you try and overtake the car in front that way by burning more fuel, faster lap times, more straight line speed, of course, to try and gain track position. Or you can do the opposite. You start asking the driver to fuel save, more lift and coasting, to try and create a bit of a difference in your fuel strategies moving forward in the race. So you can try and overtake that way as well. So like a virtual race of the energy going on. So this is interesting. Duval now gets blocked by the GT car. This is going to be an interesting one. So watch this gap on the exit of that final corner. Much closer is Conway that time around, thanks to the slower GT car. But I don't think it's going to be enough. The Peugeot has him covered in straight line. Watch this.
And Loeb being advised to cancel lift and coast down into Aqua Minerale and down into the Ravazzas, primarily because they don't want to lose track position to Brendan Hartley right behind, to Mike Conway right behind him. So again, they go through traffic, the leaders. That Toyota is Brendan Hartley as he goes around Petru Umbrarescu and Tom van Rompuy. They go out wide, and we're on board with Will Stevens charging up the hill in the 4th place Cadillac. Now, our pre-race thinking, we thought that Cadillac might be outliers here, but Will Stevens is not of the same opinion, clearly.
No, but what we've got at the moment, in another phase of this first stint of the race, Brendan Hartley is just dropping back a bit from Miguel Molina, being caught again now by Will Stevens.
But like I say, if he has been asked to save fuel, that would explain why. Maybe they're trying to attack the car in front in another way.
I know you're in traffic, but energy is critical. Energy is critical.
Same deal here as well. It doesn't mean he's on bingo fuel, it just means he's burning a little more than they would like him to.
And maybe that's why he's starting to catch with Hartley. All will unfold and become clear when we get to the first bout of pit stops, and we got the energy on the screen there remaining. So 20% for our race leader, 18% for Molina, and then you can see the list unfold after that. So yeah, Hartley down at 19%.
And what could be a factor here, we talked to Shea before race starts about what we're expecting in terms of stint lengths for a standard stint, a fuel-save stint, and for the GTs. Pit lane could get very, very busy at parts of this race because the actual stint lengths in terms of laps, not that much different between the two.
Yeah, Darren Leung in that red and white BMW, my strategy guide at every race, was saying we're expecting that all of the cars will run the same distance, but the Toyota now looking for a way through. We're right behind that battle with Earl Bamber. He's chasing Harry Tignall, Fred Mako in front in his number 36 Alpine as they get to Antares-Al. Al still leading in his opening stint in the World Championship. In fact, that's the other of the Garage 59 cars. That's Alexander West with the blue highlights on his car. The Duval-Conway battle continues to rage as we ride with Earl Bamber.
Yeah, we just cut away from that Conway-Duval fight just before the Tosa hairpin. It looked like Conway was the closest he's been so far. But yeah, I can see by the timing screens on your left-hand side that he's still, in fact, behind. But that was close. Duval must have had to have defended into turn 7 to keep Conway behind there.
And there is the other Peugeot, the number 93 car. Right behind him, Marco Sorensen. So both Peugeots under real pressure here.
Well, we're 46 minutes into this race, top 5 separated by 9.5 seconds. It's then quite a gap to Loic Duval, who's been bottling up that group behind him for quite some time. Still work going on with the 19 Genesis in pit lane. Frustrating start to the season for Danny Videla, but this is what you get with a development car. The level here is stratospheric.
And this is part of the programme. You know, they've done a lot of development miles, a lot of development kilometres, and that will have involved lots of trips to the garage, sitting waiting patiently while something's attended to. It's more frustrating now that it's an actual race, but for Honkadea, in his first day as a hypercar race driver, he's at least made the start, and certainly the number 17 car in the hands of Andrea Lotta are still going, adding more data into the mix.
Good job, Harry. 27.0 or less, and we all make one more lap. Good job.
We've been used over the years, particularly in LMGTE, and with the Pro and the AMs, to hearing tyre saving, tyre saving, tyre saving. Now, it's almost like we're back in Group C. It's all about managing the energy, managing that fuel flow, how much you use, and, you know, when you have to put the carpet slippers on.
Yeah, so that target he was being given was just one more lap of what we've been doing. Just keep that going, that 27.0, whatever that would be, and just hit your target, and then we're on for our strategy that we believe is the best for keeping these cars behind us. You don't want them to jump you because of that kind of virtual energy tank fight that you've got going on here.
Just heard a nice lift and coast there from Phil Hansen. The engine note dies, pause, and then you hear the regen. So really not going hard on the brake, hard on the throttle.
The thing is, you know, there's a track you can't overtake on. We've seen that. What are you pointing at, Graham?
This is the lead battle in GT3. My apologies. Tony McIntosh has caught Antara Zhao. We were watching the hypercar coming through. It looked for a moment as if there might even be an opportunity for Tony to have a crack at the lead. So he's dropped the Lexus and the Mustang and has closed what was quite a gap to Antara Zhao. We're back to a lead battle in GT3. Sorry, Ant.
You can fit at least 4 McLarens in that gap there, Graham. Don't worry, we've still got time.
Are very slippery, curves are very slippery. I think the tires are getting smoke from last couple passes.
Copy. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a good job.
Oh, I'm glad his engineer could understand what we've got it written down.
Yes, yeah.
That was a pretty difficult message to understand, but hats off to the engineer that replied swiftly to that one.
Tony McIntosh saying the tyres aren't great and the curbs are very treacherous. Mate, you're up to second. Into the pits comes the first of our regular corners. Mike Conway, the number 7 Toyota, after just 31 laps.
Just sort of saying, you've got to do something different. With the hypercars at least, you've got to do something different with the fuel strategy compared to your competitors. You want to be able to run this car in free air. Deliver the lap times this car is capable of, because right now, up until this point in the race, it hasn't been able to do that. So the Toyota lacking the speed in the straight line to overtake. The Peugeot has to do it virtually by running now in free air. So that's why you see this car in earlier than your competition.
That's what we're looking for here as well. It's a reasonably relaxed look around the car as the fuel goes in. It's can Toyota get back to where they used to having them, operational excellence. That means the strategy, it means the work on pit lane, everything. That was what let them down a number of times last year.
Interesting to see the high visibility of their lollipop man, not red and white like so many other race suits, but lime or minty green, so he's really going to stand out in a crowd.
So
out comes Conway.
So from a pit stop, you lose a lap basically around this circuit, and there goes our race leader, Conway, a lap down for now.
Yeah, between Collado and Molina. So James Collado completes lap number 32. Conway is just starting lap number 32 for his car. And that pit stop for him was a 1 minute 14 compared to a 1 minute 34 race lap time.
And that's obviously without a tyre change as well. The tyres in the World Endurance Championship cannot be changed combined with the fuel. You have to wait for the fuel to be finished before you do the tyres. So, and they use that as a strategic element as well.
So Danny Hunkadea back on the pit apron, car now fixed and ready to go, hopefully. And let's see what they can produce from this car. Of course, it's not going to be competitive any longer. They've lost, what, 18 laps in the garage? 22 laps in the garage, in fact. Mercedes here, Martin Berry, big moment. All over the gravel, Francois Heriot goes by. So too does Blake McDonald, so too James Cottingham.
Yeah, just lost the rear before committing to the curb, and it doesn't like it in that compression in that corner of turn 12, the final part of Acqua Minerale. Now we look at this fight, now they're a little bit closer. Thinks about going down the inside, did it once before, but not close enough on this particular lap. So the pressure starting to build once again for our race leader at LMGT3.
And I thought good judgment from Antara Zhao. Showed no sign of trying to close the door. He knew the BMW wasn't close enough. Used the full racing line to get that drive up the hill to try and get him clear into the next braking zone.
Yeah, get a good look, by the way, at the little information panel. There you go, on the side of the car, revamped for this season. 2 for second place, but you can also see the energy bar. How close are these cars to having to pit for a tank of fuel?
James Collado, the race leader, going faster and faster. Purple sector 1, green sector 1 for his teammate Miguel Molina in second. As down the pit lane comes Harry Tingle in Aston Martin 007.
And obviously one of the potential negatives of stopping earlier than your competition, obviously in this type of racing, it's pretty hard fought, working way through the traffic like we've seen. You can so easily have a safety car situation at any moment. So having a clean pit stop with the track green, that can really go against you if in any moment you have a safety car and you wish then, oh, why did we try something different? We could have had a free pit stop.
Well, having a split strategy helps. Race leader is in. Yes, it is the race leader, Antara Zhao, in the right-hand picture coming into Garage 59 for their first World Endurance Championship racing pit stop. Interesting that the Valkyrie started on soft tyres rather than a medium.
So did this car here, car number 50, followed in as well by Brendan Hartley. So they are on the same strategy still.
So Martin Berry in the pit lane as well as Antara Zhao. So is Petru Borescu, Darren Leung. I mean, that is most of the LMGT3 field. Tony McIntosh in the BMW stayed out for Team WRT, so he leads ahead of Stefano Gattuso and Tom van Rompuy. And as you said, Anthony, the second and third place cars heading in. That means Will Stevens in the Caddy is now up to second. Lloyd Duval up to third. René Rast in the 20 BMW is fourth.
So it shows that Hartley wasn't doing anything different in terms of fuel saving compared to Molina. That was just genuine pace.
Absolutely. So it shows how close it is, doesn't it? Came in nose to tail there. Hour and 45 minutes, by the way, the bronze is in the LMGT3's must do in this race. And we are, well, 50 minutes away from that. It's 2 stints, very close to.
And the same minimum stint length for the silver drivers as well. Very tight there in the pit lane. The Toyota just in front, but that could perhaps be conceived as an unsafe release for that Porsche. We'll have to wait and see what the stewards make of that. It's a very busy pit lane. I mean, as was predicted, almost the entire field stopping on the same lap. And the problem is, that stagger that doesn't exist won't be offset because they'll do the same as we go through the race. Race leader in, James Collado. There he is, peeling off into pit box number 1.
And in the midst of a gaggle of LMGT3 cars, wonder if that maybe cost him a tiny bit of time.
It probably did. No, it probably would have done, Graham, in pit lane entry at least, particularly when you're with the bronze drivers. They're not going to be quite as on it as you will be, particularly in a hypercar coming up to that line for the pit lane speed limiter. So he would have lost a little bit there, but very lucky that none of those GT cars were immediately in front or behind him in the pit, in the garage boxes. As you see the BMW pull behind its sister car in terms of the team, the WRT, albeit in a different category. This is the worst nightmare scenario, getting trapped between GT cars that aren't in your race.
It's exactly what we said a little earlier, isn't it? That the way the stint times work out, even though they're doing fewer laps, the GT cars are coming in at the same time as very many of the hypercars.
There will be, from both sides of the camp here, GT and hypercar, there'll be teams and drivers losing out in this race if the strategy continues like this.
Your race leader, Phil Hansen, that lift and coasting we heard, that has saved him 2 laps over the most thirsty of the Ferraris. So he now leads from K-Mag and Paul di Resta. They will all come in on this lap at the end of lap 35. So this is a big fuel save stint. And bearing in mind, of course, they had 2 formation laps. Maybe the next stints will all be at least a lap longer than this.
No fuel alarm.
Copy, stay out, stay out. Box at the end of the step, box at the end of the step. Short press, pit confirm.
That was a very quick change of mind in one radio message. Confirm, stay out, box this lap. Yeah. Well, he didn't have a fuel alarm. That might be a worry technically for them.
No, so what the driver was reporting there, Martin, was that usually you're looking for a light. That in your pre-race briefing, you're told if the fuel light comes on here before this corner, you're good for another lap. If it comes on there, box this lap. You know that. It's drilled into you before the start of the race. So that's why the driver's saying, I haven't still got no fuel alarm.
You say we have a problem with the fuel, we have a problem with the fuel, I don't know what.
Disaster for the 78 Lexus team, a problem with the wheel, I don't know what. And so that is Tom van Rompuy being wheeled back into the garage. Looked like either they were putting a new tyre on and it didn't fit, or a problem with fuel. Okay, well, it was still being wheeled back into the garage.
Well, that was a leading car, and they were clearly on a fuel-saving run as well, so disaster for that team. One quick thing as we're looking at that, we've got double yellows, by the way, up at turn 17. We'll keep an eye on just exactly what has gone on there. Taking a look at the pit stop times, gentlemen, and I said about the operational excellence at Toyota, 1 minute 13 on pit lane means that Brendan Hartley is up into second place.
And 1 minute 14 for Mike Conway's car, the two fastest stops in the field so far. So absolutely, Toyota have lost nothing of their ability to run a car to its absolute limit.
There is a Toyota chasing down now James Collado. He's 4.5 seconds ahead with the completion of that pit stop cycle.
Well, that's the thing, you can easily underfuel your car. If you know you've maybe got to do a splash at the end of the race and you want to run in free air, you can always jump a car by putting less fuel in your car. There's nothing in the regs to say you have to fill your car all the way to the maximum. So that's another way you can use the fueling to your advantage sometimes. Speaking of fueling, what a disaster for the Lexus crew there. Such confusion during their pit stop. Was the fuel not able to go in? I wonder what the issue was.
Oh, trouble here. This is the 21 car.
And I wonder if this is what was going on down at turn 17. 17 is the kink before the braking zone into Ravazza 1. So that's why when it popped up on our page that you spotted, Graham, it didn't make sense, because I wonder what's going on, whether it is this car that momentarily pulled off the track.
Well, that's at turn 9, because we've seen yellows again at turn 9. It's still Francois Heriot aboard that car. He had a good run in the pits. So what happened here? He's had a turn around.
Yep.
Did he get any help?
That was the first one. That was the first yellow flags. Because that's up the top of the hill. And
it's
there's
the other Lexus.
Did that not get fuel? It can't. Really? Disaster for Acodis ASP. The Lexus of Petra Umbrarescu at the side of the track, and it would appear.
Now, is that the same problem? Is that a car that perhaps got involved with the Ferrari?
Right, so he's got the hazard warning lights on, yellow flags waving.
Well, something
we might go virtual safety car.
Well, let's hear from their team radio if we can.
I'm stopped before the slow chicane on top. Out of aqua minerale, suddenly I hear the boom, and then there was crazy vibration and the engine didn't speed up.
Okay, that does not sound like car-on-car contact.
20 seconds to VSC.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
Right, let's catch up with Bruce Ioani down in the pit lane. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, I'm in front of the 78 Lexus Acodis ASP with Tom van Rompuy still standing in the car, but they have a multitude of problems. Number one, the car is stuck in gear, so they cannot restart the car. Then there is a problem of fuel reading, so around there's a lot of confusion. The car is now up in the air, and it's not ready to restart.
Okay, Anthony Davidson, a transmission issue with one car, and then I heard the bang and then the car wouldn't go.
Well, this is it. Listen.
Is this a transmission issue with this car as well?
He said, I saw the tree. Does that mean the rev counter? Is that what he's talking about? I saw the tree.
Quite possibly, but something went bang and the car's not proceeding and the other car's stuck with the transmission issue. That sounds like a very similar issue. Everybody under virtual safety car. What does this mean? Well, it means that for now, everybody is limited to just 80 kilometers an hour traveling around the circuit. Virtual safety car means that the pit lane remains open for 2 laps, and that will allow anybody who wants to take fuel, and then we will go to a full safety car. So virtual safety car here, the opening race of the World Endurance Championship 2026. That means you can stop for fuel. Aston Martin, who stopped 007 first, topping up Harry Tincknell. And this is American rules racing. Always take fuel.
Well, we said it just a few moments ago, didn't we, about the potential for short fueling Toyota. This is a point where it's effectively free. It's a free fuel stop.
It's a free pit stop, but it's more important to do that when you're at the back of the field. You don't want to give up track position if you're at the front in a situation like that.
Esteban, can you tell us more of what's going on? It's a deception. Tom von Rompuy is still at the wheel, but what's happening?
It's hard to say, honestly, at the moment. We don't really know. Apparently, issue with restarting the car or something at the pit stop. I don't even know what exactly happened. We were running good until now. For sure, first pit stop is not ideal. Let's see what we can do, if we can find the issue and go back on track. But yeah, it is what it is.
And about the other car, do you know if it's a similar problem?
No idea. I don't think so, because we struggled to restart, I think, and they stopped on track, so I have no idea, to be honest.
Okay, thank you and sorry.
Thank you.
Driver, the second last person to know just before the TV commentators.
What should say, by the way, with all this drama in LMGT3, we've been busy looking at the Lexus and not the timing screens. Mustang leads here with Stefano Gattuso and the Proton competition team having, by the look of it, I think they took that position on track.
Yeah, looks like it. 1 minute 24 pit stop. There were quicker stops, 1 minute 20 for DK Engineering, the Manthey Porsche, but almost everybody else was slower. So they've been very sharp in the pit lane, but I don't think in LMGT3 at this stage you're going to short fuel. So looks like they just maybe didn't get held up coming in quite as badly as some of the others, or leaving the pit box.
The key point is that it was the same timed pit stop as Antara for Garage 59. So they both got through pit lane at 1:24. So the difference has been made up on track.
This is the interesting one, isn't it, with Hartley-Molina fight, car number 8 versus car 50.
And look at the energy level. Hartley, 10% less energy than the Ferrari. Ditto for Conway. And so you were absolutely right. They have short fuel to gain track position, knowing that there will be not exactly equal full stints all the way through this race.
And it means that they're going to be faster, therefore, through this entire rest of the stint for Toyota. They've just offset themselves compared to the competition now. So you got to be lucky sometimes in this virtual safety car period. So whether that falls with you or against you, now that you're offset from your competition, it's quite often a brave thing to do, but they clearly feel like they're so desperate to run in free air that they're going to give it a go that way.
Desperately disappointing pictures for Acodis ASP with both cars out of action. And don't forget, WEC now has a new home, FIA WEC Plus. Join us there. FIA WEC Plus, the new platform for World Endurance. Wherever you're watching us, you can get much more content behind the scenes, our WEC originals and full access programs, free to join, free to subscribe, and you can pay, if you wish, for an entire season for under €50. All sessions, free practice 3, qualifying, hyperpole, and all of the races ad-free and uninterrupted, as well as all the bonus content. That's plus.fiawec.com. FIA WEC Plus, the new platform, the home for the World Endurance Championship.
One more note on our screens. Car 93 for Yasser Shaheen. That is the Bend Montai car. Under investigation, pit stops just come out again. That car just got in rather again.
Yeah, that was
the 91 coming in, but the 92 has come in.
That was the DK car going through the pit lane, taking on maybe more fuel. They're under investigation because we saw them being released into the path of the Toyota, didn't we, as they were coming out of the pit lane. Let's hear from Brendan Hartley, currently in second place.
Some small feedback for Seb and Rio. Watch out a bit of oversteer through 5-6. I think it's maybe wind related. And you could use more exit curb at 15 than at least than what I've been using. There's actually quite a lot of grip on the exit curb at 15.
Copy, good info, thanks. Car is still stopped at 13.
Yeah, always good to pass on that information. Sorry, Martin. It's always interesting to pass on that information to your co-drivers, waiting and hanging on your every word to try and get an idea of what it's like in the car before you even turn a wheel. And the track is this ever-evolving thing. The car is too. So to be given that critical kind of advice from the man out there doing it is absolutely golden. So great and showing his experience there from Brendan Hartley. Just before we heard from that radio message, saw that Tinknor and Bamber just swapped positions because Tinknor had obviously stopped the lap before for that splash under the safety car. And then Bamber did it the last lap around, so Tinknor retook that position he lost from that little splash just then.
Well, there is the car, Petru and Brărescu, being craned away into a place of safety, just sort of behind our timing pylon. Actually, behind the wall is the car park for dead machinery. So I'm afraid that rather looks like the end of the race, at least for the 87 Lexus, if not for the 78 car. We'll wait and see what happens with that. And coming in at 80 kilometers an hour, a very much more leisurely pace to come in, and then down to 60 at the speed limiter for Will Stevens. Cadillac Hurst Team Jota are bringing the number 12, and the 83 and 7 are in as well. No, they're not. Everybody's being shown to stop because they are going so slowly behind the safety car. So fresh rubber, and of course it's got that alligator skin pattern on it, the brand new Michelin tyre. That does wear off, as you can see. See also the wheel nuts attached to the wheel, so little danger of a loose wheel nut rolling around in the pit lane. And a fresh set of rubber. So what did Will Stevens start on? He started on mediums all round. Interesting.
So took the opportunity at close to the last opportunity to get new tyres on that car under virtual safety car conditions. We'll drop a couple of positions in this order, but the safety car will be out shortly.
Did you spot what he took on? I have to say I didn't see whether that was a set of mediums or a set of softs.
We'll see in just a few moments more.
We are under safety car. We are under safety car. Leader, please slow down. Leader, please slow down. All the cars to pick up the pace to get behind the safety car. Leader, please keep the pace. All the cars to pick up the pace to catch the leader, which is currently arriving at D9. They're going to stop.
Imola, the venue for the opening race of the 2026 FIA World Endurance Championship. Pre-race further on the grid, joined by World Championship leader from Formula One, Kimi Antonelli, and Genesis Magma Racing making their first start in the championship. New names, new faces, familiar faces in different liveries, and new teams on the grid in both Hypercar and LMGT3. At the start of the race, it was James Collado controlling the pace in the pole-sitting Ferrari on softer tyres and with better warm-up. Teammate Miguel Molina sneaking up into second place ahead of the better of the Toyotas with Brendan Hartley. Phil Hansen under pressure for his position in Hypercar as the LMGT3 leaders led by Antara Zhao, being chased by the two Lexus and the better of the BMWs. Lots of close quarters racing in James Yasser Shaheen, and the 77 car going by of Eric Powell, newcomer to the championship. In the Hypercar class, the two French rivals, Alpine and Peugeot, jockeying for position on track. And Kevin Magnussen going full send around the outside of Phil Hansen's yellow Ferrari, only just failing to come up with the spot. Early problems for the number 19 from Genesis. Danny Hunkadea with an engine issue. The car now back out on track after a long delay. And then in LMGT3, the BMW car number 81 moving up the order. Car number 69 moving up the order with plenty of battling. Stefano Gattuso in the pale blue Ford Mustang behind as they both moved ahead of the Lexus duo that had been running second and third in the LMGT3 field. Heading up to the first round of pit stops just before the end of the first hour. And problems at the stop for the 78 Lexus. It would not restart, and its sister car did restart but stopped on the out lap, bringing out the virtual safety car and then a full safety car here in Imola. '51 Ferrari started on pole position and has led every lap so far. The number 8 Toyota from second on the grid was pushed down to third early on, now back up to second after short fueling stops from both Toyotas gained them positions. 50 Ferrari in third, head to the better of the Cadillacs, and then the best of the BMWs is now the number 20 car in seventh. Top Peugeot, and that is now down to 10th position, Loic Duval. In LMGT3 Proton competitions, Mustang has the lead from the early leader, Garage 59, with Team WRT's 69 BMW in third place. And so far, just 2 potential retirements, both of the Lexus cars.
I am down in the Toyota garage with Ryo Hirakawa, driver of the number 8 Toyota, who was qualifying yesterday, very close from pole position. That's for a start. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much. You know, this year we updated the car, so you know, this is our first race, so we wanted to show the performance. So yeah, happy for the lap.
Quick question. We heard Brandon Hartley is passing down some information to you, saying a little bit of oversteer in turn 5, 6. How useful is this for you? Can you change the car a little bit to make it better?
No, maybe it's more to prepare before jumping the car. You know, it's really good info. You know, the condition is a bit different from yesterday, so yeah, it's really useful for me.
When about are you going to jump in the car?
I'm going to jump in next. You know, we are thinking to have some rain. You know, so yeah, it's going to be fun.
Okay, excellent. Good luck for the next part of the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hirakawa just 11 thousandths of a second off pole position yesterday. And for comparison, it takes you 7 times that time to blink your eye. So we're getting set for the pass around. Anybody who's ahead of their class leader in the queue gets to go and join at the back of the pack. We'll catch up with Shea Adam in the pit lane.
Ricardo Pera, the Manthey Porsche, had to be happy to see that yellow flag come out and then eventually safety car. Yasser Shaheen with the spin earlier on, but this should bring him right back into it. And with fresh Goodyears, do you think he's about to pass some people?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course we had a little spin in turn 2, but yeah, now luckily we had this safety car that bunch us up again with all the cars in front. So let's see. But I think so far so good. Let's say we are back in the game, and yeah, now another hour for him. And then let's see.
You won last year, this team, this car. Ricky leads behind the wheel with you too. Do you think that all the data, all the information could make you do it again?
Yeah, last year was amazing, and of course our goal is to try to replicate it. So let's see. Now the race basically starts again, and it's a 4.5 hours to go. Let's see. But the goal is clear.
Good luck.
Thank you. Ciao.
So timing screens tell us pass around is concluded. That's because pretty certain we don't need anybody to pass around. It's been pretty orderly stuff. The front of the safety car queue is indeed the race leading 51 and not that much further back, and we'll probably see it in this shot, the 88 Mustang.
Well, let's catch up with Ferrari and the yellow submarine.
Let's again be mindful, earlier warm-up the better. Let's have a go on the caddy.
Yeah, copy. It's just difficult to know when it will go green. Have a look if the...
Yeah, there's no incident anymore. So I personally, I would start warming now, but might be too early for your opinion. I would now.
Okay, let's warm now and let's see when the message comes before turn 18. If we're good, if not, we cancel warm-up. So feel free to warm up. Prep mode on, prep mode on. And a reminder, nothing to worry about safety car mode and prep mode. It will go off.
So basically, Will Stevens has done a pit stop, and he's the only one of the front runners to have changed all 4 tyres to brand new mediums. So that's what that message was to Hansen, saying let's capitalise on this, because their tyre warm-up might be a little bit poorer than ours.
Safety car coming in this lap, so Phil Hansen hopefully has got temperature in the tyres. He'll want to attack. There is an LMGT3 car between him and the back of the Cadillac of Will Stevens. And in fact, it is our LMGT3 leader, Stefano Gattuso's Ford Mustang. And that is an advantage for Stevens, because he can accelerate at hypercar speed up to the line. Phil Hansen must not pass that blue Mustang before he crosses the start-finish line. And there you go. Will Stevens already going. The Mustang will not be able to maintain that pace, so Hansen has no chance of passing Stevens yet. We go back to green flag racing, an hour and 17 minutes into the 6 hours of Imola. It is Ferrari, Toyota, Ferrari and Cadillac, the lead group.
Well, rather than Hansen being the one attacking, he's now looking in the mirrors, because the Toyota behind him is right behind and threatening down towards turn 2. Here we go.
There he is, the Toyota, car number 7, Mike Conway, always alacrity at the restart. And you saw it took them a moment or 2 to get by the Mustang, but they blew him away in the straight line once they were up to speed. René Rast comes by as well in the BMW, Ferdy Habsburg next up in the Alpine. And Hansen, rather than attacking, they should have told him, you're not going to get to that, you need to be aware of Conway.
Yeah, obviously the warm-up, the tyre, the brand new tyre for Will Stevens. He's done a good job under the safety car, weaving around, clearly getting at least some surface temperature into it. And maybe the bulk temperature is not quite there yet, but that'll be the same for the majority of them. But Mike Conway really on the attack now. Remember, carrying that few percent less fuel than the car in front of him, you should expect this this threat for Hansen coming from behind to be there this entire stint until the Toyotas are back in the pits.
And what tyre is he on? Is he on the medium or on the soft tyre? Okay, one of the Toyotas, I think we said, was on the soft. On board with Ferdy Habsburg, chasing René Rast. Now, this is just behind the battle we were watching between Hansen and Conway. So this is the battle for 7th place. The BMW in front, red and yellow rear ends, that's 7th. There's Habsburg in 8th.
Yeah, just to answer your question there, Martin, Conway started the race on a set of used medium tyres, only 1 or 2 laps on them, of course, from qualifying. And Hansen has a split between left-hand side soft, right-hand side mediums, and they've continued those on after their pit stops.
Blue flag warning Tony McIntosh that a hypercar was coming by. There goes the Valkyrie. This was the battle for the lead in LMGT3 before the pit stops, and Tara's out in the orange McLaren just ahead of the white and green BMW of McIntosh, but they got jumped by the Proton competition Mustang number 88 of Stefano Gattuso. That car got increasingly competitive last season. They're starting this year with a bang. The Mustang team really fighting hard as McIntosh again looks to go round, and he takes advantage of the hypercar going past, and through he goes up to 2nd.
That was a great move. He used the traffic to his advantage as well. That was a really important position to gain there for McIntosh, because he has had more speed than O the entire time. O tries to get on the power early coming out of Tosa, hairpin, but I don't think he's going to be able to carry that on towards Piratella. No, that is job done for McIntosh.
Yeah, also right in that fight, just behind there, Blake McDonald trying to get into terms with that. Meantime, we've got a 5-second stop-and-go penalty. We're going to the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin of of Great Newell. That's pit lane speed.
So on board with Antares Zhao, shares with Tom Fleming, who grabbed pole, and Marvin Kirchhoffer. And these guys familiar with each other, although not with this championship. And here's the pass. Antares trying to defend against the BMW. Cadillac comes down the inside and stops dead and compromises the McLaren's line, under braking. BMW shoots down the gap on the inside.
Absolutely. So yeah, the BMW just basically followed the Cadillac through, thought, aha, you're going to create a gap on the inside and I'm going to fill that gap. He went to go left here already, but then could see the hypercar coming, then went left as well. That was an absolutely brilliant move. Well calculated and well thought through.
And Antaresau couldn't keep the door shut because he had to let the hypercar through. He had nowhere to go on that one, did he? But again, it's all about survival. That McLaren, that brand new lineup, is super competitive. They're going to be feature all the way through this race. Back to 7th place battle, René Rast and Ferdy Habsburg. And this is what was going on for the first hour of the race. An hour and 21 minutes in, they're still trying to knock each other door mirrors off. René Rast under investigation for VSC procedures, however, so we'll have to wait and see what comes of that. That might cause them a problem.
This fight here that we're seeing on screen, so Habsburg took a set of 4 brand new soft tyres compared to his competitor Rast, who's just in front of him, continues on that old set. So those two groups, 2 pairs of cars that we're seeing on screen here have advantages in different ways. One with fuel, one with tyres.
You are free to choose the energy you need based on your balance and tyres.
Well, fair enough. He'll use more energy to defend, I'm sure, because Mike Conway is right with him. Interesting, isn't it, that the Alpine is very happy with that soft tyre, and when they had the opportunity to bail out of it if it wasn't working, they didn't need to. So again, it shows us that all of these different cars use their fuel differently, corner differently, make their speed in different places, are kinder or less so to their tyres. The Alpine clearly working well on that soft. And that, if it rains, if they are gentle on their tyres, might start to become a factor on how long they can survive on a slick, on a wet track compared to somebody who might need to go for a wet weather tyre. That's all for the future, though. Let's take a look at this battle. McLaren ahead of the TF Sports Corvette.
Okay, it should be clear of hypercar traffic. Car behind bronze for position. Head down and eyes forward.
Yeah, so you get the feeling at this point for the McLaren car crew, it's just all about minimalising that loss. Clearly struggling for a bit of speed, losing a few positions, but you've got to try and maintain that position you can through to your next driver change. And then we've seen, I think that car started this race on pole position for good reason. They got some very quick driver lineups after this stint's done, probably.
I just saw the penalty being served by Gray Newell for speeding in the pit lane. Corvette in 4th place now, and in 5th as the Racing Team Turkey car comes up behind. Don't forget, this year we don't have 2 yellow Corvettes. We've got one, the 33 car, the other Corvette, also run by TF Sport, different team, quotes if you like, Racing Team Turkey in that black and red livery.
Yeah, Blake McDonald is definitely catching Antaresau at this point of the race. Car behind the 34, remember, started by Sally Jonic, and he's the silver driver. They've still got to get Peter Dempsey into that car, but it's all about this battle at the moment. Will Stevens, those 4 new tyres on board, now really giving Miguel Molina in the number 50 car real trouble.
What was Miguel Molina doing while that photograph was taken? If somebody said, who's this, without the Ferrari uniform, I'd be going, I'm not sure who that is. Anyway, Miguel Molina currently hanging on to 3rd place. Again, this Ferrari started on soft rubber, whereas the Cadillac started on the medium tyre. They both seem to be well suited to it. So this is down to a battle of equals. This is basically where it comes down to driver on driver.
It's not a battle of equals. Don't forget that Will Stevens took a brand new set in that final pit stop of medium tyres. So this is new tyres versus a stint old tyres at this point.
Which means that Will Stevens needs to get a hurry on and actually get by the Toyota by the Ferrari to actually be able to use that new tyre advantage before it's gone.
Well, it will live with you the entire stint, so this threat is very real from Stevens right now from Molina. But the more that Molina can hold up the Cadillac during this stint, the better, because with track position on his side for Molina, it means that when he gets new tyres for the next stint, maybe, or maybe in another stint's time, who knows, it's going to be pulling away from the Cadillac effortlessly. So you're absolutely right. Stevens has to get that all-critical track positions right now. If he can't, with a set of 4 brand new tyres on that thing, then I don't know how he's going to get by.
Ooh, Molina riding the curbs pretty hard there.
He's
now,
thinking.
Molina is asking for help from the team. Give me something here. Throw me a bone.
It's not speed. It's grip where they're catching.
All right, So it's grip where they're catching. He doesn't know that Will Stevens has got new tyres. The team need to tell him that. And that makes it, and then he knows, okay, it's really vital to hold him up. So the battle continues, and it does look as though Will Stevens can make the Cadillac neater and tidier, riding these curbs, sliding around a little bit less.
Well,
that's the bonus
the grip's with you everywhere.
Rubber, yeah.
The grip is with you everywhere. It's under every braking zone. It's under every traction event. It's over the curbs. It's great. It's a joyous position to be in for Will Stevens. But you must overtake that car in front. By doing what Cadillac have done in the pit stop, you don't want to be burning up a set of new tyres here. You're not driving them to their potential maximum, and you're sitting in dirty air, sliding around more than you should do on them. So yeah, he has to drive out of his skin now to make sure he can get by.
Back with our LMGT3 lead battle.
Here we go.
As Stevens comes up the inside and Miguel Molina into, well done in the truck, into Tamburello. We were just looking for a potential pass in LMGT3, and it came here. Will Stevens using that new tyre advantage, Anthony.
Well, when Molina said it's not in straight line speed, well, the Cadillac certainly had a little bit more there, didn't it, before the braking zone. But when you came to the braking zone, look at, we talked about that grip's with you everywhere. That's how much later he could brake. Brilliant move by Will Stevens. Obviously flattered by the fact he's on brand new tyres, but he had to get that move done, and get it done he has. That came at just the right time there for Will Stevens. What a move.
Yeah, really good stuff from Will Stevens. Just very incisive, absolutely no question, I'm coming. Nick Nielsen watching from the Ferrari box, and again, this is 83 under pressure from 7, so this is for 5th place. The yellow Ferrari, the AF Corsa car, right behind Phil Hansen is Mike Conway, and the BMW and Alpine battle is closing, I think, on those two. So again, I think Phil Hansen maybe just trying to sip a bit parsimoniously on the fuel, is holding up the Toyota, and actually that could help him. If these guys get close to the back of Conway, that's going to diffuse Conway's attack.
But if this is the lead battle in GT3, down the inside he goes. Not quite. He's done it once before into that Villeneuve chicane. Not this time around. Are you going to switch back on the inside or try and drive around the outside? A little dummy, is it? Or does he get it done? That's very close stuff. I think he might have the momentum going up the hill here. Not quite.
Just able to open the steering and keep the throttle buried enough to hold off Tony McIntosh. But again, like when McIntosh was challenging the McLaren of Antares for the lead, he is all over the back of that Ford Mustang.
What I was going to say, well, we got hopefully a little bit of a moment here with no overtaking, is that the Alpine, who's also on fresh tyres, now knows that Stevens overtook the Ferrari. What's going to happen here into the top chicane? Is it another look? It's more difficult to get it done into here, but he's going for it.
He's almost bump drafting him into the chicane. Does he get through? Yes. Is it a block pass? No. There's just enough room for Gattuso in the blue and white Ford Mustang to come back through, and almost an overlap. Could he get the door shut? He can't, but he's going to have the inside line at the bottom of the hill. Too late. The BMW has the advantage, carries the momentum into Rivazza. This is World Championship class racing. Great stuff by both drivers.
That all started, I think, with Stefano Gattuso just marginally wide 3 corners earlier, and Tony McIntosh set that up beautifully. The bad news for the rest is Tony's quite new at this, and this has been a stellar drive to the lead of the race.
I think Gattuso, he should have braked a bit later into Rivazza 1. You were right, Martin. He had the inside line, and I think he'd be kicking himself for that one, not just being a bit braver on the brakes, being a bit deeper. And this was the run up the hill from Acqua Minerale. McIntosh gets, oh, look at that for a little love tap.
I told you, bump drafting him up the hill. Fantastic stuff. So tight here. I mean, Anthony, you know what it's like to drive those corners. That is properly hang-on stuff.
I was very surprised that the move got done. Yes, he had the racing line on the braking there, did McIntosh on the outside, but in reality, it shouldn't have been possible. So, yeah, I was surprised it actually happened, but yeah, it was an effective pass nonetheless.
Big kudos, big cojones as well. Great racing. Now back to Phil Hansen, Mike Conway, and look who's right behind Conway, Ferdy Habsburg. So hang on, what's happened to the BMW? Habsburg's got by Renault Rast. Habsburg got by René Rast and is now right up behind Mike Conway.
On his fresher tyres as well. So like I was saying before, he's seen that if a Cadillac could overtake a Ferrari on new tyres, then he must have overtaken the car in front of him too.
So we tried to get those cars, very good job.
Yeah, now's the time where your tyres start to die off, and a fresh set of tyres will really come good. So it's a really interesting one to keep looking at as this race unfolds here strategically. The teams that pitted under that virtual safety car and put a brand new set of tyres on, that could really play dividend. I think that was a very smart move. It seems like it was a smart move at this stage, both from Cadillac at Jota and Alpine as well. And they've both overtaken a car, gained track position because of it.
78 Lexus still not moving from the garage, so effectively his race is kind of over. But Habsburg with a great opportunity. His race engineer actually suggesting he might want to overtake the cars in front. I think 30 is very much of the same opinion as well. He got a little bit separated from Conway in traffic. Conway in turn has got a little bit separated from Phil Hansen, and this is breathing space now for the British driver in that yellow Ferrari. Conway's under pressure from Habsburg. Habsburg's got very clean, fresh tyres on, and he's got his head down and charging.
But what it means is they've created this lovely tyre offset. Thank you very much, Alpine and Jota Cadillac, because this is going to come back at them later on in the race.
Oh, and there's Stefano Gattuso, rather. Oh, is that Gattuso? No, it's the other one. That's the 77 car, and that's Eric Powell. He was challenging Francesco Castellacci's Ferrari. There is the Ferrari, and that's trying to come around the Proton competition car. So all busy stuff here.
To unpick it, it's Yassi Shaheen in a bit of a sandwich there in the Montai car. It's the second of the Ferraris in the hands of Francesco Castellacci. So they've taken Thomas Fleur out of that car. So it's Silva, Francesco against Yasser, Eric Powell in the number 77 Proton car. They are terrifically difficult to tell apart. Right behind him, by the way, is the Ian James pedal, number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Aston's not having a great run so far here.
Really not, are they? Some tracks suit them a bit better, and in fact, I think faster flowing tracks are going to be better, both for Hypercar Aston Martin Valkyrie and for the LMGT3 Aston Martin AMR as well. We saw them going really well in tracks like Brazil last year. Spa has always been a good track for the Aston Martin team, so hopefully that will work for them. Well, we just saw the car in the garage, 78 back on the pit apron. One retirement so far. This is the 87 car. Number 19, the other Genesis car that stopped for a period. That is still running, still lapping, still gathering data. There's Ian James, Heart of Racing, number 27, right behind with the blue and bright yellow. Johannes Zelger, the Italian driver, in his first run in the championship in that Iron Lynx Mercedes. So this is all for position, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, nose to tail.
Yeah, lots of new for us to get used to. Colours, drivers, teams, and in certain cases cars as well. Would remind you, by the way, that number 19 Genesis that's had that long delay is back and running, so not a retirement for that 19. Martin, absolutely right. The only retirement so far is that Acodis ASP number 87 in hands of Petra Ambrescu. Lots of drive, we think, leading to retirement of that car.
Great view, different cars, different drivers handling the same corner on the same lap. Really easy to compare there. Well, here is Mike Conway chasing Phil Hansen. Let's hear from Conway's team.
Like the Alpine behind changed tires, so they have an offset here, they have an advantage.
And that's exactly the kind of information the driver needs. Rather than worrying about it, come on the radio, like Molina did, saying, oh, it seems to have more grip than me. It's a mystery to the driver. You need to be informed of the picture behind you, so it's not to panic for Conway when he sees the Alpine closing, inevitably closing up behind him and probably overtaking him as well at some point. Oh, look, the radar is out already. Rain is expected At 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. It's moving to the north of us, way over the north of Bologna, up sort of more Monza territory, and a little bit moving down to the south of us. Unsafe release, car number 92. That is the Bend Manthey car of Yasser Shahin. We saw it being released almost into the side of one of the Toyotas in that first round of pit stops, and they have been handed a drive-through penalty. Let's hear from the 83 crew.
Pressures are super high everywhere.
All right, so
with higher pressures, obviously it creates more heat. As the heat builds up inside the tyre, if you've got more air in there, air expands, and the problem is just exaggerated. So that's Hansen saying, I'm really feeling not tyre wear necessarily, just the tyre overheating, and, due to the higher pressures in the rear particularly. So yeah, not fun when you're battling a car around this track with a rear that's unstable through overheating. The only thing you can really try and do, move the brake balance a bit forwards, and also do a bit of lift and coast, and not. It sounds easier. It's easier said than done when you've got a Toyota bearing down on you, particularly with less fuel on board. But you've just got to try and be as smooth as you can.
The 78 Lexus has indeed rejoined the race after 13 or just under 40 minutes on pit lane. What are we learning, gentlemen? We're learning, well, Ferrari haven't lost a lot of their competitiveness. We're learning that Toyota have taken a step without a shadow of a doubt, but also in a variety of different ways and means. The Caddy, and for that matter, the Alpine, able to get stuck into a battle.
And what we've really learned on this track, which seems impossible to overtake when all things are equal, if you create a big enough tyre offset, and it takes around about a stint to a stint and a bit, you can overtake cars. And that is going to be valuable information for the rest of the team.
Clever strategy is really working here. This is the moment. Watch the yellow and black car almost into the side of the Toyota. And that is why Yasser Shahin, you just saw him driving through the pit lane in real time to serve that penalty. They knew it was coming, they'd been notified of it. You can't take it until it's been officially notified to everybody else. And so the moment they did, he took the medicine as soon as possible. So Tony McIntosh leads from Stefano Gattuso and Antares Al. This is the next battle back. And this is the second of the Mustangs, 77, Eric Powell, with Ian James and Johannes Zelger behind him. So, new look to the Mustangs. They're both the same paler blue and white livery, the new Ford Racing livery. And then Ian James, both Astons this year in Heart of Racing livery. So again, two cars that are harder to tell apart. And both of the Mercedes with a sort of dark and yellow combination. Zelger's car more blue and yellow, and the other car, 61, Martin Berry's car, more sort of black and yellow, or dark grey and yellow, so they are slightly different. Ian James down the inside, waits and makes the move for 12th position. Stick, that was neatly done. Well judged. It's not always easy there. You come over the brow very fast. It's a big braking zone. Of course, that's where he got fired off by a prototype in last year's race.
Well, it also seems to be a little bit of an Achilles heel, doesn't it, for that particular car into that Ravazza 1 corner. Not quite able to slow the car down, because that was on the inside, so he was on the proper racing line. Two different drivers, same corner, one on the inside, one on the outside, losing positions.
And there, right behind, Johannes Zelger, having his first World Championship start in the Mercedes. Most overtakingist driver. This is that thing.
It is now.
It's Sally Jolic in the race team Turkey car. So he's had an enterprising start to the race. He's up to 4th position. And Tara Zhao, the man who started on pole, in 3rd place. And again, almost everybody in the field to start with were the bronze drivers in the car. Each car in LMGT3 must have one bronze driver and one silver driver. The 3rd driver, you don't have to have one, but generally people do, can be anything: bronze, silver, gold, platinum. So they tend to be a gold and a platinum. Worrying about a loose, he's obviously got a vibration somewhere. They're looking at that right front tyre, doing the thing that you do, wobbling it around, and the left rear, right rear, seeing if there's a bearing or something's not attached. You heard the air gun going again, just to double check the nuts are done up. clearly a vibration in the car. I have to say, if it stopped in gear and it's vibrating, if it was my car, I'd still be worrying about the transmission as much as anything else. It's not. However, Habsburg has gone by Conway. Where did that happen? Habsburg now charging up behind Phil Hansen, having moved up to 6th ahead of Mike Conway. Well, while we were watching the pit stop, Ferdy Habsburg pounced. You said he had the tyre offset, and he used it.
Okay, Mike, the Ferrari 50 ahead on soft is starting to drop its pace. He's 3.5 seconds ahead.
All right, the Ferrari's probably got 7, 8 laps still to go. Philippe Signeur at Alpine. There's the Michelin tyre engineer for their team. Ferdy Habsburg in 6th place. That is his target right in front. Phil Hansen in the yellow number 83 Ferrari.
The most important thing for Habsburg and for Stevens is just to drive the tyre to its maximum, not over its maximum to try and get past the cars in front, and that's the important thing. Is they're really trying to figure out what on earth is going on here with the front suspension now potentially on that Lexus.
Yeah, looking for a loose joint, a loose damper. I mean, you know, if you've got a vibration, these things are quick. Let's make no bones about it. The hypercars sometimes make it look like an LMGT3 car is not fast. It is fast enough, thank you very much. Just well over 270 kilometers an hour at top speed. You need to make sure it's safe for your driver.
That's a message we heard from Mike Conway. Talked about the 50 Ferrari being 3.5 seconds ahead. Obviously, it's been overtaken now. That must have been a slightly older message. It's far more than 3.5 seconds.
No, I think the point was that the soft tyre on the Ferrari is bringing it back to this group, and it's more what's happening with the soft rather than where your gap is actually to the leaders.
It was more to how much Mike had lost in that move with the Alpine, is the point. Have to say, I'm expecting some form of commonality between the problem between those two, for those two Lexus. The timing is just extraordinary.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? I think what that message was, though, for Conway is saying, look, let's fight like for like right now. If we focus on Molina, he's starting to struggle, so that's our race. Let's focus on Molina, and he's only just over 3 seconds away. Forget about the Alpine for now.
Alpine will box 2 laps earlier compared to us. 2 laps earlier compared to us.
I was about to suggest, Anthony, in our sort of pre-race thinking, I think Alpine right now are maybe slightly outperforming what we expected. Flattered to deceive, really, though. One Peugeot in 10th, one in 12th. We thought they'd be a much more competitive proposition.
You see the energy graphics again on the left-hand side of your screen for the hypercar, the virtual energy tank. So the Toyota 26% versus that race leader at 36%. That 10% difference stayed consistent through this stint.
And we heard Habsburg being told that the Ferrari in front of him is going to stop 2 to 3 laps earlier. Habsburg with almost half his energy still left, down to a third for the Ferrari, so that's where that offset is as well. So Habsburg, don't worry if you can't attack him now. Give the tyres everything you can give them, and then he will be out of your way and you'll be in clear air again. Four hours, 15 minutes of the 6 hours of Imola still to go here, an hour and 3/4 into this and heading towards the second round of pit stops, although that will be immaterial to a Codis ASP. Neither of their cars really running well. Ferrari lead from Toyota, Cadillac in third with a change of tyres at 35, Alpine at 30, Habsburg in 6th position, also on fresher rubber, starting to move up the field as we watch the battle for 11th. Alpine, Peugeot as we ride with Paul di Resta and Aston Martin.
Yeah, on board with Paul di Resta. And it's going to be interesting to see how these offset strategies actually do pan out. Disagree that it's just 2 to 3 laps difference at offset for the Alpine. I think it's a little bit more than that. 29% plays 46% on energy at least.
So the 36 car with Makawiki in front of Di Resta started this race and continues on a full set of soft tyres, Di Resta on a full set of medium. So maybe this part of the race is starting to become more in Di Resta's favour.
Look how close the blue Alpine was to the back of the yellow Ferrari there as they caught traffic. Unfortunately, the DK Manthey Porsche just separated them, but around the outside comes Mike Conway. He's coming a long way down the outside, into the inside, can't get by Antarazao and the McLaren, so it's a net loss for Conway in that traffic. And worse than that, Jim, he's got the number 20 BMW of René Rast right behind him. There is Conway. We're with Rast right now. This is the battle for 7th.
Yeah, this is René Rast coming back at Mike Conway.
And I didn't expect this, actually, because Conway and Rast are on the same strategy. They're on the same tyre age, so this is a genuine fight for pace here.
Got already vibration, but I don't know where from.
Never a good thing, but here he comes on the inside of Conway. I've got vibrations. I'm just going to pass this Toyota anyway, but could you have a look at it when we stop?
And these two, don't forget, they clashed last year at the Variante Alta chicane, and Conway was pretty quick to blame Rast in that moment, but Rast has got through cleanly this time.
I wonder if Rast has picked up some debris or some rubber having to go ride around GTE traffic, GT3 traffic. That happens quite a lot to the hypercars. The more you run offline, the more likely you are to pick up muck, and that's more likely to cause an imbalance in the tyres.
So Conway in trouble here. Yeah, this was through a lack of momentum that he lost that position because he was catching the AMG through that first chicane. And this is how Rast capitalised on that one, set himself up beautifully. See that extra momentum at play right here? He read that situation very well, but also a bit of luck on your side in traffic at the same time, but you've got to be there to capitalise like he did. But I'm surprised that Conway's starting to fall back. Has he got a problem? Has he just overcooked the tyres? You wouldn't naturally expect the BMW to catch, overtake and pull away the car number 7 with exactly the same tyre age and actually even a little bit more fuel on board than what the has got. Last time we saw the energy graphic.
So is BMW coming better in a longer run. So the Lexus back on pit apron. I think it'll be another exploratory lap. If the vibration is still there, I don't know what you're due to do. Phil Hansen now trying to hang on from Ferdi Habsburg. And this is meat and drink to the Alpine team. This is really what Philippe Signot has been talking about all week long. We really want this car to perform. We want to show that we are potential race winners, that we've got what it takes. Driver change down in the pit lane, and that is the 21 Ferrari. Francois Heriot bails out. He has completed, we've got to 1 hour and 48 minutes of the race. You have to do 1 hour and 45 as a bronze or a silver driver. So Francois Heriot has done his time, and they are stopping under green.
I gave you some Vitana biscuits to have energy on the pit wall, mate.
No, you are doing well, that's great. Just keep an eye on the front locking, and go a bit rearward on brake bias if needed.
Never stop being Ferdi Habsburg. He's obviously like short on chat from the pit wall. I gave you some biscuits before the race. Oh, is that the 54 Ferrari? Yes, it is. So 54 car.
Just didn't see him.
Which has got Francesco Castellacci at the wheel, having taken over from Thomas Floor, who started it.
Which means that Thomas is going to have to get back in the car at some point.
Correct. The other stopper, by the way, we saw 21, who's just coming out. 27, Ian James stopped again at the first possible opportunity to hand the car over with a full tank of fuel and new tyres to another driver. And in fact, it's Zach Rubachon who's taken over the 27 car, and Simon Mann who has taken over the 21.
So as I read that, that was just a racing incident. Two cars just tripping over each other, one unsighted. The Porsche had the gap when he went for it. The gap was genuine, and then it closed as they came to the braking zone. So although you saw the cars touch, nothing malicious, no harm done at least to either car. It's just one of those things where a tight track like this one, very wide cars, and multi-class racing is surprising. It doesn't happen more often, but it was a move that definitely on paper was valid as it was pulled off. So is this another? No, this is another move somewhere else. That is the Valkyrie. Is that over? Is that
Yeah, that's the position. That's Harry
Position.
Tickle going by Paul Di Resta. So Tickle moves up into 12th place. And Ferdy Habsburg being told that Antonio Felix da Costa will take over these tyres. So Ragnar mercilessly, no. So
exactly. Yeah.
That's no. He'll take over the car with these tyres on though. So trouble for Rene Rast. All of that hard work undone. A drive-through penalty for VSC procedures.
Yeah, that car running in 7th place, the better place of the two BMWs. Meanwhile, as I say that, fastest lap of the race goes to Will Stevens, back in pursuit of Brendan Hartley. Battle for 2nd position. It's a 1:32.650. The gap, 2nd and 3rd, now 2.5 seconds.
And he was in fresh air as well, nearly 3 seconds behind Hartley. The actual important point of Ferdy Habsburg is they will run longer, so they're having to overcut the drivers who stop in front of them.
Okay, I'm going to look after these tyres and fuel, okay? And you do the strategy thing.
Copy. That's great teamwork. Yeah, great teamwork between driver and engineer. I think he's realised that getting track position with the Ferrari, that's not their fight today. It's not their race. So having been told from his engineer, you've got to hand these tyres over to your next driver in the next pit stop, suddenly it switches the mindset of where you are right now, and you do and that's where, being an endurance driver, you have to be selfless in that situation. As much as you want to be the faster driver and hand the tyres over completely dead to your teammate, you're thinking of the bigger picture. You have to. That you've got to think of the trio, the car crew that they have. You give those tyres over your teammate with some meat left on the bone, because otherwise, as a collective, you're going nowhere.
We have to go long, so bear that in mind. James Cottingham handing over the 91 there, I think, to Timo Boguslavski. Let's get down and hear from Francois Heriot and Bruce Chouany.
I am down in the Vista AF Corse garage next to Francois Heriot, just coming out of the car. A bit of a struggle today. What can we expect for the race?
Yeah, we're missing a bit of pace today, unfortunately, and Imola is a tricky track. It's very, very difficult to overtake, even when you feel a bit faster, but when you miss a bit of top speed, it's really, really hard to overtake. So let's see, maybe we would need a bit of help and a bit of strategy tricks to gain some positions. But when we are in free air, the pace is not so bad, so let's see what we can do in the end, to the end of the race.
If it rains, what will happen?
If it rains, it can shuffle everything, so could be an help for us.
Okay, good luck. You were not far from winning last year, so we were cheering up for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
He was one of the bronze drivers I asked about rain, and he pointed to his teammates and went, "That's a them problem, not a me problem," because the bronzes were not expecting weather before they'd exited their drive time window. So it is going to be maybe the silvers, maybe the gold platinum driver who'll have to worry about that.
Three-car battle in hypercar on screen. One other move in LMGT3 as we were preparing for that interview was a driver change to the 91 car. That's James Cottingham finished with his time. Timo Boguslavski climbs in. The point to make here, though, this, of course, is Montai, double championship winning team in the LMGT3 class, pitting for about 10th in with the bronze driver time done. Let's see what that brings them at the end of this race.
Rene Rast serving his drive-through penalty, so he can't do fuel tyres or anything else. This is just on the naughty boy step as he drives through, so they'll have to come back in. The third driver in that DK car, don't forget, James Cottingham was in a McLaren for the last 2 seasons, in fact, last year certainly. Timo Boguslavski, he's moved to Manthey from driving the Lexus. The third driver, Can Juven, making his World Championship debut. The Turkish driver is a platinum-graded driver now and a Porsche expert, almost beyond parallel in this field, maybe with the exception of somebody like Richie Leitz. So that is a massively strong anchor leg that they've got in that team.
Yeah, DTM championship winner in massively dramatic circumstances, and they've got their eye on him for a completely different Porsche programme in the future, one with open wheels.
Nice, that should be fun. Now then, back to our lead battle. In fact, this is not the lead battle, this is some way off the lead battle. The 54 Ferrari, Francesco Castellacci, out behind Martin Berry. So Martin Berry in that Mustang, bronze driver, could have stopped by now. Clearly they feel the pace is good enough. They're going to get him all the way to the end of this stint.
4 laps, 4 laps. Let's stay in front. The silver driver driving behind you, but let's try to keep the position. 4 laps.
Spoke to Martin when he arrived in the championship last year, and the Australian was so excited to be racing in this series. The Mercedes at that stage was brand new to him, but he said it's a really good driving car for a gentleman driver, for a non-pro driver. It's thoughtful, it's kind to you, it looks after you, and he's doing the full stint here, a little wide there in Acqua Minerale. Francesco Castellacci gets alongside, he's trying to come through as they came up to the top of the hill to the Variante Alta. Castellacci with the inside line, but he will gain maybe a second or two as the Mercedes driver only has a few more laps to go.
And that's the point, isn't it? It's two sorts of strategy going on. In fact, 3. We've got 1 or 2 cars that will have to put the bronze driver back in. We've got others that stopped at the earliest available opportunity. And we've got others still, including the 61, that will run their full fuel stints and keep on that strategy. So that was a quick Claudio Schiavone in the pit box
garage,
there.
yeah.
Told me the paddock yesterday. He was hoping to be back. There's a big wobble there for Martin.
Yeah, in the Iron Links garage, an opposite age of the racing driver scale, Claudio Schiavone and Kimi Antonelli.
But it was that moment, like you spotted, Graham, in Acqua Minerale that just lost the momentum on the exit, and that's what allowed the Ferrari to go through on the inside of the top chicane. Not an easy move, though. You've still got to find the braking spot on the dirty part of the track.
Okay, Brendan, finish your drink and detach the drink. Finish your drink, detach the drink. Push and box this lap. Driver change for Joe. Good job.
Copy, box this lap, driver change, drink.
All right, so in is already the number 7 Toyota, and Anthony, as you pointed out, they short-fueled in the last stint, so even with a full tank, if they'd stopped a lap or 2 earlier, they would have to stop a lap or 2 earlier. This time, there's more of an offset. Nick de Vries taking over the number 7 car from Mike Conway, the starting driver.
Yeah,
Quick check underneath the car as well. Looking for bits, I don't know.
It was Nick de Vries that qualified the car yesterday, outpaced by his teammate Rio Hirakawa, who is due to take over from Brendan Hartley. I was confused by the message as I read it out. We were listening to it, but as I read it, it said for drill, but I think it meant Rio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it didn't sound like Rio either. Hartley on 0 fuel or 0 energy, as you can see. Molina due to come in as well, only 5%, so maybe 1 more lap. Phil Hansen similarly. So again, we've got that tyre stagger, we've got a fuel offset coming into play as well. All sorts of different hands being dealt at the moment. Who's got the right idea? Come back to me in 4 hours, 1 minute and 17, 16, 15 seconds, and I might be able to tell you. Until then, no clue.
Yeah, so there is Hirakawa getting in. So he qualified a brilliant lap, or a couple of laps yesterday, to put that car ultimately P2 on the grid. And Hartley was basically matching race leader James Colado's lap times, lap for lap, kept it around 2 seconds that entire second stint. So great job by Brendan, but of course had 10% less energy available.
Driver change here at the 50 Ferrari as well. So Miguel Molina has done his job. We'll wait and see whether Nick Nielsen gets fresh tyres. They are poised. This doesn't look like they're trying to fool another team into coming out into the pit lane. You hear the air hammers going, so it will be a full tyre change for the 50 car as well. That started on softs, Anthony, so it'll be interesting to see what goes on to the car.
Yeah, that was not a full set of brand new tyres, though. No dinosaur print on those ready to go on the Ferrari.
83 goes back out. Ye Yifei takes over from Phil Hansen. So, as is so often the case, it will be Robert Kubica who will do the anchor leg.
So 4 hours to go. That's the 2-hour markers during these pit stops.
That's the interesting thing with endurance racing. We see it play out mostly in the LMGT3 category between different drivers because of the grade system. But you still get differences with driver speed every time you have a driver swap. So it might not just be about the car. Drivers can bring different performance.
Go, go,
as
go.
well.
Outlap mode on. Outlap mode on. We have three mixed set. Watch the white line on the exit. It will be close with the Alpine.
All right, so James Collado still leads in the 51 Ferrari from Will Stevens in the Cadillac, Ferdy Habsburg up to third in the Alpine. I don't think any of those teams would be happy with that being the top three. And I'm sure the fans will be pretty impressed as well. There is Ye Yifei. So a mixed set. Now, does that mean some used, some new? Or does that mean that they have gone... Does that mean they've gone soft left and medium right? That might have been what we were seeing.
Well, while we're working that one out, also on our screens, cars 12, that's the Cadillac Team Jota car, Will Stevens, and 50, Miguel Molina's Ferrari. Under investigation, yellow flag turn 13, an hour ago.
Antara Zhao and Sally Jolic again, all going to the end of the fuel stint. In comes the race leader. So those two bronze drivers, Antara Zhao has started on pole. Sally Jolic, who was up into the top 3 or 4 in that Racing Team Turkey car. They've done a full stint. They've handed over the cars now to their silver, gold and platinum teammates. 51 is in, driver change as well. So James Collado's double stint to open proceedings has finished. And in comes the seat for Alessandro Pierguidi. Or was it Antonio Giovinazzi? There's so much gold on all these helmets because they are the world champions. It's a little hard to read. We'll wait and see. Those seats, by the way, that Ferrari use, especially for cooling the driver, they help keep the core temperature low. They blow air through a mesh that's buried inside the seat. Very, very successful in helping keeping the body temperature of the driver down, whatever the air temperature in the cockpit is doing.
Yeah, it's Pierguidi, by the way. Martin has just taken over from Collado, who, got to say, did an incredible couple of stints there to open this race. It's exactly how he would have wanted to go. And Pierguidi there just connecting the last final bits and pieces to the helmet. You've got the fan on top of it, of course. You connect yourself during the driver helper waiting there just to his right-hand side. You can see, look, gets to work, belts go over, the tube is still yet to go on to the top of the helmet, the lap belts get done up. It's impossible for the driver to feel that from in that cramped position. So it's massive pressure on the driver helper, and you practice this over and over throughout the course of the weekend, and then the job's down to, once the driver's in, job's down to the mechanics. Once that fuel hose comes off, the tyre guys and girls can get to work, and here we go. You're only allowed 4 mechanics over that pit lane line at any time.
Now, those left-hand softs have been used before as well. They did not have that dinosaur skin pattern, so he's gone left-hand soft. Not quite sure what he's got on the right-hand side. So is this the first start in the race for Victor Martin, or was that Jules Gounon taking over from Fred Makovici? Another driver change. Really great opening stint for Tony McIntosh in this BMW. Again, the bronze driver goes all the way to the end of the fuel and then brings the car in for its driver change.
The difference here, you see the driver gets out and then becomes the driver helper in the GT3 category.
That's all to do with the limits on the number of crew you can have over the white line. We know every year more and more people are coming to join us and becoming fans of endurance racing. It can be complicated. As a for instance here, compare this with a Formula 1 pit stop. 23 crew members in a Formula 1 pit stop with the FI World Endurance Championship, fuel, tyres, and anything else you need to do with a very limited number of people over the white line and able to work on the car at any one time.
Race leader Will Stevens owes us a pit stop. 72 laps in the book for the Cadillac. He stays out ahead of Ferdy Habsburg and Kevin Magnussen. And there is the 94 Peugeot heading off. Loic Duval opened the batting for Peugeot. And I think he got out there, but didn't catch up with that in time. But here is our race leader, Will Stevens. He'll be in the pits fairly soon. But let's catch up with one of the stars of LMGT3 so far, Tony McIntosh, who's just bailed out of that green and white BMW.
Well, I'm next to Tony McIntosh down in the garage, just jumping out of the car. What a debut into the series. The most bold and gutsy overtaking maneuver that we've seen.
I don't know about that, but it just seemed like the Lexuses and the McLaren, they just have so much top speed. So I only have a few corners where I can make that happen. And when you see a gap, you just have to weigh the chances, and sometimes you just got to go for it. I knew I could put some gap between me and the other guys on the infield because our number 69 WRT BMW GT3, wow, that's a lot of mouthful, but that car is amazing on the infield, and that's how we set it up. WRT has done an amazing job. BMW killed it on the setup.
And you made the most of it. Congratulations, and go have a drink. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Well, it's really great to meet Tony this morning and have a good chat with the boys in the crew. They were so up for this, and you've got to say, Anthony Davidson, whatever the car, whatever, he was super aggressive. He really took his opportunities with both hands.
Yeah, he was being humble there, wasn't he?
Yeah, really was.
And yeah, he put some great moves in. He capitalised on all those moments that he saw a glimpse of hope. Like he said, he didn't have the straight line speed to simply sail through. And so he had to do it the hard way under the brakes.
Blue and yellow, no longer number 46. This is now 79. This is the other Iron Lynx Mercedes that we were looking at a little bit earlier. So this car now in the pits, coming in from third place, Johannes Zelger. So he didn't. Did he start the race? I don't think he did start the race in this car. Maybe he did. So it could be a driver change going through there as well. Wait and see what their routine is. I think Zelger did start the race, and he is the bronze driver. So Matteo Cressoni, the silver, and another silver driver in the form of Lynn Hedanius, the Dutch driver who joined the World Championship for the first time last year. Hedanius now in his second season. So again, now field completely mixed up. It is the 77 car of Eric Powell that leads the Mustang, ahead of Gray Newell in the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And the gap between the top two, many seconds at the moment, but they will also have to stop for fuel. Nobody's got a really major offset in LMGT3. Racing in Imola, opening round of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2026. 6 hours of Imola, we have just passed the 2-hour mark, and it is Cadillac's Will Stevens who pits from the lead with Ferdinand Habsburg behind him. Let's get down to the pit lane and catch up with Shea Adam.
When he got out of the 88 Proton competition Ford Mustang, it was a round of applause for Stefano Gattuso, completely earned. How much did you enjoy that stint?
I enjoy a lot because for sure start the season in my home race is something incredible with all my family here, all friends and all the tifosi out there. So it's incredible, and yeah, I made a very good 2 stints. We started P9, and at the end we were fighting for the leading, and yeah, it's something crazy. I managed a lot the first part of the first stint because we didn't change the 4 tires on the pit stop, but we changed only the right side with the used tires, so I need to manage a lot in the beginning. But the car balance was mega. The feeling inside of the car was very nice, very good. And yeah, I enjoy a lot to drive here in Imola in the WEC.
Good luck. It only took 1 hour to get to the lead of the race. Let's see if maybe the 88 Ford can get back there.
Got to say hats off as well to Proton Competition for the work that they have done to translate the Ford into a really race-leading proposition. Drama, though, in the stewards' room for both the 50 Ferrari and the number 12 Cadillac that just stopped from the lead in the hands of Will Stevens. Both have been issued a drive-through penalty for not slowing down sufficiently in a yellow flag zone just after the 2-hour mark. So that's a quick reaction. Meanwhile, let's herald this for it needs it. 009 Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen leading the race. Now, the backstory to this as he comes into the pit lane is that in the prologue at the beginning of the week, coming out of the pit lane, Sorensen had a heavy crash that pretty much wrote the car off. And he admitted as much a couple of days ago, in fact yesterday after qualifying, that it's taking him a little while to get his head back together. I think he's done that.
Okay, no comment on driving. For this fuel load entire life, you're doing very well. Good job. Keep it up.
Now, Rio Hirakawa, one of the cars that stopped earlier on fuel, but Anthony Davidson has not got fresher tyres on, so they've... Oh!
Peugeot the gravel, 93.
Peugeot is off, and that could be a major drama now.
That's Nick Cassidy on an outlap.
Yeah, cold tyres, you can see how tentative he is over the curb. Oh, tank slapper over the curbs there in turn 3. Stuck in the gravel, tries to get out of it, but you hear the wheel spin. Oh dear, what a nightmare situation.
Can you try to put reverse, Nick? Try to put reverse. I don't know if you can try.
We saw Stoffel van Dorn watching from the pit lane, from the garage, and Nick Cassidy, no answer on the radio.
I mean, the car is intact, but yeah, just completely beached in the gravel.
Okay, Nick, we'll wait for the tractor to come and recover us.
Well, virtual safety cars here, everybody is down to 80 kilometers an hour. And Anthony, this is just horrible stuff for Cassidy, isn't it?
Yeah, look at the wheel spin. I'm guessing all 4 new tyres on that car. It's so difficult without tyre warmers. And that little snap he had in turn 2 exit then created the inertia, and the tank slapper, when he turned right, the rear was already pendulum round. It pendulumed round from the snap he had in turn 2. So really unfortunate that happened, but it's just this risk and reward situation the driver's in when you're on brand new tyres.
And of course in testing, they'll have done that, but that's testing.
Yep, exactly. It's a different...
And it almost doesn't matter if you lose a little bit on the outlap. In a race, then there's a whole different impetus. And like Duval, what can you do? You just look at it and go, okay, let's see where we end up.
There's a heady irony that you were just describing, a not dissimilar moment for Marco Sorensen in the prologue. Pretty much the same things. It was cold tyres, loss of control. In the case of Marco, wiped the side out of the car, which damaged the tub, which meant they need to rebuild the car around their spare tub. In this instance, it's done some damage in the race, but no damage to the car by the look of things.
No, he didn't hit anything, did he? Okay, so let's reset. Rio Hirakawa leads the race. Now, for those who were going long and having to overcut rivals who had changed more recently, is this a good thing or a bad thing? It means that the rivals who are trying to catch them don't have the speed, but nor does anybody. So Rio Hirakawa leads from our poleman and early race leader in the 51 car now, Alessandro Pierguidi. Will Stevens third from Antonio Felix da Costa, former Jota teammates of each other, and Anthony Davidson will be battling nose to tail or in that proximity. The 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen will have to serve a penalty, as will the number 12 car of Will Stevens, and they can do it behind the virtual safety car as Nick Cassidy rejoins, and in the pit lane, Nick de Vries taking tyres. It's a very dusty Lion, and of course he will get 0 tyre temperature now at 80 kilometers an hour. So he's going to be, when they eventually restart from behind the safety car, having to work very hard to get rid of the gravel, but also...
Let's have another listen to this wheel spin. When you're wheel spinning away in second and third gear, you know that when you get to the first braking point, it's going to be pretty treacherous. And it's just so hard. For me, it's the hardest thing World Endurance Championship driver has to navigate this. Since going away from the lack of tyre warmers, is the hardest challenge for a driver. And just to weigh up the amount of grip you do or don't have. So horrible moment of realization for Nick Cassidy. His first season in the World Endurance Championship, first race in the World Endurance Championship with this new team Peugeot that he finds himself in. And yeah, that's but I can totally empathise with how difficult it is for all of these drivers. And now drivers that hadn't pitted, of course, or drivers that had stayed out there, teams that decided to stay out there without changing tyres. Drivers like Ryo Hirakawa, for example, compared to the likes of car 51 that did take a right set of brand new tyres in their last pit stop. Now is a golden opportunity to put that right. You've got a free tyre stop almost. So yes, you'll lose a little bit of track position, but you can change all 4 tyres almost for nothing.
Okay, Nick, I know the situation is hard, but I would like you to stay positive. Okay? I would like you to stay positive, and we'll push, mate, we'll push, okay?
Yeah, it's completely my fault, so I'm just very sorry.
Yeah, don't blame yourself, we are looking forward, we'll push now, okay? We restart the race. We never give up.
Yeah, he's obviously a well-accomplished Formula E driver and a proper pro, top-grade driver, and it can happen to anyone. So his engineer's completely right. Head down, forget it, and let's make the rest of this stint good.
Leaders both in, 8 Toyota, 51 Ferrari, both in to top off, and here we go. Change of tyres on the left-hand side, mediums going on, both cars. And left sides only on both. It looks like it. So Toyota.
But they maintain track position, yes. Toyota. Wow. So what they did, that gamble they made by not changing Hirakawa's tyres before, they've just won track position by doing that.
They were already in front of the 51 and maintained it because they both made the same stop, didn't they?
No, but the Toyota didn't change any tyres first time round. That's how they got the track position. The Ferrari changed just the brights.
VSC worked in their favour,
so
definitely.
You could change all 4 pretty much in the same time it took to change just the other 2 for the Ferrari, and they come out still in front of them.
In the pit lane also the number 50 having fuel but yet to serve its penalty.
Okay, Dio, so you're still out ahead of 51. Car 12 will be ahead on track, but they have a drive-through penalty to serve. New tires, watch for gravel in turn 2, and we're still under FCY conditions. Make sure that's still on.
Right, just a reminder, the 50 Ferrari can come in and take fuel, but cannot serve its penalty behind virtual safety car or safety car. So that still needs to come. Let's catch up with Toyota and Brendan Hartley.
And I'm down in the Toyota garage with Brendan Hartley driving the number 8 Toyota. Brendan, a really good job so far. Can you take us through the gamble that you took by not changing the tires? And now it seems to have paid off because you gained track position.
Yeah, the team's done a great job so far. So I took the start. I knew it was going to be hard to keep position from the Ferrari behind. They started on the soft, so they had a bit of the advantage into turn 1. We bided our time. We undercut them at the pit stop and decided to go triple stint on tyres. So I think we've done a really good job looking after the tyres, seeing the vision of the race, and yeah, this time it worked out for us. So I think the Cadillac 12 was in a good position, but they've had a drive-through penalty. So yeah, it's pretty tight with the Ferrari ahead. The number 51 on the medium was quick. I was able to just keep with him, so it's going to be a tight fight to the end. But I was having fun out there. I love driving around here. And our new car looks great. Before I even hopped in it, it looks fast. And I see a few red shirts in the grandstand as well. So yeah, we're going to try go for the victory, but it's a long way to go.
Yeah, you guys seem to be back into the mix, and it's really nice. There is your helmet is over there. I was asking, can you take us through what is your helmet? I think it's your daughter that designed it for you.
Yeah, actually, I have 2 different ones, very different. They're one of a kind. So yeah, we went to the paint shop with a few different colors and had a lot of fun. Actually, it was all her, other than the sponsor logos. And we did the same last year. It's been a bit of an evolution, so it will be fun to see how they
how they progress over the next years.
So she painted the helmet and you varnished the top?
Exactly, yeah.
Wow, fantastic. I hope it brings good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Cheers, yeah.
I have some bad news for Brendan Hartley. I'm afraid the red shirts in the grandstands probably aren't Tota. But
I think it was a bit of it was a little bit of a sarcastic comment from Brendan.
There are a few, but let's just remind you where we are. It has been a confusing few minutes. That's off for Nick Cassidy brought out this virtual safety car. Now the safety car will make sure that they've actually picked up the leader. Looks like they have. 78 laps complete. The number 12 car will lead the race, but must come through for a stop, for a drive-through penalty as soon as we go back to green running.
As will the number 50, and so that means that our actual race leader, once we go back to green, will be the number 8 Toyota, from the 51 Ferrari, from the 35 Alpine, and then the AF Corsa car number 83 will be up to 4th position once those penalties are served. 17 Genesis is still going round. It's up to 13th now. It's ahead of the 38 Cadillac and the number 20 BMW, as well as, unfortunately, Nick Cassidy. Garage 59 back in front in LMGT3 with the number 10 car. The BMWs, Parker Thompson, Sean Gilale. Then the 88 Proton Ford, Gianmarco Leverato ahead of 21 Simon Mann, Racing Team Turkey. Peter Dempsey, the man who put them into the Hyperpole. He's the man who is currently at the wheel. Well, Genesis have completed their first racing stints. Shea Adam is going to catch up with a very familiar face for endurance racing fans.
Andre Lauder, you've done 10 full seasons in the World Endurance Championship. You've been champion twice. This starting off a brand new program with a new team, and now you've completed a stint. Does it feel like you can let that breath out now that that box has been ticked?
Yeah, it's been an emotional moment for the whole team because we put so much work and heart into it in this short time to put everything together. It's a lot of pressure. And yeah, we got these first 2 stints ticked off without too many problems. Actually, I didn't have any problems. It ran quite smooth and better than expected. I was with the pack, so that was fun in the car as well. We start to understand the car a bit better in the race. So yeah, I really had a good time and it was nice to be back. Fortunately, sister car had some issues, but it's part of the game. And yeah, I think now we can learn from this and hopefully the rest of the race will go good and maybe we can, do some good operations and then move forward.
We're all glad to have you back. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear from one of the great champions of the FI World Endurance Championship.
And that's exactly why he's there at Genesis. You need a lot of experience from some of the car crew when you start a new outfit. Toyota did exactly the same thing when I arrived there. That's his role within the team.
Number 19 from Genesis, Magna Racing, and that is being driven by Mathieu Jaminet. The number 17 car, not being driven now by Andre Lauder or by his experienced teammate Pipo Tirani, but by the new boy, Mathis Jobert. And Jobert, the only silver-graded driver in the hypercar field. So he's a new emerging talent, Graham. He absolutely stood out in European Le Mans Series racing last year. So he's been a very interesting choice. And just again, over the weekend, a new record here of over 92,000 fans, 91,171 of them in Ferrari T-shirts.
It's about 17,000 more than we had 2 years ago. Last year, of course, was Easter Sunday. That brings its problems, of course, with public transport, but a magnificent turnout here. Yeah, Mathis Jobert, absolutely one to watch. One of a real stream of massive talents coming up through the ladder of endurance racing. Thierry Pourchaire in the number 10, sorry, the 10th place, 94 Peugeot amongst the rest of them. Malte Jakobsen, we've got used to Malte being part of the establishment, but a very young man who came up from...
Still only 14, isn't he? So, yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and it's really nice to say, it's great to have the experience, but eventually, as Anthony did, everybody feels, okay, Father Time has caught up with me. I think I'm happy now just to park this and do something else in my life. And so we need these young men. We need these, young emerging drivers to be given an opportunity. And it's really great to see that Peugeot have got and Genesis have got these new young guys in. Well, let's catch up with the Genesis team, and let's hear from Mathieu Jaminet.
Also, just to keep you posted, so you have two GTs behind you, then the sister car, then a Caddy and a BMW. Caddy and BMW are fighting for position with the sister car, so we see what happens at the restart, but then when the sister car will catch, we'll have to do a swap. And an efficient one to avoid impeding them.
Quick point on LMGT3. The race is led again by Garage 59 with Marvin Kirchhofer at the wheel of that car, which means they've put their full factory driver in the middle stint. We're going to see Tom Fleming, who set the pole position time in that car there, and that's a big amount of trust they're giving to him. They've shaken the pack up here. At the moment, this is not great news for them. They're burning effectively platinum time under a safety car. The other quick point to make here is about those drive-through penalties that are still to come for the current race leader and for the number 50 car. There's good news and bad news, isn't there? There's good news in that coming out of a safety car, they're going to lose less time, but they're going to lose a lot more track position in terms of the positions they're going to have to make up. And the final point, I think, here too, around the situation we've got at the moment, Team WRT really looking very strong here. Both cars right there with Parker Thompson and Sean Gillel, they're silver drivers.
Well, we expect the BMWs and Team WRT to be strong here, but Garage 59 coming into the championship with the McLaren, I think really doing a strong job. Pass around has started, so there was 6 or 7 LMGT3 cars in the queue who were further up the queue than their teammates, rather the class leader, and so they then are in danger when we go back to green of losing a lap potentially to the class leader, who would be right behind them in a tightly packed crew. So they are allowed to go around past the safety car and rejoin the back of the queue to avoid them losing a lap. So that's part of what happens behind the safety car. Of course, this happens at Le Mans as well, but because the track is so much longer and the gaps are so much bigger, it takes a little bit longer. It's all but invisible once we're behind the safety car here.
Now we're behind the safety car. We've got double yellows removed. That means the clean-up has been completed. Turns 2 or 3. We're going to hear, I'm sure, from race control shortly about getting this safety car up to full speed. Won't be long before we get back to green flag running. One big plus, by the way, for the hypercar battle. That wave by or the pass around rather, for the LMGT3s means we've got a great big pack of hypercars with next to no GTs in the first 10 or 15 cars in this train.
That's exactly right, because you remember when we had Phil Hansen talking about trying to catch the Cadillac in front of him at the last restart, but there was an LMGT3 car between them. That meant that Hansen was not as fast away at the restart as the hypercar, the Cadillac, and so he lost ground and effectively got attacked from behind instead of being able to try and make up a spot. In the Alpine garage, they're watching as the pack comes around to try and figure out when we're going to go back to green.
But they're in a really strong position here, our Alpine, because they're looking at a potential genuine third place right now. That last stint, they benefited like Toyota have by enabling themselves to put on another right-hand side of brand new soft tyres in that last pit stop. They sit on track just behind the number 51 Ferrari in fourth place currently. But of course, the car number 12 that leads the race, there it is, just flashes past on the screen, the Cadillac, that will obviously have to do the drive-through. So car number 8 will lead the race, 51 second, and the Alpine in third, genuinely.
So, stand by, you can do prep mode on. It's still safety car. You can go prep mode this lap and I will keep you in fourth. Safety car has still not instructed to go at faster pace. And also update from Phil. So safety car will now increase the pace. Update from Phil. The rear is a bit light, especially at the end of the stint and the second stint. So take care of the rears. At the moment we reach the peak of back temp and we are dropping now.
So former race driver Pedro Cachero, for a number of years, our safety car driver, will pick up the pace. Thomas Floor is leading the pack of cars on the pass around, so he needs to pick up the pace as well, because Eduardo Freitas will want to have the entire field in one crocodile before he releases the safety car. if those GT3 cars can catch the pack this lap, we should go back to green at the end of the next lap. So 2 safety cars for a total of 18.5 minutes so far, no full course yellows. In LMGT3, Garage 59's McLaren leading from the 2 WRT BMWs, with the Proton Ford 88 in 4th place. Vista AF Corsa, the 21 car, back up to 5th position. So they have had a judicious use of their pit stop time as well. Lots of smiling faces in at Genesis Magma. Both cars back out on track. Long delay for the 19, but as you heard, Mathieu Jaminet being prepared to allow the 17 car to go by. Mathis Chalbert is 13th in the queue. That will jump to being 11th when the 2 cars take their drive-throughs. So Genesis, with the new boy, the kid, the lowest graded driver in hypercar, will be looking for a top 10 at the restart.
Bit of a LMGT3 update. Remember I said to note where the position was of the lead Montai car when we went through that pit stop cycle. Pitted from about 10th or 11th, dropping back down the order with the switch of driver. That car has cycled back now up to 7th. Montai are coming here.
Yep.
It may not have ultimately the fastest car on track, but they're activating again what we've seen them do time after time after time, maximising what they can get out of every race. And from that, they've won 2 championships.
And of course, like Alpine at the moment, maximising what you've got is exactly what this is all about. All of the cars, because of the rule set, are ridiculously close together. The difference at maximum pace between the Toyota and the Ferrari yesterday, 11 thousandths of a second. You want close, we've got close, and that means you have to run it as close to 100% efficiency at all times.
Safety car in this lap, so it will be back to green. I think we'll see the 2 errant knaves in the 12 and the 50 on pit lane for their drive-throughs on the following lap.
Yes,
although pit lane is open.
But they can't do it now because they haven't started a non-safety car lap until they cross the start-finish line, I think. Let's see as we go back to green.
He's on new tires behind, new tires.
Well,
full speed for the safety car, full speed for the safety car.
It's a little immaterial whether Toyota is on new tyres or on tyres that are 100 laps old, because Will Stevens will have to pit at the end of this lap. I think that's basically just don't lose any more time than you have to, but he will want to make sure that he's not in a battle. But for the 51 Ferrari, now with Alessandro Pierguidi at the helm, they're in 3rd place. If Will Stevens is holding up Rio Hirakawa and number 8 Toyota, then that's good news for him. Back at the restart, 9th place, the number 009 Aston Martin. Alex Riberas at the wheel now. He's looking for a way by a BMW.
No, that's Cassidy just getting out of the way of the cars that are lapping him, Graham. So the Peugeot you saw just going slowly on the right-hand side of your screen, that was just Cassidy who's getting lapped by the cars, just peeling off and letting them go.
Yeah. So
okay.
Nick Cassidy now 2 laps down. So Will Stevens leading from Rio Hirakawa, Alessandro Pierguidi, then Antonio Felix da Costa for Alpine, ahead of Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari, due a penalty. There's the yellow Ferrari, and that is Ye Yifei with Nick de Vries behind, the second of the Toyotas, the red car. And here, there's the DK Manthey car, moving up to 7th place, back up to 7th place. He'd just been passed by TF Sports' Johnny Edgar, but Timo Boguslavski gets the spot back, and behind him, welcome to the championship for Benji Goethe, son of former world champion Raul Goethe in that Gulf, in the Gulf McLaren. So Will Stevens will take his drive through this lap, so I'm sure will Niklas Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari, but it is all arms and elbows once more in LMGT3.
It's not a bad time to take your drive-through penalty, because obviously you'll then have a real clear circuit after that safety car. You can get your head down and hopefully mitigate the losses, but yeah, just really disappointing for both car number 50 and car number 12. They were really in the heart of this race today.
Yeah, Yifei in that yellow Ferrari under real pressure. Here it is from Nick de Vries in the red and white Toyota. different look to the car. The paint makes it look very different, even if the car didn't have that notably bendy rear wing. And again, DK and TF side by side. The Corvette gets by this time into Tamburello, and the DK engineering car under pressure as well from the McLaren. Here comes Goethe.
Up the inside, or on the outside there. Drive-through's complete for the 12th and the 50, meanwhile.
It's funny, isn't it? Sorry, Greg. As soon as you see the pros taking to the wheel of the jet, it suddenly gets a lot more intense, and the margins come down as well, don't they? So the two cars getting fully side by side and not giving an inch before the Villeneuve chicane.
Will Stevens looking to leapfrog his way through, and he's got quite the advantage over the 50 in this traffic. Darren Leung, by the way, under investigation for an unsafe release. He's currently running, or he was running, in third place. It was well, in the car in Darren's hands. It's now with Sean Gillel runs third.
The slight problem with taking those penalties there for the two cars is that they've now got to get through all of the GT traffic while the leaders are in clear air, and the leader is Ryo Hirakawa. Worth pointing out, in Toyota's 100th start in the FIA World Endurance Championship. It is race 102 of the series. They missed the first two rounds back in 2012 because the car was not expected to race in 2012 and it wasn't ready until Le Mans. But this is Toyota's centenary race, and they are leading it with 3 hours and 23 minutes to go.
And it's a mark of the progress they've made on the statistical battle as we've watched them looking to break the toe from Alessandro Pierguidi. If they win this race, it will be a 50% success rate, 49 race wins in the WC.
But what's happened there with the safety cars and the virtual safety cars and the pit stop, that's been a total reset, what's just happened here. So it's effectively like Toyota have started this race in pole position and they're leading from the front. So there's no differences going on right now in terms of fuel or tyre strategies. This is a genuine fight for the lead, and for me, it looks like the slightly faster car is in second place.
Yeah, as Brendan Hartley said, we made a couple of aggressive strategic choices, and the virtual safety car, the second one, really helped us out. And sometimes you're lucky and oftentimes you're not. It may not just be that that's the only safety car, but right now, certainly that bravery has been paid off. And Ryo Hirakawa, what a lap he put in yesterday. We were seriously impressed with that. Of course, you know, the Toyota is always a competitive car in the race because the team operated so well. But that qualifying lap was absolutely top class to run Giovinazzi so close. And now, number 8 car and the number 51 car, very evenly paced indeed.
Good job, Ali. Keep putting him under pressure. Pay attention to your rear left.
It's a monster on the braking at the moment, this 51 car, closing notably more aggressively, driving at this stage Alessandro Pierguidi. I think they know they've got the quicker car. I think they want, we could hear from the engineer, getting him under pressure.
Yeah, you can put him under pressure all you want. I mean, we've seen this, it's impossible to overtake just on pure pace when you've only got a few, or if that, a few tenths of a difference between the two cars. What you really need is that stint to a stint and a half tyre offset. That's when we've seen overtaking happen. But that's not the case as it is right now. So what do? Do you try to pressurize a driver like Hirakawa into a mistake? I doubt that's going to happen. If you're trying to make that happen and you're trying to go for an overtake that's probably not possible, all you're going to do is damage your tyres. And that's probably what Hirakawa's thinking. I don't need to drive at 100% here, and I'll just let this guy behind me ruin his tyres for when I put my foot down when we reach the traffic.
Meanwhile, here is the other Ferrari-Toyota battle behind the Alpine of Antonio Felix da Costa. Welcome back to him. Yafei holding off Nick de Vries. A different coloured Ferrari, but it is essentially a 499P. It is exactly the same car as the Red Machines, just run by a separate arm of the team. So Nick de Vries chasing down Yafei. And at the moment, it is Ryo Hirakawa who leads Alessandro Pierguidi.
Radio, smaller cuts would be available. Smaller cuts are available. If you think they would be faster, up to you.
So that is, if you need it, you can lift and coast a little bit less. Right now, Do you think he needs it? I'm not sure he does.
No, absolutely not. I think the two cars are pretty evenly matched in terms of straight line speed, or top speed, I should say. And that means even in traffic, if you're held up coming out of second Ravazza, for example, and the Ferrari's right behind you, I doubt you're going to be under threat into the braking zone.
Riding on board with Matteo Geminet. This is the number 17 Genesis Magna team car, and as we predicted, battling for a position in the points. Dirt ahead, somebody's been across the gravel trap. This is the battle for 10th. The Peugeot in front. Oh, that's a lap back, isn't it?
This is the other Alpine, the other Genesis, sorry.
So he needs, yes it is, sorry, that's 19. Yeah.
And that 19, don't forget, Jaminet has been told if or when the sister car catches us, we have to let them by without losing them time.
Right,
they're still in the race.
And actually the sister car is right behind them. But the two Aston Martins with the Peugeot between them, that is for position. And again, fast forward or rewind a year ago, Aston Martin in all sorts of strife, trying to find pace, trying to work out how to get this car to work here. Now both cars in the top 10. And as you said, Anthony, because we've had those two virtual safety car periods, it's a level playing field. Everybody's on the same strategy, same amount of energy.
Yeah, in many ways, it's a bit of a shame because we did have those differences unfolding, and it was really interesting before that last safety car. But yeah, it's a reset. Still 3 hours, 18 minutes and a half to go. So a lot more can happen.
I think a lot more will. I'm sure we'll see more strategy, and as well here, because we've got a different variety of driver lineups in our LMGT3 field. Marvin Kirchhoffer, who leads for the number 10 car, he's their lead driver. He's their best graded driver. Then behind we got the BMWs. And here we've got the Ford hanging on to 4th place. And Simon Mann just behind Gianmarco Leverato as he tries to size up Sean Gelael for a pass. Gelael with the team 2 years ago, back with WRT. He and Darren Leung went to McLaren last year, have returned to BMW this year. And there's Raoul Frey on the WRT pit wall.
Yeah, sporting director at WRT. Fastest lap of the race goes to Nicholas Nielsen, just out from that drive-through penalty. He's on the charge, but a long way back, 41 seconds back from the race leader, and now back down in 15th place. Quick race control message, by the way. Investigations underway for VSC procedures, virtual safety car procedures. When you're having a bad day, you're having a bad day. One of them, Tom Van Rompuy, in that delayed number 78 car. The other, Victor Martins, in the 36 Alpine, running in 10th place.
On board again with Gianmarco Leverato. This is the battle of the 3rd in LMGT3. You can see the car that's in 2nd place, not too far in front of him either. And that is Parker Thompson, the Canadian silver-graded driver, in 2nd place in the 69 BM. That is the white and green BMW. And again, back to the wailing V12s of the Aston Martin Valkyries. 009, Alex Riberas ahead of Tom Gamble's 007. And Théo Pourchaire is the meat in the Aston sandwich. And Victor Martin right behind in the 36 Alpine, in 10th place. And Alpine, like Toyota, aggressive on strategy, aggressive on tyre choices in the first part of the race. We've still got 3 hours, 20 minutes. I think there's plenty of time to start making undercut and different tyre choices available to your driver as well.
Martin was really attacking the Variante Alta chicane. The car got all crossed up, but he just about managed to point it back in the right line as he hunts down the Valkyrie in front of him of Tom Gamble.
All right, let's catch up with Team 36.
Try to take care about the rear right, but cannot do much.
The problem on this anti-clockwise circuit is that most of the time, like here, you're turning left. And that then puts more load on the right-hand side tyres, and the driven rear wheel, the right rear wheel, is the one that is going to be burned up most. The left front, conversely, is the one that has, quote, the less hard time, if such a thing is possible with a racing tyre. But he's trying to avoid over-driving that right rear, but he's still trying to battle with the cars in front as well. Sebastian Bourdais in 38 just moved ahead of Mathis Gilbert in the number 17 Genesis. So Bourdais' caddy up to 11th place, and the cars of Will Stevens and Niklas Nielsen, they'll need to do something on strategy to have a shot at anything much coming out of this. Battle for 7th place here in LMGT3. The black, red and yellow of the Manthey Bend car. In fact, this is 12th, 13th, 14th. Ricardo Pera in the Bend car behind the blue and yellow Mercedes, which is being driven by Matteo Cressoni. And behind him, the Proton Competition Ford of Sebastian Priaulx. The last time we had a Priaulx racing in the World Endurance Championship, it was Dad Andy racing in Ford's GT squad with Harry Ticknell, actually, among others. And now his son Seb is racing for Ford, so making his World Championship debut in the Proton Competition Ford. There he is towards the tail of that gaggle of LMGT3s. I'm being reminded from the pit lane that, of course, as usual, my facts are not quite as factual as they are. Seb Priaulx racing for Proton in GTE. Never be afraid to correct me, Shea Adam, especially when you've got your under investigation now, and that's usually a pretty poor portent. That's Cope Powles, who comes into World Endurance Championship essentially from a background in rallycross. Could be handy here, hopefully not.
That was very tight, looking at that trio coming out of the top chicane with one of the Toyotas having to almost take to the grass with the GT, just trying to overtake the other one. That was almost a 3-into-1 situation that wasn't going to go, but somehow they managed to keep their noses clean. So we look back at the battle now with car number 8 versus 51. It doesn't look like there's anything that Pierre Guidi can do in this charge and the pressure that he was told to put Hirakawa down on. So right now it's status quo between the two of them as they thread their way through this long train of LMGT3 cars as Kazuki Nakajima looks on.
Yeah, leapfrogging up the order, having effectively caught the train released by the safety car just a few laps ago. It is under a second's gap without that traffic. It's far less than that if they come through the traffic.
And that's why Pierre Guidi can't just sort of relax a bit and allow Hirakawa to go, because you never know when that opportunity is going to come.
Sorry, Pierre Guidi, relax.
I know.
Really? Did you just say? Did you suggest that?
It's like a dog with a rabbit, isn't he? So he absolutely is keeping up the pressure, but as you said, this is probably the hardest track of the season we have to overtake on. So when you catch traffic, there's your opportunity, but then you know it's another half dozen laps before that all happens again, predominantly, especially because they're all bunched up behind the safety car. Are the team at Ferrari now going to start doing what Toyota did and start thinking, okay, we need to undercut them somehow, we need to short fuel, we've got a lot of race left to go to play this back out and sort of gather it back up. Now you're looking at strategic options as well as what your driver can do on the racetrack.
Well, now they've cleared the LMGT3 gaggle about to cross the line, and the next traffic ahead of them is the 54 car, and that's in turn 9. So what's that, 2/3 of the lap almost of clear air for these two to have at it.
I mean, usually you see it, you fight your mind in this situation. You think, okay, they've cleared some traffic, now surely we can get back to a race and see if they can overtake, but it won't be possible.
Okay,
like this.
Clean air ahead for the whole circuit until turn 12. Leave it to it, mate.
Yeah, exactly, because now the traffic is the threat of being overtaken when you're the lead car. It's the opportunity of an overtake when you're the car behind. With the cars being so even on pace, and right now you're not going to see just Pierre Guidi won't just drive up to the back of Hirakawa and overtake him in a clean fight like this. You need the traffic to that. You know, that's the aggregator. That's the thing that's going to cause the upset.
On board the 88 Proton Competition Ford. It's going to terms with the WRC BMW. And that is for third position. And indeed, Gianmarco Lavorato makes that, and that's the difference in speed as through comes the BMW.
But look at you see the dash as well. You see the red arrow getting closer and closer, and you know a faster car's coming, even though you can't see it because it looked like the sun was sort of blurring the screen out. The red arrows were doing their job in letting the driver know on the right-hand side there's going to be a faster car.
Also from race control on the driver's safety screen, it will have had a blue hype message, which means not that you're doing really well, bro, but that there's a hypercar coming up behind you. So a blue flag to let you know it's a faster car, and HYP so you know it's a really much faster car.
Hirakawa is doing a great job here. He's really found his feet in this circuit. As you mentioned yesterday, Martin did a brilliant job in qualifying to almost beat the car he fights on track right now. Giovinazzi toppled him by just over a thousandth of a second. What's going on up here at Piratella?
Well, that is Sean Gallale dive bombing the 33 car. Johnny Edgar coming back underneath him in that chrome yellowy goldy car. And so, yeah, Gallale having a moment ahead, and then Edgar coming right back at him.
It's Sean Gallale having lost 2 positions on that lap. We saw one of them go the way of the Mustang, and now another to a rampant Johnny Edgar. So all of a sudden it's McLaren, BMW, Ford, Corvette.
Now again, with more tyres available in MGT3, there is less need to double stint the tyres, but if you can get away with it, it'll give you an advantage.
Okay, Alice, so we are going to double this tire set. Just keep them under pressure. We are going to double this tire set, not keep them.
Well, Toyota now know that 51 Ferrari is going to double the tyre set, not triple it. But at some stage, you have to tell your drivers things, and everybody can listen in because it's non-scrambled and in English.
If you're the lead car and you've just heard that, well, you just copy it. Because if you're the lead car and you feel like you're not quite as quick as the car behind you, you just have to maintain track position. Yep. It's as easy as that. So Ferrari have to think of something else, as you were saying before, to differ the strategy, either through fuel or through tyres.
Do exactly what Toyota did and use pit strategy to undercut their rivals and gain track position. And they will have to do, well, we've already heard that they're doing something different to what was planned with tyres. And again, if you want to get track position, you're going to have to short fuel. The problem is, Toyota know that as well.
Okay, Leo, good job, good job. It's just you and 51 at this pace. There's a 7-second gap back to the 35.
And that's exactly the situation since we're back to green flag racing. Antonio Felix da Costa has been rather more in defensive than attacking mode. He's got Nick de Vries in his mirrors in much the same way as Rio Hirakawa is staring forwards, but when he does take a look back, you can see the very focused eyes of Alessandro Pierguidi.
It's good news for Hirakawa as well. Don't worry, it's just him. There's no one else in this. Literally no one else. So when you catch traffic, it's just you and him. When you're catching more cars, it's just you and him. And actually, Antonio Felix da Costa has got Nick de Vries climbing all over him. The gap is as small as this gap as well for third place. And there is a bit more of a queue behind them as well. Kevin Magnussen, Ye Yifei, Alex Riberas and the rest of them. So these guys, this is the race right now. It may not end up being the race, but right now it's just these two in splendid isolation.
A little bit of traffic, just the 54 car here. There's a little while before they get to the next gaggle of GTs.
And that is Thomas Floor in the 54, so he should be fairly easy to pass. They'll both go by him, I think. Meanwhile, this is third, da Costa, and fourth, de Vries.
This has been a pretty static gap for a little wee while. De Vries closed in, but has not been able to challenge for the pass yet since we went back to green flag running. Coming close now to the halfway mark in a 6-hour season opener, let's remember. Delayed start to the World Endurance Championship season.
It's Conway that's, sorry, not Conway, it's de Vries that's got the fresher tyres on. He didn't take a brand new set in that last pit stop. It was an old set from qualifying, but still, compared to the car he fights with da Costa, car 35, he's got the advantage because da Costa's left side of tyres are very old at this stage.
This is a really good battle. I was just about to say, look how aggressive Théo Pourchaire is being on the Aston Martin. He goes right by Alex Riberas. Probably the worst part of the track for those Aston Martin Valkyries is Variante Alta. It hasn't taken Teo Porcher long to work that out, and he pounced there. He's been stuck between the Astons since the restart. Boom, he's gone, and he will go away now as well. The Peugeot is actually pretty decent on the curbs, maybe not quite as good as the Alpine.
Yeah, Riberas carrying again, like we see this fight here with the Alpine for Riberas, very old set of left-hand side tyres. So, yeah, that's why we saw the overtake with the Peugeot there.
But the Peugeot's got even older tyres.
No, they took a brand new set of the
fresher. Okay. So, all right, on board with Tom Gamble, and he too trying to get by Alex Riberas. And again, both those Aston Martins, 2 driver lineups, both Peugeots this weekend, 2 driver lineups.
And not behind the 2 Astons, bit of a group led by Victor Martins, then Sebastian Bourdais in the number 38 Cadillac. Robert Kleins is just about there in the 20 BMW as well.
Yeah, so I don't mean both Peugeots, I mean both Caddies. Is that a position change between the 2 Valkyries? Was that Riberas being passed by Tom Gamble? It was.
Gamble is passed.
It was, so he's allowed him to go through, I think. So Riberas struggling on tyres. The car looks a proper handful.
Yeah, that left-hand side I've just found, 76 laps old.
Well, they're going to have a lot of new tyres in the locker at some stage later in the race, as we are 3 minutes away from halfway. You just know that Riberas is on the radio going, please give me some. Throw me a frickin' bone, as Dr. Evil would say. He's doing the best with what he's got, and he's building a cushion for later in the race where they will have a lot more fresh tyres left. The problem is what happens if it rains. Then suddenly all of those are out of the window.
Well, I was told 4 o'clock. We got a minute and a half.
Yeah. Well, weather radar doesn't show much of that. Don't forget, if you're watching us, wherever you're watching us, there is lots more available on our brand new platform, FIA WEC Plus. You can stream free practice 3, qualifying hyperpole, and every lap of every race ad-free and uninterrupted with extra onboards, plus full pro live timing, the same that the engineers are watching, and you can go behind the scenes with exclusive full access shows and WEC originals and a whole host of other content. You can subscribe now for free at plus.fiawec.com. In the pit lane, 21 Ferrari, and this will be a regular stop for Simon Mann, who stays in for fuel.
Yeah, on board just briefly there with Baptiste Chopet, who's with this group, by the way, battling with the Valkyries. Car 32, we said that this one was under investigation a little while ago. This is the number 32 Team WRT BMW of Sean Gallel, dropped down to 5th place. There will be 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release.
All right, back with the lead battle. Rear Hirakawa, Alessandro Pierguidi. Fastest lap of the race for the number 15 BMW in the hands of Kevin Magnussen. Fastest lap of the race for the number 94 Peugeot in the hands of Teo Porcher right now. So still relatively fresh tyres after that safety car, virtual safety car pit. But with the fuel burning off, K-Mag, has he not been out of the car yet, Magnussen? Did he just start it and stay in? There are only 2 drivers in the BMW, so you do 3 hours, I'll do 3 hours. Seems a reasonable way to split it.
It's the same for Will Stevens as well. He's still in the car from the start.
That pair, by the way, Will Stevens and Nick Nielsen, making inroads into the cars ahead. Their next target is Baptiste Chopet in 13, and they are in very much close formation. Nick Nielsen just a couple of tenths back from Will Stevens in 14th and 15th place.
Implacable Alex Wurz, what's going on?
Okay, the cloud cover may also affect the way the tire is working, so think about some things there. We still do not expect rain. No rain expected.
There is rain around. If you are north of Bologna, north of Modena, you'll be getting wet. If you're south of us here, in fact, if you're in San Marino, you're going to get wet. But right now, where we are is staying dry. But the cloud cover, you talked about the track evolving. That's part of it as well. Some of the heat of the sun will go from the track, it'll start to cool a little, and so the track will be a different beast as the race progresses.
Hirakawa's been a little bit more lucky through the traffic here compared to the man we ride on board with.
Reprimand for the 23 Harter Racing Aston Martin during their last pit stops.
It's Victor Martins passing the second of the Valkyries, making his way up the order here. That's 10th place, 9th place for him.
I have to say right now, Riberas is struggling so much, he's probably easy meat for a GT3 car as well, but right behind him is the Cadillac, Seb Bourdais. Bourdais and Bamba sharing the number 38 car this weekend. And both of them were actually trying to elect themselves to go to race in Long Beach instead, which they really love. Not that they don't like it here, but given the option, Seb really gels with Long Beach. That wasn't on the table. So they are battling to try and get into the top 10 ahead of Riberas in the 009 Aston. Ryo Hirakawa just holding that advantage. Ebbs and flows in traffic, as so often is the case. Alessandro Pierguidi trying his best to keep him honest.
Halfway, gentlemen. What does the term card say? Significantly more competitive down through the field in this part of last season. On board here with the Peugeot, the 93 car. And
well, Cassidy just couldn't get it slowed down, and he's not having much fun at the Tamburello chicane in this first stint. No, that's just the rear locking just as he turned in there.
And he is 16th at the moment. He is 2 laps behind everyone else in hypercar, and the only other hypercar behind him is Mathieu Jaminet.
We said a little while ago, there's under investigation 2 cars of virtual safety car procedures. Those investigations are complete, and the number 78 car, the much delayed surviving Lexus that runs last at the moment, and the 9th place Victor Martins pedalled, currently Alpine, will be getting a drive-through penalty apiece.
I was looking forward to seeing this silver driver that we ride on board with, Matthias Chaubert, in action in the World Endurance Championship. He was phenomenally quick in ELMS last year, but you're never quite sure of a driver's capabilities until you see them with similar drivers, similar caliber of drivers, and at the top level in a World Championship. And here he is in a brand new car in the Genesis, putting this group that we see here fighting each other under pressure.
Absolutely right.
He's been pushed right in off the high board into the deep end, hasn't he? Because not only is he at World Championship level as a silver, but it's also a brand new car that nobody knows anything about. So, yeah, baptism of fire. He's doing a really good job. Robin Fryns in the delayed 20 car, he too plucks a place away from Alex Riberas. Riberas down to 12. You're hemorrhaging so much time. You've got to do something. Surely they're going to bring him into the pits. Okay, you're going to lose track position, you'll be off strategy, but in a moment or two, he's going to be behind everybody anyway.
You're going to find, I think, Chaubert going by him as well, too. The other thing that they've managed to do is to fend off that charge back from the delayed Cadillac and Ferrari. Still in that order, by the way. They're just leapfrogging their way by the now on pit lane for its drive-through penalty 36 car. But that gap has been coming down with Matthias Chaubert, the tail gunner, but reasonably slowly. The pace has been good.
Antonio Felix da Costa on older tyres than Toyota's Nick de Vries, still hanging on to 3rd place. Part of this really is da Costa's attitude. I remember talking to him when he was racing an LMP2 at Jota a couple of years ago at Le Mans, starting 3rd on the grid. I said, what do you think your chances are? He said, I've got 24 hours to pass 2 cars. I think we've got a good shot. Well, that's the attitude that you want in a racing driver. And they ended up winning the race as well, so things worked out pretty nicely. Let's hear from da Costa's team.
And very good job on this front locking management, very good job. Good pace for the tires.
At the moment, I don't have much more for the grip than I have.
You are doing well, you are doing well.
Yeah, so the left-hand side of da Costa's tyres have done 65 laps and not far off of the as we reported the Aston Martin's tyres a few moments before. So yeah, Da Costa doing a great job hanging on to that position in the Alpine right now with faster cars behind him.
Yeah, he's not had the punch to stay with the top two, but he's done very well indeed to hold off Nick de Vries in what we know is a very quick Toyota today.
Yeah, not just a quicker car. They showed that in qualifying, but also has that huge tyre advantage as well as de Vries, but still can't find a way by.
Is that the switch? Is that the 12 now behind? It is.
Yeah.
That's the switch between the 50 and the 12s. Nick Nielsen has found his way by Will Stevens as they work on catching that group that's been harassing poor Alex Riveras for what seems like most of the afternoon.
Of course, they took that drive-through together, but they came in inverted. So yeah, that's some swift work there because they're on the same tyre age as well. So number 50 Ferrari has really got the pace, but that has massively hurt both of them, that drive-through.
Well, with this group coming through a lot of traffic now, look at the Genesis right up behind Riberas. Mathis Jobert, you're absolutely right, by the way, exciting talent. That's over, and he does it as well.
Do you think
big deep breath, a big intake of breath from both of us.
Do you think when Jackie X told new boy Jobert, just, you know, bring it home, that's all we're here for today, do you think that message went through?
Let's have a listen into the sister car.
So up to P12 with a penalty on the Alpine, and this car ahead like dropped recently. Go get him, no energy saving.
Oh, okay, so they've got other ideas than just finishing this race today. It's, yeah, I like that.
Well, we're more than halfway there. They're sniffing around a point-scoring position. Wouldn't that be a great press release for Cyril Abiteboul to be able to present to the board?
That would be incredible, but yeah, it's a long way to go, of course, from this point, and we've already seen very early on the sister car have some problems, so fingers crossed for the number 17 side of the garage.
Already enjoying this first race in the FI World Endurance Championship this year, but some real prospects to come. Remember, all sorts of factors in place in a system of in a season as varied as this. So through come, so the 50 car being put quite the gap there on Will Stevens. 3 cars between the two now as they make their way back up towards Alex Riveras and the pair of Genesis cars.
Oh, and that's the difference when you put the pros in behind the wheel with these GT3 cars. Not only do they defend each other, they're also defending where they feel like they can be or should be overtaken by the hypercars.
Yeah, car 92, team manager race control. I wonder whether or not that was, I don't think it was that little attempt, something maybe a little earlier, but all sorts of shenanigans going on. GT3 racing, always mesmeric, but when you add in the hypercars into the mix, there's something so special.
It's like a cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it? When you see it, like the GT is suddenly getting a bit scattered, and then they're back to their fight that they were having beforehand.
It's
I see a bit of bodywork hanging off the right-hand side. Mirror hanging up? No, of the Aston. Yeah, I think it's the mirror out of position. Yeah, just flapping around in the wind. So I wonder if they'll be getting ready the mechanical flag for that one.
Alex Riveras is on pit lane for what he will hope to move between the two AMGs, 79 and the 61. That is Matteo Cressoni now aboard the 79, the 61 in the hands of Rio Andrade. Oh, and Ricky Perra in the middle of the two.
You can see the Ferrari not knowing where to go, left or right, and that's good. The brake lights actually came on in a straight line.
There's no quarter given at all. It's basically like 150-mile-an-hour jousting, isn't it, really?
I was going to say street fight with going on in front of you and just trying to work your way through.
Coming through.
Yeah.
Now, Ricky Perra, one of the highly rated silvers in this field. Still, this battle goes on. Impressive from both of them.
You see the energy graphics just at the bottom there between Hirakawa and Pierre Guidi. So Pierre Guidi's used 3% more energy than that of Hirakawa. Kind of makes sense because he's been putting the pressure on the whole way through, but it looks slightly less so right now as they stand.
Now the 92. In fact, it's the AMG is the meat in the Montai sandwich here. Through comes the Alpine. So safely.
I mean, as the GT drivers, you're fighting each other, and you've got to be looking in the mirrors as well. Look at that, braking on the inside line, just to defend the position. That was brilliantly done, being pushed the entire way through the middle complex between Ravazza 1 and 2.
I get some afters from the second, the Porsches saw that happening. This is cracking stuff. They're going to come across the line 3 wide almost here. Ricky Perra with Matteo Cressoni.
I'm loving this.
Timo Boguslavski, who's going to come out of this? And it's going to be Cressoni. And I think it might be a change between the two Porsches as well.
He's going to try and go around the outside here. No, he has to yield. He wasn't quite far enough alongside, but that was excellent. He's going to go for the momentum though on the exit of turn 4.
I think he's got the quicker car at the moment. I think he's got the pace to pass Boguslavski, but he needs to do it carefully.
He's looking to the inside, but his teammate's got that covered. He knew the threat was there.
I'm not behind them, by the way. There's the Mustang. He's at both the Aston Martins, it is, and the other AMG. Side by side again, the two Porsches, with an Aston Martin looking to take advantage of any error there too.
He's trying to squeeze him right to the inside. He's finally got the move done around the outside, and now he's got to watch out for the Aston Martin that's coming through the inside as well. That's going to be a fight all the way down towards Akko Minerali, but he backs out of it.
Yeah, Zach
losing
Robichon.
positions, hand over fist.
Great stuff there. Ricky Perret goes off in pursuit of Matteo Cressoni, and you be guaranteed with a lap, maybe 2. It'll be almost like Formula Deja Vu.
We don't have their tyre info for the GT cars, unfortunately, but I would imagine that's slightly, there's some kind of offset going on there.
I'd have thought Boguslavski looks like he had a minor disadvantage in that battle. Ricky Perret looking now to close down Matteo Cressoni. Zach Robichon is free of that battle as well. Looks like Boguslavski is somewhat the cork in the bottle here, because he's got another trail behind him, headed by the second AMG, then the 77 Ford, then the second of the Heart of Racing cars. The long-lapped 78 continues.
So we're
Lexus.
expecting some pit stops coming up. So I know we've been under safety car conditions. That saves quite a bit of fuel, but the race leaders in hypercar have done 30 laps now.
Yep.
So we know it's anywhere from 32 to 34 laps under normal circumstances. So should push it a bit more than that, but it is somewhere close as we are right now.
As you can see as well, by the way, you could briefly, it is still leading the race, the Garage 59 McLaren of Marvin Kirchhofer, 17th overall. He's got a 6-second gap to the less delayed of the undelayed Team WRT beyond BMW. Back with hypercar though.
Yeah, Da Costa doing a cracking job here, as expected. A real pro at the wheel in a hypercar. And, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it, for Da Costa coming back into the World Endurance Championship. We've all missed him, so to see him back doing his thing is absolutely brilliant. And car number 7, be wishing he wasn't back in doing quite as good a job, but it's creating a good race.
Yeah, Nick de Vries getting stuck into the battle, but he's got a master in front of him as well. It's so tough to pass here. Talk a bit about that, and Davidson. When you get onto this track, anybody who was on the grid walk, it doesn't look narrow.
It's not narrow. It's a FIA Grade 1 circuit, 8 meters wide. Let's hear from Da Costa.
Antonio, if you think you can go quicker without lifting, we should go for it.
I don't have much more.
Copy.
Yeah, he's probably in a good zone right now where you do get used to the lift and coast points, and it can help tyre preservation as well. We see the two race leaders ever closer thanks to this GT traffic they've just cleared out of Ravazza 2.
And this is that gaggle of battlers just clearing there now. The second of the Porsches, but they're going to be catching this battling pair, and it is a pair again, because the Aston Martin has caught that Porsche.
Yeah, Hirakawa momentarily didn't know whether to go left or right. That's why I winced a bit. Oh, and he's just caught it in the worst place possible. Entry into the Villeneuve chicane. What does Pierre Guidi do here? And Hirakawa, do you want to go left or right? Commits to the outside of the Aston Martin, and Pierre Guidi tries to follow him round as well. He's given the room. So it's those kind of moments where inside the car for Hirakawa, you don't know, do you go left or right? The pros have got it covered behind the wheel of the GT cars. It's a very different outcome, therefore, from fighting the lower graded drivers.
This is as close as it's been. He's desperate now to get another car between him Does so with Grassoni's AMG, and now gets a little bit of clear air to pull away.
You're definitely given a harder time when you catch the pros in the GT car, and it really spooks you when you're in the hypercar. You have to obviously be committed, but as we saw before, they're almost the bosses out there, where they decide where you're going to overtake them. Yep. So they had the inside covered there, because the GT car thought, not here, I'm going to make you go around the long way, if at all.
And comes the LMGT3 leader. While we're watching that stop underway, can tell you that another new experience for Genesis Magma Racing comes. Let's welcome one. Car 19, team manager to race control. That is, of course, the delayed Genesis that we saw, we think, with cooling issues, amongst others, at the very start of this race. That one trying to make its way back up through the order, but laps and laps down, but lapping at pace in the hands of Mathieu Caminet. You can see newly reprogrammed information boards visible from trackside, of course, showing the energy in the case of the number 10 car going in, and Terrazao in the garage watching that happen.
Video tendency from sister car to be a little bit quicker, turn 14, 15. They go about 5 meters deeper into 14, sacrifice a bit the exit, and go a bit wider, 15 exit, if you want to try that.
So that's the Variante Alta chicane. So being told to carry a bit more speed, that's where De Vries is a little bit quicker at this stage. But I did see that Hirakawa's being a little bit conservative into there, maybe an extra lift and coast perhaps. He feels like the exit is the important thing there. You're not going to have the car behind you dive down the inside. That's the important part, exiting so that you're not under threat into the next potential braking zone or overtaking zone into Ravazza 1. So and also it's a tricky thing, isn't it, to be told something when you're leading the race. The last thing you want to do is change what you're doing and take a potential risk. It is a risk, yes, to carry more speed into that sausage curve. I mean, imagine if you lock up or you have a half spin and it crashes the car in a way you weren't anticipating and you lose the lead of the race suddenly. So it's a good bit of advice to know you're losing time there, but losing time in that chicane isn't going to lose you the lead of the race. It's not an overtaking spot on the track.
No, turns 2, 3. This time, it's advantage to Hirakawa. The Ferrari catching the BMW in possibly one of the worst places it possibly could. Bad news, by the way, for the 27 car from Heart of Racing. That car will be on pit lane for required repair to the mirror you spotted dragging a little while ago, Anthony. Also on pit lane, the number 69 car from Team WRT. Parker Thompson brings the car in. It's a new set of Goodyear rubber for the BMW M4 GT3 Evo.
All 4 as well being changed there on the BMW.
There is a 27.
What do they do with this mirror?
It'll be new door, I should think. It's torn out.
That's seen better days, isn't it?
Yeah, never raced or rallied again. 61 car Rui Andrade on board the AMG from Iron Lynx. That car is still trying to get onto terms with, is the Timo Boguslavski car, isn't it? Is Boguslavski still on board that car?
Yeah, he is, and he's continuing to struggle as well, probably on much older rubber. Well, I hope for his sake he is.
Well, they're climbing up the order as others pit around them, so you would guess that they are not far away from a pit stop, this pair.
It's funny how much curve the GT cars can take through those massive sausage curves that feels like such a rough ride in a hypercar. In the GTs, it just completely soaks it all up. And they can just take so much more as well through the Ravazzas, all of it. It almost changes the racetrack compared to what the hypercars can do. Both of those are in.
Leading the race, by the way, I think Duzzo as a pit stop, though, is Johnny Edgar in the TF Sport number 33. The previous race leader, having just made that pit stop, drops down to 9th. That's the Garage 59 car. Now in the hands of our pole-sitting man, young Tom Fleming. Here's a moment for the 36 car. That's still Victor Martins aboard that car.
It is indeed. Let's have a look on board, see what happened. I don't think he was under threat from anyone behind. Just got on the marbles in between the 2 corners. And that's a rough old ride. Worse than it looks, actually, from the onboard. You really feel that under you. Now, back to this fight at the front. head down towards Ravazza 1. Looks like Pierre Guidi's on the attack again. Nothing he can do just yet, but yes, he's looked like the faster car the whole way through this stint.
Yeah, it's again tiny margins, and
in
in time he comes in. That will, as we said, from what was that, 10-15 minutes ago,
So
looks like he'll have some sweet release for at least a lap.
Well, he was that 3% of energy down compared to Hirakawa. So is he going to try and go for some kind of undercut here? It's going to be close and depend a lot more on the traffic situation as well.
Important pit stop. Every one of these is going to be really crucial for speed on the track, because the slower the pit stop, the further back from your rivals you are.
But that
clean and service going on as well.
But the difference in strategy that we spoke about before, Martin, is starting to unfold here. I know it was only 3%, but if that carries on each time, you finally might get your position that you're looking for.
It had to be something. Had to do something, didn't they? The status quo was not favouring them. If they get back in front, then they are going to look at trying to maintain the status quo. Now the Genesis coming into the pit lane as well, number 17 car, Mathis Jobert, and that means the Ferrari had to be held a little before it was released. So all of these factors, it's not just traffic out on track, traffic in the pit lane can have an effect as well. And that means Antonio Felix da Costa in the Alpine is now holding on to second place on merit, with no offset, with no fuel stagger, just by gritty determination on tyres that had probably seen the best sometime last season. So da Costa with De Vries behind him. This must be really quite depressing, demoralising for De Vries, is that he can't find a way of getting by. Of course, as soon as I say that, he will, won't he? He'll have a lunge. But right now, as they come up behind the LMGT3 Ford, da Costa is just a gnats in front, and so De Vries and Toyota have done something different. I can't pass him, I'm going to have to do something else. Okay, can we undercut him? The answer is yes, we can.
And the sister car of De Vries, Hirakawa, continues on another lap as well. So not copying what Ferrari have just done. They're committed to that extra 3%.
Because they're in front. So you don't try and undercut. You don't try and undercut while you're in front. You undercut to gain the position, and that's why here. And again, you know, not all eggs are in the same basket for Toyota, are they? Are they splitting the? They are splitting the strategy, but they're trying to give a little something extra to the 8.
It was the 51 that's tried the undercut. It's the number 8 who's effectively trying to, keep in track by doing an overcut.
Yes,
exactly. I'm not convinced it's the right way, but maybe they've seen in the data what Shea had seen down in pit lane, that it was held up. It was number 51 was held up by the Jobert car of the Genesis coming in. That delayed their pit stop slightly, and that might mean that number 8 can therefore do another lap and hang on to that virtual gap they have over 51.
And don't forget, if nothing else changes, when the leader pits, there will be less distance to go, and that will continue through to the end of the race, and their final pit stop then could be short enough to hold the lead. 83 in and out as well, so no driver change there, but in comes the race leader, Ria Hirakawa. So where is the car, number 51? It is heading down towards Tosha through the Villeneuve chicane on an out lap.
No, it's on his
first flying lap, so he is.
So the funny thing is that Hirakawa would have been able to see car 51 in front of him, because you lose almost a whole lap in a pit stop. So let's see, as car 51 now heads towards turn number 9, that's Piratella, so he's still got Acqua Minerale to do, as the fuel hose is still on Hirakawa's car here.
By the way, you saw the damaged mirror on the 27 Harter Racing Aston GT3 car. Team have been told they must replace it at the next lap. Meanwhile, the Ferrari at Acqua Minerale, the 51.
Yeah, you see that on the top right of your screen, just coming out of that top chicane, down the hill. The Toyota gets going down towards that braking zone into Ravazza 1. Now we pick up car 51, Pierre Guidi.
He's not going to be close enough, or is he? He won't be that close at pit exit, but with hotter tyres,
you never know,
we'll have more speed. Remember what happened to Nick Cassidy, how slow
it will be close. It will be close.
There he is. It's the pit
speed
straight between them. It is the pit straight between them, and coming with a head of steam. This is the chance for Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
It's funny, it's like it's a long old pit lane doing 60 kilometers an hour. I think many of the maybe new viewers to the World Endurance Championship, yeah, it's 60 kilometers an hour, not 80 kilometers an hour like it is in Formula One.
And being held up by a Ferrari GT3 car, so that's going to close the gap even further. Ryo Hirakawa has now got very good view of the flashing headlights of the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, who'll be desperate to get by this car before they get to the chicane.
So he was held up by the Joubert Genesis,
yeah,
as Shea spotted down in pit lane, and so that's what it caused. So the undercut wasn't going to work for Pierguidi. And don't forget as well, again, Formula One fans watching this that are new to World Endurance Championship, if you don't change tyres in like the World Endurance Championship, if you don't change a tyre in the pit stop, we're calling it an undercut because he's got car speed, but he doesn't have the advantage of a brand new tyre giving him extra speed.
Exactly right.
Again, it's like there is a massive difference there.
Well, the other thing is that Hirakawa did not have cold new tyres on either, so that massive difference between a hot set of new tyres and a cold set of new tyres didn't exist. If they had both changed, then it would have been massive advantage to Pierguidi. They neither did, and so, yeah, it's all about your time in the pit lane, and so the undercut didn't work.
But, you know, they now run with a fuel offset. And if they continue what they did in the previous stint, in continuing to build a bit of an offset in fuel, then eventually you've got such a different strategy that you might have enough car speed to actually overtake on track. Let's see how it unfolds, because the car is faster naturally anyway.
15 BMW just stopped from the lead, and after 3 hours and 25 minutes, Kevin Magnussen got out to hand it over to Raffaele Marcello.
So you can see on the energy tank at the bottom of your screen now, it's gone up from 3% to 6% difference. And if that keeps happening every time, then you're consistently building this offset that you need for a faster car is the one on less fuel.
What you're also building, though, is potentially a longer final pit stop. And if you're in front and they're right with you, that could be the deciding factor. At the moment, it's really hard to tell who's got all the aces. I'm not sure anybody's got all the aces. It's maybe just having one in the final hour is going to make a difference.
As a strategist who's now one of the team principals in a Formula One team, no guesses who it is, once told me when they were still a strategist, the fastest and best strategy is to have the fastest car.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like Ferrari have at their home circuit right now.
Is that how they own the big box?
Is that how they own the big box? Yeah.
I should tell you, by the way, Martin, the weather radar is looking gruesome.
No, it's fine. No rain expected. We heard it on the radio. So Ryo Hirakawa leads the race for Toyota in their 100th race, looking for win number 50. Could it come here? Yes, it could. Will it come here? I'm sorry, you're not getting that out of me this early in the game, otherwise you'll all turn off and go home. I'm not going to spoil it for you. We know what's going to happen, don't we, Anthony?
Oh, absolutely. You don't want to give the game away, though.
I tell you what, if you could predict a podium in almost literally any WEC class or race, then you're a better man than us, because it is never quite the way that it looks it's going to be. Where is Peugeot, for instance? Well, the best of them, Théo Pourchaire in 7th place. Nick Cassidy down in 16th. Six hours of Imola, 2026 season opener for the FIA World Endurance Championship. 2 hours and a half of racing remain. Who's going to win? No clue so far, but the two dogs in the fight right now, you're looking at them here. Second place, the number 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, currently at the wheel of the car that started on pole position. And just ahead of him, not that Aston Martin in LMGT3, but the red and white Toyota Racing TS010. And that is Ryo Hirakawa, the car that started in second position. Hirakawa just 11 thousandths off pole. So those two cars very evenly matched. Looking at the battle here for 7th place, rookie Théo Pourchaire. And down the inside, champing at the bit for the last 3 hours and 20 minutes rather, has been Robin Frijns. He's been sitting impatiently in the BMW garage. Now in the number 20 car, straight by the Peugeot at the first chance. So Frijns up to 7th place, the Peugeot down to 8th. You can see Tom Gamble in the 007 Aston Martin. Like BMW, only 2 drivers in each of the Aston Martin Valkyries here.
And that was a genuine move as well in terms of tyre age, both on exactly the same or as close as you can get between these two. So I don't know if anything happened to Pourchaire at the top chicane, but that definitely allowed the BMW to get close going down towards that braking zone into Rabatza 1. So a great move.
Yeah, top 13 cars, by the way, still in the same minute on track here. 2 hours and 30 minutes to go, and it really is nip and tuck, and there is indeed Mr. Nip and Mr. Tuck.
Oh yeah, Pourchaire tried to come back at him, nearly did it, but did the right thing and just about managed to back out of it. He almost had enough of his car alongside to claim the corner, but that was very well judged by Pourchaire.
Nick Nielsen, by the way, beginning to climb back up the order after that drive-through penalty that delayed both his number 50 car and the 12. Fair to say the 12 in the hands of Norman Nato some way further back after that earlier tyre strategy gamble.
Well, now after that penalty, it's sort of a repeat of last year for the 50 car, where they started last, having not set a clean lap in qualifying, and then kept coming up, getting a penalty, dropping back, kept coming up, getting a penalty, dropping back, and they never really quite got to where their pace suggested they could have done. Now, there are 2 classes, of course, in WEC, and our hypercar leaders tearing through the LMGT3 field, which is being led at the moment by the yellow Corvette, the TF Sport car number 33 of Johnny Edgar. So there's been a few changes in there since the safety car about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, being caught a little here by Tom Fleming, now aboard the previous race leading number 10 Garage 59 car. Remember, Garage 59, a debuting team here this weekend, taking over the reins of the McLaren GT3 efforts from United Autosports. They're in preparation to rejoin the championship next year with a new McLaren hypercar.
But for the moment, all eyes on the battle for the lead. They're both red cars. Only one of them is going to please most of the fans if it wins. The other one, Brendan Hartley, slightly tongue-in-cheek, suggesting that at the end of his first stint he was delighted there were so many red shirts in the crowd. Of course, there is red and white on the Toyota shirts, and there's probably a lot more red on the Ferrari fan shirts. The Tifosi are here in very great numbers. Over 92,000 fans visiting Imola over the course of this 3-day weekend. So that's a massive, massive growth of this audience.
See the steering wheel in 5th gear sit, and he gets a brief message pop up, does Pierre Guidi, telling him to lift now. It's in purple. I didn't remember seeing that last year, but there the lift and coating just flashed up again before the toes are hairpin. So I don't remember seeing that popping up last year.
Now, will he also be getting an audio tone in his ears? Because obviously you're not looking down at the steering wheel when you're driving, as we are.
Yeah, most certainly you'd have a tone to go with that. You get a gear shift tone. You can put beeps and tones for all different types of things in these cars, as you can in F1. It's driver preference as well. So when they change pit stop, change driver, you get a driver ID card that gets changed at the pit stop, and with that driver ID card has all of the driver's personal settings.
Just like a proper car.
Just like a proper car as well, yeah. So it's like, I didn't like the gear shift beep all the time, so I ran without that. I just relied on the lights, like you see at the top of his dash there. But so I didn't like that. So every time he did a pit stop, my driver ID car would go in, and I wouldn't have the gear shift tones. But the next driver would have that. So it's...
You just passed the engine, you didn't care.
I just didn't care. Just relied on the soft limiter.
Six consecutive broken gearboxes that season.
Tail Pourchaire for Peugeot ahead of Tom Gamble. Again, 2 young rising stars in their respective teams. Pourchaire making his debut. Gamble did the same a year ago, or a little over a year ago, when we opened the season last year in Qatar. Now a fully fledged member of this Valkyrie crew. Very encouraging for Aston Martin to see both of their cars earlier on in the top 10. The number 009 car has faded away a little bit. Alex Riberas still on tyres, which I think they started last season with. They seem to be so old. And he did drop out of the top 10. But this is encouraging, not just for Aston Martin, but also for the new boys this year, Genesis, because they see where Aston Martin is now compared to where they were when they started 12 months ago, and that's the sort of progress that Genesis will be hoping to make, and more, obviously.
Yeah, Gamble's coming up here on the back of the number 94 Peugeot Pourchaire, who seems to be in a little bit of trouble with his tyres right now. He's lost that position to BMW, and but the Aston does have the tyre advantage here. Slightly fresher on the left-hand side.
Let's catch up with Shea Adam. She's with Kevin Magnussen.
Kevin Magnussen, when BMW was going to run with 2-driver crews this weekend, you knew you would be doing a lot of driving, but did it make the 3 hours and 20 minutes just that little bit more enjoyable? That this year it seems like you have a very competitive car.
Yeah, it was a long stint I had, but it's okay. I mean, it's not the most demanding track, and the temperatures today are pretty good. So, yeah, it was good fun. There was some good battles out there. I think the pace of the car is reasonable. We're in the top 5 right now. We're in P5. So let's see. You know, we're good on fuel, and we've been good on tires as well. So we're in good shape, I think, to try and fight at the end.
Fingers crossed.
Second.
Fingers crossed for you.
Crossed. Thank you.
Yeah, two driver lineups. It's not the heat of the desert, so it's not physically as brutal. Obviously, he's underplaying it. To any normal person, this is very, very hard work indeed. But this is what drivers train for. This is why they're gym buddies. And for light relief, they're allowed to get behind the wheel of a racing car so that you can put up with the G-forces, with the heat, with the brutality, with the physicality of these cars, Anthony. That's why you're still running miles and miles and miles every day, just to keep that kind of physique going, that athleticism that's needed.
It becomes habitual, definitely, and stays with you even long after retirement, as it is for me. But you know, you do have to be very fit. You have to be able to put up with a lot of heat, not just metaphorically, but physically as well inside these cars, because you need that to keep focused.
Ooh, diving through on the inside, Tom Gamble, then by the 32 BMW. That's now just outside the points in LMGT3 after an earlier penalty.
Yeah, he's trying to go into terms of Théo Pourchaire in 8th place.
See why the track gets so black and why drivers are saying there's much more grip on the curbs now.
Now, all of a sudden, that gap, Ria Hirakawa to Alessandro Pierguidi, has gone out by, what, 3 seconds? So 4.3 seconds.
Because there's the Toyota, and where is the Ferrari?
It was a 135
where is the
last
Ferrari?
time.
Hang on a minute, I was expecting it to appear. There it is. That is a big, big margin.
Has he had a moment?
Yeah, he's lost 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds on this lap, Alessandro Pierguidi. That's a lot of traffic. They have just passed a couple of cars, including the lead battle.
It was the lead
in
battle
LMGT3.
in GT3. Yeah, they've just cleared the 33 Corvette and the number 10.
He's doing a lot of lift and coast, an awful lot, to the point where that actually upset the car going into Acque Minerali because he was so long off the throttle. I wonder what they're doing with their fuel. They know that they're trying to. We know that they've got a different strategy going on. They use a lot more. They use 3% more in the last stint compared to the Toyota. But I wonder if they're just trying to recorrect that with the threat of rain coming or something like that. I wonder what they're doing here.
Well, possible. We're looking at a battle here for position, just outside the top 10. The silver car is the new Genesis Magma racing car of Mathis Jobert, the rookie in the championship, and behind him, Nick Nielsen in the recovering number 50 Ferrari. That car was 3rd on the grid, 2nd at the start, but with the drive-through penalty, the Ferrari struggling now.
I don't understand how they can all be faster than us out of the corners.
The frustration for Nick Nielsen, and well, for the moment, Genesis Magma Racing will take this, won't they? A little bit of a battle for 11th place. They're staring at the potential for a World Championship point, but the Ferrari looks like the quicker car here that might keep it just a little bit to arm's length from that.
Now, what happens when a new car arrives is they get maximum weight and minimum power. In case it's a World Championship winning car from day one, the organisers, the rules don't allow it just to run away and hide. So like the World Championship winning Ferrari 499P, that Genesis machine is with the least BOP, the least power, the heaviest weight. So this is a battle of equals.
The good news, of course, for Genesis is that this will get better from here on in as we learn more and the rule makers learn more about just what the capabilities are of this package. But for right now, this is an impressive start to Genesis Magma race. You might reasonably have expected in the first race this to be a battle of survival every hour. We're now in the 4th hour of this race, and here they are competing for a World Championship point.
We heard, to predict that they're so far off the pace, don't expect too much coming into this event. They're very limited on track time. And look at this, keeping the Ferrari at bay. You've got the driver from the Ferrari complaining, how can this car be faster than me on the exit of the corners? And I just looked at their tyre life, pretty much exactly the same.
Yep. I talked to Nick Nielsen exactly about the Genesis this morning in the autograph session. I said, what do you think of it? What does it look like from a driver's viewpoint? He said, it looks like a pretty well-balanced car. And he said, and on day one, they're only a second off pole. 1.1, 1.2, whatever, not 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 seconds away. A brand new car that's never been raced with a brand new power unit. It's a very, very impressive debut so far, and Nick Nielsen called it right. It's got a lot of potential.
A quick chat with a couple of the guys involved in the impressive PR operation after Hyperpole. They were a little bit despondent until we pointed out that they were half a second from being in the Hyperpole session. There's teams in this pack that didn't make that in half a season.
Yes.
It's a very impressive start from them.
What's coming in the background over there, that is weather coming towards us. There is a cloud pattern that's just sweeping down to the south, but there is more rain coming from Parma and Modena. Rain coming from Ferrari's headquarters in Modena, heading this way. We could have rain within the final couple of hours of this race. Still 2 hours and nearly 20 minutes, and there is the model. So we are just sort of right in the centre of that map. Rain is expected for 5 p.m. we're hearing. So Raffaele Marcello and Kevin Magnussen. Kevin doing 3 hours and over 20 minutes of the race. That wasn't necessarily intentional. 2 drivers do about half each, but that's just the way the safety car and the fuel allocation ended up. K-Mag doing the heavy lifting. Raffaele Marcello will have to try and make the most out of it at the moment. The BMW in 5th place. This was a good track for them last year. Graham Goodwin, a redeveloped aero package on that BMW. They had overheating problems in Daytona. They did have a little bit of an overheating issue earlier in the week, but it seems that they're on top of that in the race car.
It does. I mean, the biggest difference is the front end. Obviously, the stylised BMW nose is very different. There's a slightly smaller schnoz, if we put it that way. But make no mistake, anything you change on these cars, what you do in testing, you're going to find things out as you race these cars. They've got the advantage that WRT, the same team, are racing now identical cars in both the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and now with data being added in the FI World Endurance Championship. They will go forward from here. I think they've got reason to be encouraged.
Nick Nielsen starting to get a little bit bored of this now behind Matthias Jobert, flashing the headlights as you would expect. Now the team may have told him, okay, the kid in front is only a silver. If you go aggressive, he's probably not going to slam the door in your face the way, say, a Kevin Magnussen or a Robin Freins or whatever would do. But on the other hand, damage is not good.
He's driving so well, though, isn't he, Jobert? This is a great advert for him, really. As a driver, you're always trying to show the world what you're capable of, and if you're in a car that's not capable of winning, then I guess the next best thing is having a car that is capable of winning on the screen, not able to overtake you.
Yeah. There's another incredible fact about Matthias Jobert. You said a little earlier, Anthony, 3 races they won in the European Le Mans Series last year with Danny Videla and Jamie Chadwick. Midway through that season, he had a bout of meningitis and came back and finished the season. He's in a GT car this year in the European Le Mans, so he's going well in that as well. It is such a pleasure to see the sports car racing talent ladder working, and we've seen it before with the likes of Melty Jakobsen. There's more in the train with the likes of Dorian Pan and like Quinn already in development roles. But this kid, I think, is going to be absolute dynamite.
And we've got two young drivers here battling for the lead of LMGT3. Johnny Edgar was in that TF Sport Corvette. Tom Fleming, new to the championship in the Garage 59 McLaren. But again, back with this battle for 11th position. Now, it's not yet even for a point, but it might be, because the 38 Cadillac in 10th place, the last point scoring car. How far away is that? It is just 4.5 seconds up the road from these guys. And you can see now that actually Niklas Nielsen has got a little more to worry about, because the 009 Aston is closing in on him.
It's now a 3-car battle for 11th place, and all of that is about the defensive run, completely fairly and absolutely professionally, from Mathis Chabert. Johnny Edgar, by the way, leading the race on GT3, gets a warning flag for track limits, and he's having to defend hard because Tom Fleming is now right with him. He's caught the TF Sport Corvette in the Garage 59 McLaren. Could this be the dream result?
There is Jakobsen. We were talking about him just now.
Oh, he's enjoying life far too
I was
much.
just about to say reactions like a cat, but no.
Yeah, well, when was the last time you saw a cat catch an apple as it fell off a tree? I mean, that doesn't happen, does it?
Was it an apple or a tennis ball?
That was the tennis ball.
I've seen a husky catch a sausage when it fell off her plate, but somewhat different cat-like reflexes.
2.25 hours of the 6 hours of Imola still to go. This is the lead battle in LMGT3. Johnny Edgar in a yellow Corvette ahead of the Garage 59 McLaren of Tom Fleming, the man who grabbed the pole in his first ever qualifying session. Team WRT 69 BMW, the white and green car that's been so strong, is third, but now alongside comes Fleming, trying to take advantage. He could see, he was being warned in his mirrors that there was a hypercar coming. He was looking to try and take advantage. Corvette Johnny Edgar just able to get back online in time.
Some small spot of rain.
AI is not quite translated that way. I don't think some small spots of rain got there, but a couple of spots of rain on the windscreen. Most of what you're seeing on the windscreen is dead insect life, unfortunately. Lots and lots of fly squash here. Slippy surface being warned about at turns 2 and 3, so maybe there is a little bit of rain in the area.
That's likely to be gravel if it's turns 2 and 3. Someone's been through the gravel again, likely. But this is looking like a really engaging battle, isn't it?
Really is.
Cracking stuff. Johnny Edgar has been a revelation, and managed to battle his way back, by the way, appealed a gold ranking for the FIA for this season and regained this seat.
Let's get back down to turns 2 and 3. No gravel in sight. Spots of water on the camera lens. Track declared wet. What are you talking about, you mean? Well, it doesn't look wet, but until the track is declared wet by the race director, you are not permitted to use a wet weather tyre. That means, now that he said that, should it rain, you are allowed to use a wet weather tyre at your discretion. You don't have to, but you could. And so with a few spots of rain, Eduardo Freitas has declared the track wet officially.
Possible rain T11, T12. Possible rain T11, T12.
So teams telling drivers, drivers telling teams, just trying to beat the jungle drums and let each other know, let their teammates know. The significance, by the way, of the race control message, also no rain lights required, well, because it's not raining that much. But if it does get heavy, if there is spray and it gets darker, then rain lights will be required as well. You can see there is a fairly leaden sky over to the northwest of us. And that is the rain that is currently passing overhead Modena, the home of Ferrari. So Johnny Edgar leading from Tom Fleming. 9 seconds back now in third place. Parker Thompson, the Canadian, in the BMW. Finn Gersitz is in the McLaren. The 58 McLaren up to fourth place ahead of Gianmarco Leverato. And the 34 car of Peter Dempsey. That's the other Corvette. It's not yellow, it's red and black. Here comes Fleming. He's going to make a move here down into Tamburello. No, Edgar gets the door shut. This is good. Two young pros having a proper battle with each other.
Great stuff for the overall lead in LMGT3. We talked about this class maturing. The package is mature as the team's understanding of the tech that's involved here matures. And this is what you get. Two young pros dicing, battling. Not quite wheel to wheel yet, but that will surely come.
That little bit of a fuel offset in favour of the McLaren that's doing the chasing. Just 40% energy remaining compared to 53 in the Corvette. And each percentage there will be a few extra grams, a kilo or whatever, or 2 or 3 or 4 of weight in the car with every lap. So the McLaren just with a little less bulk to carry around. It's only a tiny margin. But racing is all about tiny incremental gains.
We'll tell you, by the way, the overall lead in hypercar, still 4.5 seconds. That drop-off from Alessandro Pierguidi has been maintained. Ryo Hirakawa maintaining that advantage. Victor Vries further 15 seconds back, and now with an 8-second gap to AFA.
And Hirakawa and Pierguidi have both been in clear air for the last 2 or 3 laps. They're both doing 1:33.6, 1:33.6, 1:33.7. So the pace between them is matched, and getting caught in traffic definitely undid the Ferrari, at least temporarily.
We'll also report, by the way, that Mathieu Chabert is still holding off Nick Nielsen and Alex Riberas.
Yeah, doing a really good job. Mathieu Chabert down in 11th place. Not really close enough yet to Sebastian Bourdais to be a threat.
There he is. This is Mathieu Chabert, the youngster, trusted by Cyril Abiteboul with a full factory seat.
Just ahead of him, by the way, Tom Gamble still not getting by Théo Pourchaire in that number 94 Peugeot.
So when he finishes this lap, he's going to have 60 laps on those tyres, is Chabert. So that's what I was saying before with he's got very similar tyre age to this man that we ride on board with, Nicholas Nielsen. He's got slightly more, about one, I think the left front tyre of Nielsen, you can just see it actually. It looks in a terrible state. That's got well over 65 laps. But yeah, the rest of them are at the same age as what Jobert's battling with.
It's going to be really, really interesting to see how this package, this Genesis package, if it can keep reliable, how well it can go at the moment. It's an LMDH car.
How's the track looking?
Mate, there is no water where you are saying as well.
Okay, good. Genesis on full stop, according to us.
And that means that we believe that they will do driver change, tyres, fuel, everything. So the message there is we should get track position ahead of them when we stop.
Jobert's getting everything thrown at him here, isn't it? I mean, yep. Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari car 50, look, yeah, and he's desperately trying to get by, and Jobert he's rock solid.
And you can hear the frustration in Nick Nielsen's voice. This has cost him a huge amount of time. No doubt the Ferrari is quicker ultimately, but he can't get by this young man. And I've seen nothing wrong with the body language of that Genesis. He's just driving really well.
Absolutely, you know, you absolutely bang on there, Graham. Oh, look, and a desperate Loic Duval staring up at the sky, willing on those clouds. Come on!
So we can see rain came in behind the hill. So probably in about half an hour, 20 minutes, starting in P9, wet patches.
Seems likely, but, well, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Weather has a funny way. And the question is, you know, does it blow through as a little shower that you can hopefully sort of survive on slicks? Does it rain really heavily? Does it drizzle intermittently for a bit and then not really bother? I mean, you know, all bets are off once you get into wet weather, aren't they?
Oh, there's all sorts of storylines coming here, and that weather could be just yet another one we've seen before here. Guess wrong. And disaster in terms of the strategy. We saw that just a couple of years ago.
Ask Ferrari and Toyota, yes, exactly.
Absolutely right, but right now it's the boots on the other foot. Toyota seem to have got this unlocked, but what have we got left in the last 2 hours and 6 minutes of this race? It's there's trouble for the 93 car, that car.
Now, is there now something where he said, oh no, that's Nick Cassidy again, troubling the gravel traps? He's blotted his copybook, he's knocked coffee on it and spilt some ink on it as well. It's not been a great debut stint for Nick Cassidy.
As he stumbled away, he stood on the biscuits as well.
And it's all happened at this same corner, hasn't it? Just struggling to slow the car down under the brakes and turning it in. It's just...
It's difficult to believe there's not a problem that he's handling here, because Nick Cassidy is a driver of very high quality indeed.
Yeah.
And that's 3, at least, that we've seen at the same point.
1 you can sort of understand, 2 is really stretching the imagination. A 3rd time, I think you're probably right, Graham. At least to give them the benefit of the doubt, you would have to guess that there is something astray with that car. A long brake pedal, maybe an intermittent brake pedal. Certainly it doesn't look like that is the sort of continuing error he's going to make. Johnny Edgar, Tom Fleming, the lead battle in LMGT3. And as we've seen, actually in Hypercar, it's just about these two. Don't worry about anybody else. It is just about these two. Parker Thompson is not close enough to be a threat. If you make a move and it doesn't work... Oh, and the Ferrari's through. Nick Lawson has undone the defence of Matisse Jaubert somewhere or other, and possibly in traffic. And here comes Riberas, but Tom Gamble. No, it is Riberas, isn't it, behind? Yeah.
I mean, he had those tyres changed. I think it changed tyres last time round. I'm going to correct something. I've said it wrong about 15 times in this race. That car, in the hands of Matisse Jaubert, was defending a World Championship point in that move, because, of course, the 83 is ahead of him. And that doesn't score World Championship points to the manufacturers.
This is how it happened. Oh, just in the straight line. So I wonder what happened out of Rabazza 2 then, because he hasn't been able to get that close the whole time, so something must have happened in through one of the Rabazzas. But yeah, like you said, Martin, now here comes the Aston Martin, and you're right, they did stop and change all 4 tyres to a set of softs in the last stop, so he will comfortably find his way past the car we're on board with now.
I got hit by the Mercedes. Look at the left rear pressure. Okay, copy.
Let's take a look here at the top of the picture. Oh, under braking. All right, well, we need to back that up a little bit further to see exactly what the gap was that Bourdais was going into. There was contact, he's saying, at left rear. Here we go.
Oh, so he overtakes down the inside. Oh, yeah.
He did.
Just wasn't seen by the looks of it. He was definitely more than alongside. So the move, in my books, the move was on.
Yep. Well, there's Earl Bamber in the 38 Cadillac garage. Dieter Gas with his head closest to the camera there. Their racing head. Johnny Edgar, Timo Fleming. Timo Fleming? Some words going on in my head. Tom Fleming, the lead battle in LMGT3. Oh, and again, Tom Fleming trying to get underneath Johnny Edgar. He can't go round either side, so it's over the top or underneath.
This is a great battle. I don't think I've seen a time in the last, what, 5-6 laps where that gap has been under over 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, more than a car length.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from pair of them.
Silver graded drivers, both of them. They're not golds, they're not platinum, so these are young drivers progressing up the order. 2 super silver drivers.
Just a quick update hearing from the Jota team. No problem with the tyre pressure that Seb was asking to take a look at. That strike from the AMG on the 38 car.
Oh, Fleming is so close now, he's almost alongside. He's going to have a go. Will the Alpine help him? He went the wrong way there, didn't he? Could have maybe tried to look through on the inside and follow the Alpine. Now he's got the BMW number 20 car coming through. They're going to make him go the long way round. Anthony, exactly as you were saying, the GT3 drivers here, they're defining what the racing line is available to the hypercar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost irrelevant to them when the hypercars are around them. They are embroiled in this battle right now. 2 brilliant drivers, Johnny Edgar here versus Fleming, Fleming riding on board with now, pole position yesterday, 2 stunning laps. And so he's got this McLaren back up into contention, really enjoying this fight.
Yeah, he was trusted with this stint of the race. They put the platinum driver, Marvin Kirchhofer, in earlier in the race. After a great opening stint from Antares out, the bronze driver. What about you guys? It's always part of the excitement of sports car racing. When you start to see the arrival of young talent like these two, Johnny Edgar's been with us for a season or two, but Tom Fleming is right on that level immediately.
I think, as it stands right now, I think McIntosh is the driver that stands out at the moment.
In the bronze.
Yeah,
yes.
if you're talking non-pro drivers,
yes.
so the bronze drivers and the silvers, I think he stands out there. But if Fleming can get the lead here,
yeah,
after what he did yesterday, then I think he'll just about snatch it.
Well,
because this will be a difficult pass.
Remember, you are going to have the opportunity, if you're watching in this afternoon, through the FIWC Instagram page. Later this afternoon, there'll be the opportunity to vote for the Wingfoot Award for the most valuable driver in LMGT3, the class, of course, that Goodyear put the tyres on, and that will be given to the winning driver, voted for the public on the podium.
Out to Tosa, climbing the hill comes the lead battle in LMGT3. And so you're absolutely right. Having Marvin Kirchhoffer in the McLaren for a stint has used their Platinum driver once. The Platinum driver back in the 33 car after a year away is also going to be in action later on, and that will be Nicky Katzberg. And if there's a defensive battle in the final hour or two, we know how good he is. Meanwhile, Racing Team Turkey, this is the battle for 6th position. Ricardo Pera in the bend, Manthey Porsche looking to go around the outside of Peter Dempsey. Dempsey, a former Indy Lights racer who returned to racing after several seasons out of the cockpit for this weekend, and through goes Ricky Pera.
Yeah, that was a nice move. Sorry, Graham. That was all set up at Tosa Hairpin, by the way. He went for the switchback, arrived on the inside, X'd in the corner, and that followed him all the way up towards Piratella and just about gave him enough to nose his car ahead before the apex. Now we get down towards this is the closest he's been here, is Fleming. He's going to want to do it around the inside, but I'm sure Edgar's going to cover that. Yes, he does. So he goes to the outside, nothing he can do. The Corvette's good on the brakes, isn't it?
And that allows Edgar then to come back over to the right onto the racing line, because the McLaren isn't alongside him. So that's the defensive move that works there.
He's going to have to think again, is Fleming, and maybe use a bit of traffic to his advantage as well. I can't see it happening without that.
Well, we've got a Peugeot, an Aston Martin and a Cadillac coming up behind him, so here is an opportunity.
Well, they'll just stream by before they even get to the next braking zone. There they go.
Not quite.
But that's
not quite. Yeah, it didn't work in his favour. What he was hoping for is that one of them would push the Corvette offline under braking, but in fact it was him that lost out a fraction. But immediately, whoomph, that bit of elastic shortens. It is the quicker of the two cars, it seems, in a lot of places on this track.
He's taken maximum risk as well. That was full send into Aquaminerali on the brakes. This might help him. Corvette loses momentum.
Really does.
Oh yeah, he's lost a lot of momentum from that overtake from the BMW hypercar, and now he's going to be on the line, the racing line down towards. We've seen an overtake here before.
Yes, but not from the outside.
Does he switch through on the inside and have a go on for the second braking zone? He's there.
Not quite enough room to get alongside Johnny Edgar. Edgar goes out very wide.
But he was given just enough space. Edgar gave him just enough space. The move is going to be done into the Tamburello chicane. He's got the inside, the line he wanted.
Tom Fleming's mum and dad will be leaping up and down watching this in Garage 59's garage, which isn't number 59. On the inside, Tom Fleming.
Done.
That is how it's done. It took him 5 or 6 corners, but he made the move work.
That was brilliantly set up and capitalised on the traffic. Look at this, he's trying to defend the hypercar coming around the outside as well.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Get out of my way. I've got a battle to win.
Coming back at him, Johnny Edgar. Wouldn't have liked that very much, but no room through there. That's just going to give him the edge on the exit of the turn. Great stuff.
And there's the other Genesis coming through. One is silver, one is black. 17 is silver, 19 is not. So that's the black car. That's the way to remember it.
That was absolutely world-class racing with the GT drivers there.
The two moves of the race so far have been in LMGT3, and that's the second of them. Look at this.
So he had the racing line, couldn't make it work there, but switched the line, came back on the inside. Oh, we missed the critical part. This was the overtake, but the move was done way back at Ravazza 2. Or 1 where he crossed the line, and then that Ravazza 2 bit. This will be interesting. Please stick with it. So he crosses the line, and then just about gets his nose in, and is given the opportunity. The door was left open.
There's a wiggle off the curb out of the first Ravazza, wasn't there? And that was just the momentum he needed. Get the power in alongside for a long time.
He was very lucky that Edgar didn't turn in on him into the second Ravazza, because many drivers would have done that, and then it would have looked like a move that he wasn't quite, in my opinion, far enough alongside to win the corner. He was given that space. He put his car in, and that's the moment where I saw him just thinking, don't you dare overtake me onto the inside of the Villeneuve chicane.
I think he was actually trying to get out of the way of the hypercar. I don't think he thought...
No, he was defending him.
Was
like, don't do it here. Not now. Not now. This is... I've just got past him. Don't do it here. And he did the same to the Alpine down towards Acqua Minerale as well.
Tom's mum and dad there watching on from the garage. What proud parents they are. Spoke to them before qualifying, and they were overjoyed to see their son in the World Championship. I think he has far exceeded any expectations they might have had. I don't know what the team were expecting from him, but I think he's probably ticked as many boxes as it's possible to do. Now then, back to hypercar action. Théo Pourchaire, Tom Gamble, Sebastian Bourdais, Nick Nielsen. Wet weather tyres being prepared at Heart of Racing. There's Alex Riberas, finally out of the car after about 4 hours. So 4 hours in, 2 hours to go here, or an hour and 54 minutes. Weather in the offing. All bets yet to be decided. The race began in dry, sunny conditions with a 51 AF Corsa Ferrari on pole position. Soft tyre start for the number 50 car, Miguel Molina, jumping the second fastest qualifier, the Toyota, for second. And also Phil Hansen being jumped by René Rast in the 20 BMW. In LMGT3, a clean start. And again, the pole sitter, Antares Au in the McLaren, leading away from the two cars that qualified second and third for Lexus. Battles all the way up and down the order as Alpine started to move up. And BMW also put the pressure on Kevin Magnussen, going the long way around. Phil Hansen almost pulling off a great move. Early problem for the number 19 Genesis. A long stop in the garage ensued, while the number 69 BMW was clawing its way up the greasy pole in LMGT3. Behind them, the 88 Ford also looking very strong. One Lexus in 78 in second position, but losing ground. Both Lexuses dropping out of second and third, down to fourth and fifth. And then problems for the 78 car. Immediately the 87 car stopping trackside, bringing out our first safety car. At the rejoin, great battle between the number 50 and the number 12. Both were penalised for procedures under the safety car. And the 69 BMW making a big move to take the lead in LMGT3 from the 88 Mustang. Aston Martin looking significantly more competitive in Imola a year on from their debut at this track. Penalty for the number 20 BMW has dropped them down the order. Dry running all the way through. Cold tyres out of the pit lane. Nick Cassidy bringing out the second safety car as he dropped the Peugeot into the gravel. And the penalty served for number 12 and number 50, dropping the Cadillac and the Ferrari back down the order. With clever strategy, number 8 Toyota team took the lead from the 51 Ferrari. The Corvette moving up the order to take the lead in LMGT3 from American rival, the Ford Mustang. And the Genesis Magna cars showing they've got plenty of pace once they're running. Mathis Chalbert fighting a fantastic rear guard action for many, many laps. just recently. A great pass by Tom Fleming on Johnny Edgar puts McLaren in the lead in LMGT3. It's Ryo Hirakawa's Toyota that leads in hypercar. So the gap between the Toyota and the Ferrari now out to 5 seconds. Toyota with the advantage here. Race 100 for Toyota, looking for win number 50. And it is Toyota Ferrari, Toyota Ferrari. Then the BMW Alpine battle ahead of the best of the Peugeots. And we are fast heading into another round of pit stops. That will not coincide with the rain arriving. Overhead is the Goodyear blimp, the tyre supplier for LMGT3. It is McLaren from Corvette and BMW, with Porsche and Aston Martin making it 6 of our 8 brands in the top half dozen. Mercedes in 7th, making it a 7th brand. So it is all to play for still. Pit stops underway now after 2 safety car periods. Everybody on pretty much the same fuel strategy. So let's see who's got tyres in the locker. Brand new slicks waiting to go. Those are the medium yellow soft wall tyre. A white sidewall is the soft tyre.
Yeah, so you're looking at the 94 Peugeot there, about to change all 4, I should imagine. They've only used 8 individual tyres so far this race.
Rears only? Or are they going to do fronts? No, rears only. Goodness me, they're going to have a lot of tyres left. And with rain coming, why would you keep them?
That's a very good question.
Burn them now, burn them now. Well, there's a lot of reasons why I'm not a team manager. And so we will allow their strategy to play out. In terms of strategy, in terms of performance, in terms of getting the most out of the package, as ever, Toyota doing a standout job here. And Ryo Hirakawa has really backed up his qualifying pace by producing 2 simply stunning stints in this car. Alessandro Pierguidi in 2nd place, ahead of 3rd place Nick de Vries, and in 4th place is Ye Yifei in the yellow Ferrari, the AF Corsa car. So it is Toyota versus Ferrari, but it's not the number 50 factory car that is in that battle. That is down in 10th position in the hands of Niklas Nielsen.
Yeah, so the car in front is a Toyota. It's 5.5 seconds to the good with Ryo Hirakawa after a really engaging battle, and it was pretty much nose to tail for, I would say, what, a stint and more between this pair. Then we had just a moment, we think, with traffic that opened up another 4.5 seconds, and that has been extended further. Let's have a listen to the 51.
We are a bit on the edge on energy, so please don't overshoot the target.
Which means stop chasing him, you're going to have to lift and coast even more. So is Toyota's power unit being more parsimonious with the fuel? In is the leader from LMGT3 into the WRT BMW Parker Thompson, and that cycles Johnny Edgar back to the top of the pile.
Yeah, but we will see Marvin Kirchhofer back into that car before the end of this race. So it was a single stint from Marvin earlier. So we are going to see him back into the car.
We don't have to. There's no minimum drive time for the driver.
He only has to do one stint.
Yeah, but Tom Fleming may well stay in. He has to do 1 hour and 45 minutes.
He wants to do 2 hours and 20. Sorry, yeah, 1 hour and 45.
And also the 33 Corvette still has Nicky Katzberg in the locker.
Also, I need to update you. There is possible rain in 5.5 minutes. You have 6 more laps to go.
All right, that doesn't sound like a me problem. That sounds like a new driver problem. Let's put in wet weather tyres and Nicky Katzberg and let him deal with the rain.
Well, no, but it's more than a minute a lap.
I know,
so it's very much his problem.
But barely. He might have to survive a couple of laps on skinny grip. Let's wait and see. And this could be very, very exciting. Anybody changing tyres now or pitting now because they have to for energy might find themselves really on the back foot if it rains, because if it rains hard and they need to stop again, they've only just stopped. If you can somehow struggle on out there and eke out your energy until the rain arrives, it's probably still not going to be enough to judge whether it's slicks or wets.
But he's in a very good place. If he's got 6 more laps of energy in that that car. We've got an hour and 46 minutes to go. They can sort of choose when they need to stop for tyres at this stage and still be a single stint away from the end of the race.
The only problem is when it starts to rain, you know, 5 or 6 minutes could be 10 or 15. It could also be a little bit of drizzle as opposed to a proper shower. They could then need wets, and then they'll be in the same boat as everybody else, if you like. Meanwhile, Tom Gamble into the pit lane in 007, so Nick Nielsen now up to 8th place. Mathieu Chabert has pitted as well, and that might be the end of his double stint.
Pitted from 10th place, by the way, on the kind of cycling around through pit stops for others around him. They're knocking on the door of a World Championship point. To make it clear again, if the 83 finishes ahead of them, they only need to finish 11th place to score a World Championship manufacturer's point on debut.
Yeah, correct. They won't score drivers' points, but they will score manufacturers. So shower class 2, level 2 is a little bit more than drizzle, but certainly no need to get Noah on the phone. Driver change in the Ferrari team.
He didn't. Pierre Guidi forgot to untangle or disconnect his
Shakes
radio.
his head as he walks away. But there is time because they're going to do a tyre change as well, and the fuel's still going in for Jovi to get in. Jovi didn't panic. Yeah, it is precious moments, isn't it, you think might be going away, but the fuel hose is still attached. They're going with new sticks. Of course they are. You can't put wets on because you don't know how wet it's going to get.
In that kind of moment with Pierre Guidi, and he was pulling the helmet and with the cable still attached to the radio jack. You can even damage the radio jack itself. So it's just those kind of little things that a tiny slip up in endurance racing from anybody can have such huge consequences for the next driver jumping in.
Now, Ferrari, again, stopping before Toyota. In the first part of this race, before we got our couple of safety cars, Toyota started doing a short fueling undercut. Ferrari tried to make it work. It didn't happen for them. Robert Kubica now at the wheel of 83. This was started, of course, by his British teammate Phil Hansen. Yeah, you faced on the middle leg. Kubica in now for an hour and 45 minutes.
Another of our WC debutants. Logan Sargent, welcome to the FI World Endurance Championship aboard the car. It's Formula 1 driver, of course, and future hypercar driver for Ford. Was briefly linked with the Genesis project, stepped away from all of that, and is now building his confidence, building his experience level in LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series and in LMGT3 here in WEC before we get to hypercar next year with the Blue Oval. They are back.
Driver change here for the number 7 Toyota team, and that Nick de Vries ending his stint.
The team principal in Kamui Kobayashi. Didn't qualify the car yesterday.
No, he didn't, did he? Car 34, by the way, running 3rd in GT3, team manager to race control. They were told to fix the mirror in the last pit stop. Is that sorted?
That was 27. That was the hard racing Aston Martin.
It was both.
Okay.
It was definitely both.
The hard racing Aston Martin was told on the screen to fix it, fix their mirror. I didn't see it.
It was straight after that.
Yep. Okay. And in replay, this is the Valkyrie, and which of the Peugeots? 93, that's 007. It might have been 94, actually, Martin Jacobsen.
94, yeah.
Yep.
The Jacobsen, as we saw on the stops, but brand new tyres on the rear only, you said. I'll double check that, but trying to go around the outside was not given the space.
Harry Tingle will have been using some choice Anglo-Saxon there. He has actually got by Marty Jacobsen, but yeah, had to go through the gravel trap to do so. Brendan Hartley has finished his stint in number 8. In gets Sebastian Buemi. So Ryo Hirakawa also in pit lane. Raffaele Marcello in the number 15 BMW should now take the lead, with Antonio Felix da Costa and Victor Martin staying out as well. Antonio Felix da Costa comes down pit lane now, so Raffaele Marcello crosses the start-finish line. BMW lead. Victor Martin may well be coming into the pit lane. Does he come around this time? He's away behind. 51 Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi.
Not the cleanest of right rear changes there on car number 8, and then couldn't get the wheel gun off in time, so lost a little bit of time with the wheel change.
Bruce Ioani loitering. Is he going to try and doorstep Alessandro Pierguidi? He might be. Here's your current race leader, though, Raffaele Marcello. First stint in the car, and there's only an hour and 40 minutes to go because of the way that the safety cars prolongs the first part of the race. Then Kevin Magnussen and René Rast, the starting drivers, both stayed in their cars for over 3 hours and 20 minutes. Well, let's hear the thoughts of Alessandro Pierguidi. He's just got out of the 51 Ferrari.
I am there in the garage of the Ferrari 51 and with Alessandro Pierguidi just coming out of the car. It's so tight out there, very tight with the Toyota. Do you think that if it stayed dry, you have the pace to go and get the Toyota? And can you tell us a bit more about consumption?
Well, at the end, I think the pace, we have the pace, but it's like racing in Monaco in this track, so you can't overtake. If they do a mistake or we can do something in the pit, we jump them, because if not, it's very, very difficult. I was very close, almost to stint, then you wear a bit too much the tire staying so close, but it was the only chance I had to put the pressure on him and hope for a mistake, because to try to overtake was impossible. Yeah, we are trying. It's still long. The weather, we don't know how it will be. Can be tricky in few moments, so let's see.
Yeah, I see you looking at the sky. Could this be the solution for you?
At least there can be something that change the cards on the table, so let's see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
I always worry when it's rain that you ask for somebody to spin the roulette wheel. It's always an issue. 17 back with Genesis Magna Racing, and Pipo Derani makes his first laps in the number 17 car, sharing with Andre Lotterer and Mathieu Chaubert. He's just taken over from Jon Chaubert. Pipo under pressure from Marco Sorensen. In the pit lane is the number 36 Alpine, Victor Martin. And it is still a blue car that leads. Raffaele Marcello ahead of the two Toyotas of Sebastian Buemi and Kamui Kobayashi. So Toyota looked to have played a blinder and pulled the wool over both of the Ferrari team's eyes.
So that's Martin getting out of the car and Gounon in the car 36 on the left-hand side of your screen.
And Marcello coming down pit road as well from the lead. So it will be a Toyota 1-2. Anthony, was your money on that?
Let's just see how it plays out later on, but no, it definitely wasn't on that, especially after qualifying yesterday for particularly car 7.
Graham, you're going to have to look back. We know that if Toyota win this 100th race for them in WEC, it'll be their 50th victory. How many 1-2s? Just asking for a friend.
I might have to ask Toyota PR to do those. Yeah, I might have to ask Toyota PR to do that one for us with just an hour and 38 minutes to go.
So, what have Ferrari got? What can they bring to the table? The 51 red car, Antonio Giovinazzi, the pole man, is now in it in 4th place. Robert Kubica in the yellow car in 5th. Charles Milesi in the Alpine, number 35, in 6th position. How far down does Raffaele Marcello drop? It is a Toyota 1-2. I think Ferrari will be 3-4. Marcello should find himself somewhere maybe around 6th position as it all settles out. Now, this is a remarkable turn of speed from the new Toyota. It's a very different start to the season compared to how it ended last year. We're going to get down into the garage of the TF Sport team. As Nicky Katzberg is driving their car, Johnny Edgar is free to talk.
Johnny Edgar, we were enjoying the battling that you were having out there on track with the McLaren. Were you enjoying it from behind the wheel of the Corvette?
Yeah, it was a really enjoyable stint. I think on the safety car restart I was 8th and then gained quite a few positions on track, and then we jumped a few in pit lane. I think they lost some time changing tyres, so then it was a difficult stint defending, but I held the McLaren off for as long as possible.
And now that Nicky Katzberg is in the car, of course it's going to rain. Are you glad it didn't rain during your stint?
I wouldn't have minded too much. I had some running at the prologue in the rain and the car felt pretty good, but yeah, I'm happy it didn't rain while on slicks on the last few laps. It would have made it difficult, but yeah, it seems like the last hour and a half will be interesting with the weather.
Great job out there. I'll let you get some rest.
Thank you.
So the answer to the question, apparently, is 36 so far.
All right. Well, let's wait and see. Okay, now, back in LMP... Ooh, change of position here. There's the two Mercedes. Then Hedenius ahead of Maxime Martin. Hedenius with the blue and yellow, Maxime Martin the black and yellow. And just ahead of them, Augusto Farfus, BMW number 32. So this is the battle now for 8th, 9th, 10th. And riding on board with Maxime Martin, WRT driver previous years, and now with Iron Lynx in the Mercedes AMG GT. It is still Tom Fleming that leads in the number 10 McLaren. From car number 69, Dan Harper in the BMW. That's the white and green car. Nicky Katzberg is third in 33. And we jump back to this battle in the hypercar class.
This is the battle for 9th, and it's again headed by the 17 Genesis. It's Pipo Derani aboard the car now. Up the inside of the Aston Martin comes the 38 Cadillac, now in the hands of Earl Bamber. Romanardo in close contention as well.
So that was the pass for position. Was that the 009 he's just gone by?
It was the 009,
It was
yeah.
the 009, so that is a pass for position. Norman Nato up to 11th. Marco Sorensen down to 12th.
Oh, big wiggle there for the BMW around the outside of the battling GTs. Manages to keep it all together, the number 20, under braking into turn 2.
And sometimes you've just got to take it in both hands, Anthony Davidson, and make the move, whether it looks like a good idea or not.
Well, as you heard from Pierre Guidi saying, it's like Monaco, this place, when it comes to trying to overtake, and it's the same when you're trying to get past the GT cars, the lap cars. So, and the problem is that this straight is kinked, and multiple kinks to it. So the cars tend to take the racing line through there, so the gap kind of comes and goes, and you have to pick your line when you're the overtaking car, and it's nervous times. I remember in Formula 1 we saw a massive crash between Bottas and Russell
rain are
once.
decreasing, so we did a good choice. Let's catch this Toyota 7 now.
Yeah, as we've seen though, catching is one thing, passing is another around this track, and that's exactly what we were just talking about.
Well, the clouds are overhead, the rain is definitely coming on the radar. We're being told it's class 1 light rain. That doesn't mean first class, that means very light.
Yeah,
level 1, it used to be called. I don't know when it's come to class 1.
It did. It was predicted as 2, now at 1. It keeps changing.
And the team they're saying 0. So, I mean, weather forecasting, even the weather forecasters don't do the greatest job. Teams are struggling with that as well. But it is going to potentially still have a little bit to say, because there are more clouds coming. And all you can do is react to what you have as opposed to what you think might arrive. So again, back with Pipo Derani, 10th place, Marco Sorensen again all over him here in the Aston Martin. He's got to run on the inside, up to Tosa, up to Villeneuve rather, and through he goes. So he's up to 10th place.
I could see people back in the FI World Endurance Championship. He's had several spells previously in LMP2. Those old cars was here with part of the Legends of Le Mans. The Ligier JSP2 car there. Also raced briefly with Ford and with Glickenhaus.
Yeah, he's had a fairly assorted menu card, hasn't he, Luis Felipe Derani?
This is a tight battle now.
Okay, now then, so Kobayashi with right behind him, Antonio Giovinazzi, but this is not the battle for the lead. This is now only the battle for second place. And the longer that Kamui can hold up the Ferrari, if the Ferrari is indeed quicker, the more his teammate Sebastian Buemi can escape. Anthony Davidson reports from outside.
Oh, reports from outside, I'm still undecided whether it's going to rain or not.
But did you get wet?
I didn't get wet. It's definitely not raining out there, but yeah, it's and there is blue sky mixed within the darker clouds, but I think they might be lucky. They might miss, but let's wait and see. But the one thing I do know for sure is that car number 51 has got a brand new set of soft tyres on compared to Kobayashi, who didn't change any tyres in the last stop, so that number 51 is going to come through.
And that is how Toyota got that 1-2 position. Aston Martin and The Genesis still hard at it, but this time Harry Tingle gets by. So Pipo Derani not able to hold off either of the Aston Martin Valkyries. And Tingle closer to a point. And again, don't forget, for the manufacturer's standings, 83 Ferrari is a privateer entry. It does not score manufacturer's points. They do score driver's points because they are drivers.
Kobayashi's tyres, by the way, 80 laps old, all 4 tyres. So, yeah, good luck with that one.
Well, they need a facelift in a hurry if he's going to make it through to the end, don't they? Hour and 31 minutes remaining, and still, again, this in both classes really in the balance. Sebastian Buemi about 5 seconds now, 7 seconds clear of Kamui Kobayashi and Antonio Giovinazzi. And there, again, another legend of Le Mans and World Endurance Racing, operating things on the pit wall now. Just good to see so much knowledge being retained in these teams. It's not long before our pit reporters complain that it's raining, so Bruce Ioane on the phone letting us know that it is raining in the pit lane, and there are some umbrellas up in the grandstands and some coats on and some hoods on, so...
I cursed it, didn't I? But I said it wasn't going to rain, and it is.
There's a penalty coming. Yeah, car 79 is going to get a 20-second stop and go for pit lane speeding. That must be quite a mighty pit lane speeding violation. That happened 15, 16 minutes ago, and that will drop them out of a battle for a top 10 position.
Now, Lynn Hedenius at the wheel of the car now, having taken it over, but the feeling often is that it's the driver coming in who hasn't quite got the limiter on at the right time and got the speed down. It is possible to release the speed pit lane limiter a little early, but it's less likely because you're going so much slower. Now then, more action. This is number 12, Norman Nato, ahead of Malte Jakobsen and Jules Gounon. I'm sorry, that's the second time. I saw him this morning, that's the second time I've called his son by the father's name. Ah, there's the sophisticated weather radar. Whether it's raining or not, your hand will tell you. On board with Jules Gounon. Again, outside the points at the moment. This is 13th, 14th, 15th. Pipo Derani, the Silver Genesis, ahead of them. He's in 12th place. And a little bit more weather protection going up. We sent Jason, our booth producer, out into the rain. Toyota's pit crew are getting ready. And Shea Adam is singing in the pit lane. So she's either been drinking or raindrops genuinely are falling on her head. Mike Conway looking a little bit pensive. These are always slightly tricky times, aren't they? Even if rain arrives, how long, how heavy do we need to react?
Yeah, copy. We believe it's going to stop soon. Should be light rain and stop soon, but keep me posted as you do, it's perfect.
And in these situations, do you leave it to the driver, or do you make the tyre call from the pit wall? Anthony, 2 years ago when we had this situation, Toyota pitted both cars early for wets. Ferrari didn't, and then when they didn't listen to James Collado, who said, no, leave me out, leave me out.
It's such a difficult one. I mean, the driver's job at this point, apart from just keeping on the track, is to report back exactly what they feel the conditions are. We were always trained, at least at Toyota when I was a driver there, to report back on what tyre suited the track condition at that very moment.
Yeah.
And then the team knew what the radar was saying, which you didn't know, and also what your competitors were doing, which you didn't necessarily know either. So combining all of that together, you could make a team decision. But it's never straightforward. You can make mistakes, of course.
You're a lot faster than him. Let's do it safe and clean. Let's catch them.
So yeah, it's on much newer tyres here. Kobayashi has said 80-lap-old tyres. Giovinazzi on brand new, but you've got to be sensible because Kobayashi's job right here is to stop him getting past and protect your teammate as much as you possibly can.
Whatever Kamui Kobayashi is doing in second place, Sebastian Buemi is not escaping. The gap a couple of laps ago from first to third was 7.6 seconds. It is 7.6 seconds. So Giovinazzi may be quicker than Kobayashi but can't get by, but both of them are matching the race leader Sebastian Buemi for pace. So Buemi's got that bumper of about 7.5 seconds, or 7.2 actually, over the second place Toyota of his teammate, but it's not growing. And that's what you would hope would happen by bottling up the faster Ferrari behind you. It's not happening though.
A little bit of respite there for Kobayashi as car 51. Giovinazzi gets a bit balked by the GT car through Acqua Minerale. So yeah, it gives him that slight gap, that breathing space that he so desperately wanted. But looking at where Buemi is on the circuit, Martin, he's just coming down towards Ravazza 1, and he's got a whole train of not just GT cars, but hypercars as well he's about to lap. And that's much more of a problem. So you need, therefore, the help of the blue flags to work your way by.
And it's that long queue of cars behind the number 17 car from Genesis that is what he's got in front of him. We're right on board with Antonio Giovinazzi. And right in front of him, a little further ahead this time, is Kamui Kobayashi. We're right in the centre of that little bunch of clouds, but the slippery surface flag removed from turn 20. However, it does appear to be raining a little bit more persuasively now, according to our reporters in the grandstands. Now, the question is, where the yellow flags appear, who's going to be the first to be caught out with not quite enough grip? This is 83 versus 35. Charles Milesi in the Alpine, Robert Kubica.
This is the battle for 5th place.
There's Kubica in front of us as we ride on board with Milesi. Goes the long way round the outside of the McLaren, and that helps him take the position away from the Ferrari. So Charles Milesi up to, and BMW has got by as well, Raffaele Marcello. René Rast.
That was already by.
That was already by. All right, let's catch up with the 83
track
team.
at turn 20. Rain lights on in low mode. Rain lights on in low mode.
And there is the replay of the number 20 BMW going by. So that happened after the pass we rode on board with.
Yeah, that car number 20 had a brand new set of soft tyres that had just gone on in his last pit stop versus Kubica, who's on much older tyres, well over 80 laps in fact.
So Kubica jumped by Charles Milesi and then by René Rast in one lap. Meanwhile, this is the BMW number 69. So this is the battle for second place. Dan Harper in the BMW. The yellow and blue car is not, no, it's not in the battle.
Yeah.
Nicky Katzberg, the 33 car, is the challenge for second place. Garage 59's Tom Fleming, 25 seconds up the road from these guys, and Dan Harper holding off Nicky Katzberg for the moment for second position.
And this pair as well being caught 8 seconds back at the moment. Valencia of Rovera is what we've been told we must call it.
He laughed when I told him that we've been taught how to pronounce his name after so many years.
But he's going to be in this podium fight in not too long a time. Great to see Andrea Bertolini, now retired as a professional race driver, but still a very firm part of the AF Corse and Ferrari setup.
Wipers on, a little prematurely. Normally you try and avoid putting the wiper on at all, but pressure for the BMW. Charles Milesi absolutely flying by Raffaele Marcello. So Milesi with his tail up, now up to 4th place.
So he has found something here, hasn't he? That's the new tyres on the Alpine. And, finding this a happy hunting ground right now.
Alpine has been sort of up and down the order as their new and old tyre strategies have played out. Now they're going really well, and the Aston Martin gets between the two cars for second place in LMGT3. The green and white BMW still just hanging on. Dan Harper ahead of Nicky Katzberg in the yellow and black Corvette.
007, 009 not too far apart on track, 10th and 11th place for the two Valkyries. Harry Tinkler and Marco Sorensen aboard those cars.
Not much in the way of rain, and you can still see a really strong heat haze, Anthony. So the track is still hot, the slicks are still hot. So even with a few spots of rain, there's still lots of grip for these slick shod cars.
There's a tipping point. There's an absolute tipping point when the track just gets too saturated and the tyres lose too much temperature, and that's when it becomes like ice. But right now, I think it's absolutely fine for them. Yeah, we can see the track surface isn't ideal, but they've still got enough temperature in the surface itself of the track and the tyre to survive it.
Back door of our commentary booth is open, and we can get that smell of drops of rain on hot tarmac, can't we? Back to this battle. Nicky Katzberg still trying to reel in Dan Harper. I mean, he's reeled him in, but trying to find a way by. We saw how hard it is to pass. Just heard Alessandro Pierguidi liken it to Monaco for endurance races. Well, maybe so. Penalties for going off are a little less severe here, though. Dan Harper got to defend hard here. The Corvette with a head of steam running up behind him, looking outside, looking inside. Is there an overlap? Not quite.
It's a nice try, though. The BMW definitely saw him coming and started to anticipate the move. But yeah, just trying anything to put your opponent just slightly offline to give you an extra chance around the next corner. Great stuff from these two.
And sometimes, if you figure that your rival is weak somewhere, you'll start to show your nose somewhere differently to sort of take his mind away from focusing on the point you think you're going to actually have a go.
Nicky has a tiny advantage. He's raced the BMW M4 GT3 to a championship win in the relatively recent past. He'll know the strengths and weaknesses of this package for sure, and he will be trying to lean on this to exploit anything he possibly can. This is not a racing driver you want to see in your mirrors.
Absolutely not, but also equally he's done some immense defensive drives himself as well. So
the end of the GTE era, there was an absolutely, was it Bahrain?
Yep.
There was an absolutely fantastic defensive drive, and into the LMGT3 era again. I think in the very first race at Qatar.
Exactly right. Last hour of solid defence. They shall not pass. It is, and actually Shea Adams saying from the pit lane, rain is persisting. On board with Logan Sargent, his first race in the World Championship with a roof on his head. His last World Championship encounter, of course, in a Formula One car. And here comes pressure from the 32 BMW of Augusto Farfus. World Championship racing at its best, and on the inside as well, Cam Juven in the 91. The Turkish driver making his debut. Now we've got two Turkish drivers in the field, Kasali Olic in the Racing Team Turkey car as well. And Logan Sargent trying to find a way to defend his position against the Turk. Here's the battle for second still. Dan Harper, Nicky Katzberg, and having to make way for some of these hypercars as they come through. Just saw the Toyota come through, and that was the leader, Sebastian Buemi, going by the train of hypercars that's being led by Genesis and Pipo Derani.
But he really has lost time, hasn't he, as Buemi, to Kobayashi, who is followed very closely still with Antonio Giovinazzi behind him. He's losing time constantly to these two we watch now.
Looking at this group, I'm not surprised he's lost 3 seconds.
Let's see if he can start to pull away now, because he needs to. He's on fresh tyres, as is Giovinazzi as well, and he's got to make use of those. Or maybe he's just trying to conserve them in this opening stint. He's very good at tyre management, is Buemi.
Well, he's already added a second to the deficit for the second and third place hypercar cars in this lap. So he has opened that margin up. And again, the BMW under pressure. Through on the inside comes Chan Juven. So he dive bombs the 58 McLaren of Finn Gersitz. And around the outside comes the Ford of Logan Sargent. So he's going, right, okay, that's the way it's done, is it?
It's like you see the weak one in the pack and you all pile in.
Elbows out. So Logan Sargent moves up as well. He's up to 8th place. Chan Juven in the yellow and black Porsche up to 7th place. Now Augusto Farfus in 6th spot. Still the battle for second and third. And still water streaming up the windscreen of these cars. It hasn't stopped raining yet. Dan Harper with the wiper on. Nicky Katzberg letting the Rain-X, other brands are available, do its job.
Meantime, car 36 down at the moment in 15th place. Their team manager, Alpine, called to race control. No further message about what that's all about. In return, though, to our normal service.
Yeah,
GT3.
exactly right. This is fantastic racing, and again, this white and green BMW is right in the thick of it, as it was early on in the first couple of hours of the race, in the hands of Tony McIntosh. So Nicky Kasberg, for all his knowledge and experience, struggling to find a way by Dan Harper, and he lost a bit of ground there, and he'll lose a bit more, because past him comes the number 19 car, Paul-Loup Chatin. Don't forget that car, very heavily delayed. There's only actually one running car behind the Genesis machine on the road, and that's the equally heavily delayed GTE Lexus of currently Esteban Masson. Meanwhile,
a bit of contact there, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Or this car squirming around on the exit.
Very close to.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is running on board with Norman Nato, the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Cadillac.
This is for 13th place. The Peugeot at the front of this little queue is in 13th. Malte Jakobsen, Schulgunon in the centre. Car number 36, whose team manager's been called to the stewards, and behind Norman Nato. Number 12 car that was going so strongly early on in the race, and again, their luck has not gone with them. You must avoid penalties. Otherwise, you are just going to be torpedoed every time.
Yeah, started P5 in today's race, led the race at one stage pretty convincingly as well. Looked like they had the speed to be a proper contender, at least for a podium today. Maybe even better, but that drive-through penalty absolutely killed their race.
It did. It's a four-car battle really here for 12th place, headed by, yet again, Genesis Magna Racing, the number 17 car in the hands of Pipo Derani, then Malte Jakobsen in that 94 Peugeot, Jules Goudon and Norman Nato.
Pipo Derani last time round in the Genesis, 1:35.9. The three cars behind are in the 1:38s. So he's pulling away from them. He's gone. He's no longer part of that. They're now left to themselves. Pipo Derani has jumped away from them.
So yes, it's for 13th place, this fight here between these two. And they're on the same age of tyres, but different compounds, with car number 36 on a set of softs compared to the medium in front.
Riding on board with Jules Goudon in the number 36 Alpine, just about half the energy left in the virtual energy tank. Now, some of that will be charged, state of charge in the battery of the hybrid system, so not all of that is internal combustion engine fuel. As you pointed out early, sometimes you'll see cars coming in with zero virtual energy, sometimes 5 or 10% remaining maybe, and that will be state of charge rather than fuel in the tank.
And by the way, it might well have been 3 seconds quicker last time around.
There was contact, and it didn't happen at Rivazza 2, it started at Rivazza 1.
Yeah, Malte Jakobsen with his pointy elbows out. He's the number 12 car of Norman Nato out of the way, and Jules Goudon slipped back down the inside going, yep, thank you very much, I'll have some of that too. And
they've caught Derani again.
They have indeed, yeah. I think the separation was probably because of traffic. There's Pipo Derani in the silver car, the white and stripy Peugeot behind, and there goes the Alpine blue Alpine, traditional colour used by Alpine right from the 1960s. Jean Redelet, the man who started the Alpine brand, tuning brands that worked with Renault engine cars, then built their own super lightweight sports cars, predominantly for rallying, but they did endurance racing as well. Now, 32 BMW. This is the battle for fifth place in LMGT3. Augusto Farfus with Chan Juven right behind him as we go back to the battle for second. Riding on board in third place with Nicky Kasberg.
Well, keep an eye on that. You just mentioned Juven in the second of the Monte cars. Remember, we had a quick look at where they were running in the mid part of the race. 13th, 11th, 10th. Where are they now? 4th and 6th.
Yep, absolutely. And again, they had a penalty for the better placed of them, the Richard Leach now driven 92 car that's in fourth place. That had a penalty for an unsafe relief in the pits. Otherwise, they might be in this battle for second place. Dan Harper still holding on in the green and white BMW, but up behind these two is coming car number 83, and it will be with a bit of a hurry up that Robert Kubica goes by, separates the two of them.
Yeah, the 83 car between the two, that car running splendid isolation at the moment in 7th place overall. He's got a 7.5-second gap to close to get to the two BMWs that currently sit 5th and 6th, and Rennie Rast and Raffaele Marciello on board 51.
Antonio Giovinazzi must be getting a little frustrated now, still stuck behind Kamui Kobayashi. Any new tyre advantage has gone. Racing Team Turkey Corvette being pushed back into the garage. A disaster for them. They were up in the top 10 and now slipping down the order. The TF Sport team, is there anything they can do with that car to get it out in the last hour and 10 minutes? We'll wait and see what the report is. 51 Ferrari, that new tyre advantage, well, it's been negated, hasn't it, by some solid defence by Kamui Kobayashi. The Toyota driver knew what he had to do, the team will have reinforced that, and now Giovinazzi is actually trying to save fuel. It looks like maybe they're going to try and overcut the Toyotas.
It's been a remarkable job from Kobayashi. His tyres have got now over 90 laps old.
Second place battle, Kamui Kobayashi, 89, 90 lap old mediums, 21 laps now on the softs of Antonio Giovinazzi, and whatever edge they might have had has long gone.
Oh no, it was still continuing. It lasts with you the whole time. It's just for peak lap time that Giovinazzi would get from a fresh set, that disappears, but it lives with you the entire stint, that tyre advantage over the car on a 90-lap set. So I think what's actually helped Kobayashi here is just being in streams of traffic constantly, and it's just left Giovinazzi nowhere to go. So just looking at the circuit map now, they've got one or two more GTs to clear, and then they might have a clearer circuit for Giovinazzi have to have a better go at it.
One effect that the cloud cover and a sprinkler of water will have had is to reduce the track surface temperature, maybe moving it a little closer to ideal for the white sidewalled soft tyres of Giovinazzi compared to the very tired mediums.
Here we go. This is what Giovinazzi was waiting for. The traffic's really hindered Kobayashi there, and that's going to bring him closer before the Villeneuve chicane. Oh, nothing he could do there.
They go by our GT3 leader, Tom Fleming, who's in splendid isolation out front. Fleming in that McLaren, 23.5 seconds ahead of the battle for second place in the category with a little over an hour to go. And here we go, Giovinazzi with a run up the hill. Anthony Davidson, he's got alongside the Toyota, but the road goes left and Giovinazzi just can't hang on the way the GT cars did. Is he going to have a lunge down the hill into the Ravazza? He's into Acqua Minerale.
No,
he's not close enough.
So yeah, clearly got the pace advantage, but and he had the run up towards Piratella, but on the outside.
They have to change tyre the next pit stop, but if we overtake, we might chase the number 8. So keep the pressure.
Gotta keep the pressure.
Here we go. He's got the run again coming out the chicane. He's going to look to the inside, but Kobayashi's got it covered because he's overtaken a GT car. Saved once again.
Yep, saved by the GTs. Now, I wonder with the lift and coasting that he was doing, whether he's built an energy advantage, like a cushion in the 51 car, because suddenly he seems a lot more alive behind Kobayashi.
I think it's when, look at what the traffic's done to them. They've separated them once again. So I think it was just that moment they had in free air which created the opportunity again for Giovinazzi.
Choice here maybe for Chan Juven as well in that yellow and black Porsche to get by the 32 BMW for 5th place.
It's aboard that car, and that is very close indeed.
But this has been an absolute dream scenario for car number 8. What a fantastic job from Kobayashi and car 7 crew, the entire race. It's handed car 8 this lovely 6-second gap that they have right now. And even if Giovinazzi were to overtake Kobayashi, I'm not sure you quite have enough speed, because the damage you do to your tyres sitting in this turbulence all the time, like Pierre Guidi said earlier on, I just sat there for too long and eventually they die away. And Buemi's had the luxury of not having to stress them at all thanks to his teammate.
And as a result, Buemi has got 6% more usable energy than Giovinazzi. So Jovi will have to stop first, but that means that Buemi will go longer and eventually they will stop for a shorter final stop to put less fuel in. And so all the cards now are starting to stack up in the favour of Toyota, and potentially actually not just a win, but a 1-2. What's the weather doing? Well, much less than it was. The ground outside our commentary booth is almost bone dry again.
Well, to add to that, so where is the 51's team support for the 50 car? Not really recovered the ground they lost from that drive-through penalty. Remember, we also had the 50 car bottled up behind Mathieu Chabert for quite a while as well. He's 44 seconds back, and what is that, 5 positions?
Right then, through the Villeneuve chicane once more they come. Kobayashi has to focus on a perfect exit out of the Tosa hairpin. Giovinazzi goes slightly wider in to get a better run out, and that's going to give him good momentum up the hill. And he's going to be looking to go to the inside this time, if at all. Can he get there? No, he can't, just quite. So despite having a great run out of the hairpin, it's just not enough to get on the inside before Piratella. Can't do anything through here. It's single file through Acqua Minerale, and once again Kobayashi has to focus on the acceleration, on the exit, on the run up towards another potential but very difficult overtaking move. No, Giovinazzi thinks better of it.
The straights aren't quite long enough, are they, anyway? You know, they were in the 80s when cars were slower, but they're not so much now.
The other point here, by the way, this is the start of the World Championship. This is the single bullet in their gun at the moment at Ferrari. He's going to have to be more risk averse than otherwise they might be in a different position. Can't afford to damage the car here.
You really can't. Yeah, and that's why Kobayashi can afford to be a little bit more elbows out in this situation, and I think Giovinazzi knows it.
There's another little batch shaping up right behind them. Charles Malaysia and René Rast, they've been within a second of each other, and in fact within half a second of each other over the last 3 or 4 laps. So Rast in the number 20 BMW and Charles Malaysia in the better of the 2 Alpines, battling for 4th place, and if something goes wrong, potentially a podium spot here, which would be a big boost for Alpine. You don't see anybody dropping the ball hugely in either Toyota or the 51 Ferrari cab, but sometimes fate decides otherwise.
Yeah, other battles to watch up and down the order as we obviously fully engaged watching this one at the moment. Antonio Fuoco is getting onto terms with Robert Kubica in the 83, of course, in the privately entered yellow submarine car. That is the battle for 7th overall.
Yeah, and he will be as well, because Fuoco took new tyres at the last pit stop. And Kubica, as you mentioned, now well over 90 laps. So he's in a similar situation to that of Kobayashi.
Which means that all he has to do basically is block, unless he's asked to move aside for the 50 car, which might happen potentially. And right now, though, Buemi out front, the gap's growing. He's creeping away fractionally. It's a 10th here, 2 tenths there. So he's really not, and it does sort of feel as if he might be on a bit of a fuel save to not build a massive advantage, but to try and build an extra lap into their fuel allowance and just keep going a little longer. Jovi will have to peel for the pit lane first, and that means that once Toyota see what Ferrari have committed to, they have more information for their strategy than Ferrari do for theirs. So this is again kind of feeling like Toyota are in the driving seat in this battle, despite the fact that the Ferrari does appear to be slightly the quicker of the 2 cars. So the battle continues. Kobayashi ahead of Giovinazzi.
Always close, isn't he, this time, coming out of the Tosa hairpin. Once again, that run up towards Piratella, turn 9. He looks to the inside, but it's pretty much a carbon copy of what happened 2 laps ago.
Yeah, 3 minutes from the start of the final hour, this 6-hour race.
These two 3/10 apart at the line. The battle for second place in LMGT3, fully twice that at the line. Just over 6/10 separating second and third in LMGT3. So an hour to go and plenty of racing still to play out.
But what Giovinazzi knows, I think he's been quite clever at doing here. He's seen what happened to Pierre Guidi last time, who couldn't overtake the Toyota and damaged his tyres in the process. Giovinazzi is fighting Buemi here, and he knows that. So he knows that equally that Kobayashi is going to come in. He's heard from his engineer that he has to change tyres next time, so that wins you that track position at the pit stop, because he's going to keep this tyre set on. He cannot afford to damage them because he's got to go get Buemi right at the end. So that's where I think he's being quite smart here. He's not attacking in the same way we saw Pierre Guidi with Hartley earlier on.
And they catch the battle for second. These are the two second-place battles, and the Toyota and the Ferrari separate the BMW and the Corvette. Light is starting to fade a little more glare from the headlights. We're going to finish at 7 o'clock local time. It is now 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time with an overcast overhead. That means that the light is going to fade a little as we get into the closing stages.
The gap, by the way, between Seb Buemi and Kamui Kobayashi is coming out reasonably quickly at the moment. A little bit to do with the traffic they've just faced, but it was coming up before that, now up to 9 seconds. So it is getting more urgent for Giovinazzi to find a way by here.
But all three cars were at the same speed on the last lap. So again, this is traffic related. All did a 1:33.5 high or low 6. Energy remaining, well, Giovi and Kobayashi are going to pit at roughly the same time, probably the same lap, but Buemi, maybe 2 more, conceivably even 3 more, depending on how their energy relates to what fuel they've got in the tank compared to what charge they've got in the battery.
But interesting, I know it's not a lot, it's only 1 or 2% here or there, but once again we're seeing that the Ferrari using more energy than the Toyota. Happened last time around with car 51 and car 8. This time it's happening with car 7 and 51.
It's heavier because of BOP. It's got a bit less power because of BOP. So to match pace, you've got to burn more fuel, use something. So final hour of the race. A tight battle for second in both Hypercar and in LMGT3. You just saw the Hypercar battle, Dan Harper's BMW holding off Nicky Katzberg's Corvette, and here Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota holding off Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari. Toyota the winners here 2 years ago, our first 6-hour race in Imola, and Ferrari the winners here last year. So it's 1 apiece. This is our race leader, Sebastian Buemi, into the final hour of the race. The number 8 Toyota that didn't qualify as strongly as the team might have expected, although it was only 11 thousandths of pole position, has the lead of the race. Again, it hasn't always looked like Toyota had quite the pace of the Ferrari, and they may not have. They may just have been very, very savvy on strategy early on, and they're starting to pay that reward back.
Into the final hour. Aboard the number 8 with Seb Buemi. What's going on? Let's take a listen.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I feel not good. Yeah, you're doing well, actually. Your pace is good, so even if you don't feel good, the pace is good, Seb. I think it's just a tire.
Yeah, it looked to me like he was just you know, not harassing the car too much, not sliding it around. Yeah, interesting that he says that he's not feeling good with the car, but the lap times are definitely better. Seen compared to it, we don't really know, do we, until we see this car unleashed that we ride on board with now. And it will happen, because as soon as Kobayashi comes in, has to change those tyres, Giovinazzi will be released, and we then gets to see the true pace of what Ferrari can do.
Well, we do know the fastest race lap is a 1:50 set by a Ferrari, the number 50 car of Nick Nielsen. So it is empirically the fastest car, and it took pole position as well, or Ferrari did, with the 51 car. Now, it's about position. This is the second garage 59 car. Finn Gersitz with the orange highlights on his McLaren. Ben Tuck in the Proton competition Mustang behind. This is 8th and 9th. And Johnny Adam returns to the championship with Aston Martin. He's in 10th place. But here is the other McLaren, and that is the race leader, Tom Fleming. Right behind him, not a threat for position. That is one of the two Ferraris from Vista, and they are in 11th and 14th position, so putting a lap on them.
But Tom is beginning to see time to the full pros from behind. That gap was about 9 or 10 seconds bigger the point at which Tom got into the car, so it's come down now to 17 seconds.
Yeah, but the fact he's got the Ferrari catching him up, a lapped car catching him up, would suggest to me that he's on pretty old tyres at this point, and
he's not a million miles away from the space he needs to pit this car and put Marvin Kirchhofer back in the McLaren, which is what we expect to happen at the end of this race.
Again, to underline, it doesn't have to, but it would seem logical if you've got a Platinum sitting watching that you might well want to put him in. Bearing in mind, you are going to have to stop again, and you can do a driver change with no time penalty if you're having a fuel stop, and the chances are Kirchhofer may well have fresh tyres as well.
It's a shot there. Still some fairly significant rain at that point in the circuit.
Into the pits comes Robert Kubica. 56 minutes to go. Is he going to make it on fuel? This might require a bit of a slower few laps, an intervention of a safety car or something like that. So
Robert lost some time before he came in there, because he'd lost a position to Antonio Fuoco and to Earl Bamber. So he dropped from 7th to 8th. Bamber went down, but by, I think, before he put that car on the pits.
109 laps he enters the pits with, does
Wow.
Robert Kubica on that set of tyres. Please change them, crew.
But
he says.
Yeah.
Budget related.
Yeah.
No, definitely. Well, they are ready, and soft tyres going on. The Ferrari certainly can make the soft tyre work here, can't it? Whereas we've seen the Toyota trying softs and mediums and really kind of sticking with mediums. That's not a new set.
Not a new set, no.
No, well, they may have done qualifying.
That's a new tyre.
No?
That's a pattern.
Did it? Oh, it has a pattern on. OK, so a half set. Left side, not new. Right side, the harder work side, new tyres. 94 is in as well. This is Marty Jakobsen. Man who was such a star in qualifying, very nearly put the car on the front row.
Just not been their day, has it, today? At times the car has had a bit of punch, but poor Nick Cassidy was in woes immediately after getting into the sister car. Jakobsen has not been able to recover some of the time lost a little earlier. Meanwhile, Seb Wamey is now 11 seconds clear. That gap is going out. Kamui Kobayashi still fending off, but now beginning to recover up the order. Antonio Fuoco is up to 7th and is right with Raffaele Marcello, goes through to 6th.
And going around the outside of Marcello and disposing of him pretty straightforwardly.
Oh, yeah.
On the inside. Let's catch up with Shea Adam in the pit lane. You could tell us a little bit more about what's happening with the Peugeot, Shea.
They did not change the tires for Malte Jakobsen, so watch him at the end of this race and see how his stint compares. The other thing to keep in mind, gentlemen, you pointed out that it is getting darker, not just because the sun is going down. There is more rain on the radar approaching, and some of the teams are aware of that.
All right, thank you, Shea. You just saw the Mustang gravel trapping, 32 in the pit lane. So we're now seeing regular stops. 58 is in as well, the garage 59, McLaren of Finn Gersitz. So those two cars come in from a top 10 battle.
Keeping watching, by the way, as we're watching these two cars. Let's all listen to what's going on with the 7.
They come with 2 more laps to go, 2 more laps. The idea is to change to soft, but for now we keep the tire on the car.
So are they expecting rain imminently, and that's why they're going to keep this set of incredibly old tyres? Or are they realising Giovinazzi can't overtake us like this? So if we keep these tyres on and just stay in front of him until hopefully it rains. Yeah, we are just going to help Seb out in front for as long as we possibly can. That could be bad news for Ferrari, who have already told their driver they're going to have to change tyres at the next stop.
Whatever else is up with the performance of the car over the years, there's certainly never been much wrong with how they operate it at Toyota Gazoo Racing, and again at Toyota Racing now. They are absolutely hitting all the buttons on the strategy dial correctly.
Of the lead group in GT3s, we watch this continuing battle for second. Dan Harper brings the 69 car in from second place. He was down to 12 seconds back from Tom Fleming. He'd halved that gap. He's on pit lane for what should be their final stop of this race.
And that will free up Nicky Katzberg. A little bit of wind coming as well. We were expecting maybe quite some strong winds coming this afternoon. In is the 20 BMW of Rene Rast. He's come in from a top 5 spot. That moves Charles Milesi into 4th place. Antonio Fuoco on pit road as well in the number 50 Ferrari. 007 Aston Martin has stopped and Harry Tingle has headed back out, and it is getting windy.
Tom Fleming from the lead on GT3 pits. His gap at that stage down to 10 seconds. He was hemorrhaging quite a bit of time, Tom, to the cars chasing.
So Tom Fleming comes in. It could well be a driver change to Marvin Kirchhoffer, and it could well be that that's just a little too early. It is a driver change. It is Kirchhoffer who takes over. Tom Fleming remembers that he's got to go back and do the seatbelts, so he does that. The wind is really picking up. You can see the blossom off the trees blowing all over the place now.
Lightning. We've got a thunderstorm approaching the circuit.
Leader, second place and third place are in. Kamui Kobayashi, we believe, going for a single side tyre change. At least that's what they told him. Antonio Giovinazzi, what are Ferrari going to do here? The question is, if you make a big move here and lose track position and then everybody needs wets, or, well, hang on, race director now saying you can turn off your rain lights.
Well, I've just nipped outside to check, and the wind has really picked up.
Yeah.
Before, when it was just spitting, hardly any wind at all, and it's not spitting at the moment, but the wind is really picking up, and the clouds are so dark. So really now I'm a little bit less confident that it's not going to absolutely tip it down.
On the radar, the really big heavy stuff has passed us, and it's the wind that's following it in front of the next front. So let's see what happens with the tyres. Ferrari, no tyres.
Right side tyres looking to come to the tote here.
They're going soft.
And that, I think, is going to be enough for us to know it's full set.
4 tyre tote.
That really didn't come off well, did it?
Again, looked like a little flash of lightning outside. So they've gone for 4 softs, and they have ceded track position to Ferrari. Now then.
Now what has the 51 car got?
Now Ferrari wants some rain. Okay, Charles Milesi in second place. He and Sebastian Buemi, the top 2, will, it looks like, stop on the same lap, and it might be at the end of this one. It might be the next one. There is the BMW that's in. That's the number 15 car.
Just to point out, by the way, the Alpine number 35, running in second after those pit stops, only 35 seconds back from the leader. That's a good performance from the 35 car today.
Full set of softs for 15 as well. Everybody's got soft tyres in the locker for when the evening got cooler. Number 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi. Is he on his way in this time? He's halfway round the lap. Lots of other cars heading out of the pit lane. This is Milesi. Yeah, Milesi in the pit lane, the 35 car.
33 car in and coming out now from what was the lead of LMGT3. That means Ricard leads.
And that means that Manthey now lead the race. The 92 car, Richie leads, but he will have to stop. So we had a failed air gun in the pit lane.
Was that for TF?
Was that the... All right, Shay Adam, you have the details.
I was unfortunately watching it. They put the 33 TF Sport Corvette up on the air jacks to change the right-hand side tires only. They went to unhook the right front, it wouldn't go. The air gun had failed. So they dropped the car, and then the mechanic indicated, no, I didn't actually change the tire yet. They got him a spare, put the car back up, and then did the work. But they lost a solid 15 seconds in that exchange.
Oh, that's a real shame for a team that was looking very competitive. Leaders on pit lane, Sebastian Buemi, 47 minutes to go. Does he have to stop again? My instinct tells me probably not, unless it's for wet weather tyres, unless it really throws it down with rain. And is it really throwing it down with rain?
These cars can usually do comfortably 45 minutes on a tank of fuel. We saw that all the way through last year, so with 47 minutes remaining, I think this might be their final stop here once that energy goes all the way up to 100. Didn't even go all the way up to 100%, so yeah, there you go. 91% goes in. They would have put 100 in if it was close. Yeah, so it didn't even need that. 91% sees you through at this point, if you're in a Toyota at least, through to the end of the race.
So Seb Buemi comes to the end of pit lane. Where is the 51? And the answer is at turn 17.
Interestingly, Giovinazzi had 94% of fuel in after that last stop. So they are going to be no lift and coast, full attack through to the end of the race. Yeah, or hardly any lift and coast at least.
Well, we're going to see something now. The last 46 minutes of this race, it has been really engaging stuff, hasn't it? Bodes well for the further 7 races to come in this 2026 FI World Endurance Championship, which of course 24 Hours of Le Mans in just 2 races time.
So if he catches Buemi, which I'm sure he can, let's keep a check. He was 17 seconds behind. It's already down to 16 as Buemi's out on his outlap there. So I'm pretty sure he will arrive at the back of Buemi. But he's on exactly the same age of tyres. He's got probably a little bit more fuel to burn. Will that be enough? He couldn't even get past Kobayashi before.
Don't forget, if you want to drive for your voter of the day, vote for your driver of the day, rearrange those sentences into some sort of coherent English, you can do so for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. It is limited to drivers in LMGT3, and the potential candidates are on the social. So head to the Instagram site in that address, and you can vote for your driver of the day. And there are several potential candidates. Marvin Kirchhofer in the lead of the race now in the Garage 59 McLaren, and the gap back to the leader, to second place Dan Harper, is not 20 seconds, is not 10 seconds, it's 1.2 seconds. This is Dan Harper in Team WRT 69 machine, and that red light in front is the leader in LMGT3.
So 2 full factory drivers. Marvin Kirchhofer for Garage 59 in the McLaren. Dan Harper aboard the Team WRT 69 car for BMW. Nicky Katzberg, they're separated by 1.4 seconds. Nicky Katzberg, 5.5 seconds back. Alessio Rovera is a further 3.6 seconds back, and not that much further back is Richard Leitz. So this is going to be a grandstand finish with 44 minutes to go in LMGT3.
Richie Leeds actually came in last of them all, so he came in from the lead, but stopped more recently than any of his rivals in front, so he'll have a slightly lighter car. Meanwhile, this is car number 32, Augusto Farfus, ahead of Chan Juven. Farfus, hugely experienced member of the WEC family. Chan Juven, hugely experienced, but new member of the WEC family. And there you can see the 32 driver teammate, that's Sean Gallel, watching on the pit wall, giving a bit of a hurry up to teammate Gusto Farfus. I wonder how long it is before Augusto's daughter is racing in WEC.
She's racing, I think,
Ginetta Juniors this year.
With the Paradigm team, which of course is owned by Darren Young.
It is indeed, yeah. Darren Young, his BMW teammate, is racing running Augusto's daughter in Sport Championship for British GT Championship, the Ginetta Junior Cup. So there is the 32 car, and that car is currently in 5th position, 6th position, and Chan Juven right behind. Aihanchan. You pronounce the H. I was never aware of this. I had to double check. Aihanchan Juven, but he said everybody calls me Chan. So the 91 Manthey Porsche, the team that won the championship last year and the year before, Manthey. Last year, Manthey first form were the championship winning team and driver combination. And right now, they are still in the hunt for a decent slice of top 10 points. McLaren, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, Porsche, BMW. And then a Ford in 8th place. No Aston Martin or Mercedes in the points today. This battle continues for 6th position. Augusto Farfus and Chan Tuven. And closing up behind them, the number 17 Genesis. Pipo Derani whistles by. Tuven right up behind the BMW on brakes. See how hard he's trying the car, just sliding off the corner, trying to find a way by Farfus out of the first corners, down into the Villeneuve chicane.
Well, if you want to know how hard it is to get by Augusto Farfus, ask any Corvette driver.
Ask any driver ever.
T-shirts are available.
Well, Juven having a look around. Not going to happen for him here. 40 minutes remain in the Imola 6 hours, the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2026. And at the start in sunny weathers, to delight the Tifosi, Ferrari went from 1st and 3rd on the grid to 1-2 in the first corner. The number 83 Ferrari getting monstered, and the pole sitter in LMGT3, the number 10 McLaren and Tyrrell Au leading the field away and holding that lead for the first couple of stints. Battles in the midfield between Alpine and Peugeot, both of which looked like they had plenty of pace in qualifying, but an early setback for the number 19 Genesis, the brand new team, with teething problems on their new machine. Battle for the lead and supremacy in LMGT3 was close, with multiple players involved. Ford and BMW and Lexus all chasing down the McLaren. The number 10 number 69 BMW rather, moving by the Lexus as the Ford followed. And then at the first pit stop, one Lexus in the garage, the other one stranded trackside. Their race, as it is known, was over. Cadillac battling with Ferrari lower down the order and trying to find some race pace. And in the battle for the LMGT3 lead, eventually it was Ford versus BMW for second place as the McLaren stayed out front. Then the McLaren dropped back and BMW taking the advantage away. On cold tyres, Nick Cassidy crashing straight out of the pits at the beginning of his first ever World Endurance Championship stint, putting that particular Peugeot on the back seat. Drive-through penalties for the number 12 Cadillac and number 50 Ferrari hampered their races after competitive showings. And then, courtesy of some clever strategy, Toyota got in front of Ferrari. Great battle for second place behind the McLaren, Corvette in the mix, and the new Genesis machine battling last year's newcomers, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Plenty of action up and down the class. A couple of safety car induced pit flurries in the first half of the race. And as we got into the second part, the weather started to play a part. Light rain at first and then a little heavier. Problems for the 61 Mercedes, taking it out of the action. One of only 3 or 4 cars to be delayed. Our race being led now by Sebastian Buemi. We ride with him in the number 8 Toyota. He's 12.5 seconds ahead of Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari, with Kamui Kobayashi third for Toyota.
Yeah, that gap, 12.5 seconds, ebbing and flowing with a little bit of traffic here and there. Kamui Kobayashi not really holding that gap at the moment to Giovinazzi in second, dropping back a little, arguably beginning to fall into the clutches of Charles Malaysi, who's less than 10 seconds behind and gunning for a podium position for Alpine in the last 40 minutes of this race. He, though, is under pressure from René Rast in the first of BMWs. And
that's pretty impressive, though, then from Giovinazzi, because Kobayashi put 4 new tyres on the last stop, and it continues to lose pace compared to car 51. So this is car 8, race leader, and it just flicks to back to Kobayashi just as I say that. But yeah, Kobayashi on those new tyres, not able to do anything about Giovinazzi, who is hunting down Buemi. Remember when they first came out of the pits and I said, remember 17 seconds?
Yeah.
It's now at 12.
Yeah, well, let's keep watching that gap. Meantime, in what has been a fantastic LMGT3 class, and it's been a particularly brilliant debut in the FIA World Endurance Championship from Garage 59, and in particular the number 10 car. This is Marvin Kirchhoffer back in the car. He did one of the middle stints after an excellent opening stint from Tarasal. He's trying to fend off Dan Harper. The gap 3 seconds now to the team WRT number 69 BMW. Again, remember, vote on Instagram at FIWC_official for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award Driver of the Day in LMGT3. There's plenty of candidates. A esteemed panel has judged a number of options for you. Well, talking of esteemed, let's get down again to pit lane and the new look Genesis Magma Racing team with their sporting director Gabriele Tarquini.
I am next to Gabriele Tarquini at the inside of the Genesis garage. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you with us in the WEC series. A strong debut with a very strong beginning for André Lotterer, very consistent double stint at the beginning, and both cars are actually running. The problem at the beginning for Giuncadella was just tiny, so you must be pleased of how it's going.
Yeah, very pleased. I mean, we put 2 cars on the grid, and we are collecting data for the future because it's our first step, and we know that it's very difficult. Here, competitors are with kilometers on the back, with manufacturer with history in motorsport, and we are proud to be here to fight with them at the moment. And the target was to finish with both cars. One car had a small problem with the sensor on the start. We solved the problem, now it's running. The 17 is running quite well. So we are really, really happy.
And we're happy to see you here. I will let you off for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, a world champion at 47 years old. Someone else turned 47 this week. Happy birthday, Jan.
Yes.
But the question is, why is he wearing a race suit? Do you think he's... Oh, no!
Really?
It's the 10. It's the leader in LMGT3.
Can't be.
And that looked like a full power reset for Kirchhoffer, and he's lost not just first, but second and third as well. They drop out of a podium position. 35 minutes to go. Garage 59 from glory to
so
absolute
cruel.
despair, and it's dying again. Oh dear, that is absolutely rotten luck. Fantastic effort from them. And, well, almost the final half hour, what looked like was going to be a grandstand finish. And they're going to struggle, I think, at this stage to get that car back to pit lane.
Oh, wow, such disappointment. This is Garage 59. What an epic job they've done with that McLaren. The first time here in the World Endurance Championship, running that car, and I did not expect that.
No.
It's been faultless all the way through the weekend, and pole position is driven so well by all 3 of the drivers, and wow, that is so cruel.
Well, let's look to who is actually leading. It's been another great performance. Team WRT with Dan Harper at the wheel of their 69 car, the Tribute Tic Tac livery. You won't see it again this season. There's going to be a new livery for each race for this car, harking back to the glorious BMW M Sport efforts of the past. I've already seen what the next one's going to be. It's epic. But for now, yeah, reason for despair at Garage 59. Car has not yet completed that lap. Let's hope they can get it back. Marvin Kirchhoffer, that looked sort of electrical.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? The rear lights weren't working. We didn't have the onboard, of course, but the fact that to reset, clearly coming out of the Tosa hairpin.
He's managed to get it back to the pit lane. So Balls with René Rast now, the number 20 BMW. Running in 5th place, trying to chase down Sharma Lacey, who's trying to chase down Kamui Kobayashi, and it's not even made it back to its pit stall.
And the reason why we didn't have the onboard is because the onboard failed as well. It has to be electrical.
Total power failure.
Yeah.
And this is the guys and girls from Garage 59. Let's watch what happened. It was coming past.
Oh, it started here as early on as that.
And if he'd had the...
Well, here we go.
Watch.
No. That was just the swap of position.
Well, he lost 2 seconds on the first sector, so it obviously got going again and then full died, I'm afraid, in sector 2. Well, that is, I'm afraid, the end of any option to get a point here. Looking there, it has dropped out to the top 10. That's how quickly it can happen. That's how close this field has been. Let's get Team WRT from TF Sports. Nicky Katzberg now is the 1-2, and that's a team that had their problems as well. That's just a 4-second gap still. The car's going to go in the garage. That is going to be a tough post-race interview for anybody, and emotions will be high after what looked like a run to a real potential win on debut.
To get through 5.5 hours of racing with no problems.
Awful look.
Yeah.
Vistaray, of course, having had a pretty ropey start to the race, now sits with Alessio Rovera. In a...
You're getting good at this.
I am, and I'll get there eventually. It's when you've called him something different for your entire career, it is quite difficult. But Alessio up into 3rd place. Ricard Leitz is 23 seconds back, won't do that on pace. But Nicky Katzberg, meanwhile, still thinks fancies a crack at the win here with Dan Harper.
Just been elevated, obviously, up into P2 from P3, but yeah, definitely got his eyes forward. I mean, with a potential threat of rain, look how dark those clouds are up above as we head towards turn 9 at Piratella. That's just a massive rubber mark, by the way, on the bit of some marbles that they hit the windscreen of the hypercars.
Yeah,
nothing to worry about there.
Moody shot Robin Primes there.
So one to watch out. Sorry, Graham. One to watch out as we see René Rast in the car 20. In the sister car, the car 15, with Marcello out of the wheel at the moment. They took brand new tyres in the last stop. They're going to be coming good at the end of this race. So let's keep an eye on them at the moment, down in P7.
Yeah, close to fastest car on the track at the moment, but catching, albeit 15 seconds back for Oko, now up to 6th place in the Ferrari Air Corsa car number 50. We're getting into the final half hour, and it's a good moment to actually have a look back before we look forward to the end of this race to where we think things stand in this 2026 FIA World Endurance Championship. It's been a good race, it's been a very clean race, and we've had a lot of very good racing. Not an easy track to pass on, that'd be an understatement, but what we've got is an awful lot of cars that seem capable of real race-leading pace.
Absolutely, and also what we see here doesn't necessarily translate to the next circuit.
So half an hour till we start to look forward to Spa-Francorchamps in round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Cadillac have had a few moments in the sun. BMW,
yeah, they looked pretty racy.
They did
at the start. I mean, I know it was easy to forget that Nato qualified that car in P5, genuine P5 spot. Then they were brilliant with their strategy, got on the right tyre at the right time, or put a new tyre, or at least half a set at the right time to get the lead of the race, and looked pretty comfortable with Will Stevens at the wheel. Then that drive-through penalty after a full course yellow infringement.
They just haven't recovered.
They didn't recover as well as car 50 has. Yeah,
no, indeed.
That's true.
Looking back at that one, on board now with Earl Bamber in the better place now. The first car, that car running in 8th position, World Championship point scoring position. BMW, meanwhile, quieter race, but actually a more effective one. We've got the cars running in 5th and 7th at the moment. You know, that's a significant evolution of the car. There she is, 15. There's the 38. I think they'll be reasonably pleased with progress here. They've had a few systems problems through the week. They've been learning this car in this competition, and I think they'll come rejuvenated to Spa.
Yeah, they've had a pretty handy car here last year as well in dry conditions. It's a car that suits the circuit pretty well. But I think other cars like the one we are on board with now, I think will come good at circuits like Spa, faster flowing circuits, higher speed corners. I don't think the Caddy is necessarily well suited to this track, but I've been really impressed with Toyota's turnaround.
Oh, good grief.
Really impressed by what they've done through the winter. These aero upgrades to the car are really working.
So Seb, we're building a decent margin even like this, so if the 51 even does catch us from behind, we'll be able to use maximum energy if needed.
I thought I heard Buemi doing some serious lifting coasts. Let's listen. Yep, and there it was again into Tamburello chicane.
They're on plan.
They are looking very comfortable right now.
But it's a big step forward, no doubt, from what seemed the Toyota team last year in disarray. It almost as if they backed themselves into a corner.
Yeah, it clearly wasn't working. The team were unhappy with the lack of performance all the way through last year. Yes, they won Bahrain. The car's always been strong there, always been good at looking after its tyres in Bahrain. But they suffered here badly last year. So to turn it around, if they can walk away with a win on home turf, Ferrari's home turf, that is a real feather in their cap.
Peugeot, it's just been a bad day at the office, I think, for Peugeot. I don't think that reflects the performance they've got in the car. We saw the one-lap performance from Melter Jacobsen in qualifying. They've just not translated that. What about Alpine? What we've seen there is they've had at least one of their cars at the sharp end all afternoon here.
Yeah, as expected, they're strong and stronger in race pace than they were what it showed in qualifying, at least. And so I think it strategically maybe hasn't gone completely their way. I think that the reset we had under the safety car condition went against them, maybe. We have to look back at that one. Work continues on in the garage for the McLaren at garage 59.
Yeah, their day is effectively done in terms of the competitive proposition. That's bitter goal for them. And then we got Aston Martin and Genesis before we go and talk about the red cars and the yellow one.
Yeah, massively impressed by Genesis. If we have another look at the breakdown, the electric breakdown of the McLaren and the change of position. Oh, such disappointing scenes. But going back to the other orange car competing here this weekend, the Genesis in hypercar, as you mentioned, Graham, so impressed. Yes, one of their cars failed very early on, but the other car still circulates with no problems. And even if they had a problem now, it's still a massively excellent job, well done. And beyond my expectations, I would say well beyond my expectations. They've raced hard, they've been quick at times. I think the drivers have done a sublime job. Hats off to everyone in that team. And I think, talking about Aston Martin, and we ride on board them now, they really suffered here last year. The track doesn't suit them, and I think they'll be much, much stronger in Spa.
They're now in the battle for a World Championship point in manufacturers for this car. The other car, the 007, in 9th place, and therefore in 8th place for the Manufacturers' World Championship. A huge uptick in form from them. 83's behind it, and it is indeed in 9th. So points potentially for both cars in prospect if the 009 can make up just a single position here.
Yeah, the 83 of Kubica's now on new tyres, and he's going to be catching Ticknell the whole time.
Your fastest car on track. Pace is really strong.
That's what you want to hear. Which leaves Suzanne with the red cars from last year, dominant at the start of the 2025 season. It's not been quite like that here, has it? And it bodes for potentially a very different 2026 for the whole World Championship.
They were on pole position, but only just 11 thousandths of a second on pole. So, you know, the competition are right there. They have looked to be the fastest car here on average in race pace. So I think what we're seeing with Buemi losing the time to Giovinazzi right now is probably down to the severe lifting coast that Seb's been asked to do. But it's still hovering around that 12 seconds. There's nothing more that Giovinazzi can do right now, but I think he's taken so much out of his tyres in the dirty air behind Kobayashi, who did a remarkable job. And yeah, Toyota are there. And I think if they're there on this track, where Ferrari was so strong compared to the last year, then bring on all the rest.
Well, don't forget that the balance of performance between the cars is going to change on that rolling 3 race. Toyota will have some of their performance taken away because they're stronger, and Ferrari will creep a little bit closer in terms of outright performance as well. In terms of performance of the crowd, again, WEC is bringing in record crowds, over 92,000 fans here
I
this
think the
weekend.
rain will just hit us 10 minutes after the race, but I keep you posted. For now, no risk of rain.
That's good news. A little bit of loud engine noise on the radio there. 23 minutes to go. And yeah, a great resurgence from Toyota. We always knew they could operate the car, and they've kind of looked for the last 2 or 3 seasons as if the car was slipping back down away from front-running pace. That seems to have definitely been reversed. Alpine, let's hope this is not a false dawn, because the car has looked very competitive here. We've seen how quick it's been at Le Mans and Spa before, and so that could be very good news for them. And as you said, for BMW, I think really the question for me above Peugeot is, why are they nowhere near the front now after 5 hours when they really showed that they might have well have had the pace? Are they just not still operating as efficiently as the team as maybe they should be?
Bit of a weird one, isn't it? This, by the way, I think is the battle that's going to go to the flag. This is Charles Malaysia being chased down by Rennie Rast, who's being chased down by Antonio Fuoco, who's being chased down by Rafael Marciello. Now, Marciello's gap is over 10 seconds to the other 3, but the other 3 separated by what is that, about 2.2 seconds across the 3 cars. Those flashing rain lights you can see just on the crest there, that is Charles Malaysia in the 35. He's running 4th.
Alessio Rovera had to make a pit stop. Now, this was... it was sort of a slightly out of sync position that they had in the top 5. The Ferrari has not looked quite as competitive a proposition as the team might have hoped. We heard that, didn't we, right from the beginning from Francois Heriot saying, well, we're just not where we need to be. And it's the same for Peugeot, 13th and 16th. That's not a great takeaway for a car that was on row 2 of the grid.
They won't be happy with that. Just as we watch the Peugeots leave our vision here, just to go back to the LMGT3s, we're going to go down to Shay for an update on the number 10 in a moment, but I would cast your eyes back to the timing and scoring screens and remind you, remember we told you to look at where Montoya was, middle of the race, 11th to 13th, now running 3rd and 4th.
Yeah,
unstoppable.
Always strong. And so too, it seems, is the number 17 car. Okay, so the number 19 down in 17th, number 17 in 15th place. They're not in the end of the race showing the sort of pace that the front runners are, but to get both cars getting towards the flag, very good for the Genesis team. Shay Adam, what do you know about the number 10 car?
It will come back out, but that's because the team always said before the weekend began the garages have both Garage 59 cars cross the finish line. It's an alternator that's failed. It's just spinning around, not doing anything what it's supposed to. So Marvin Kirchhofer staying behind the wheel of the McLaren to take it back out, make sure that the car is all right, but then give the crew who's been pulling all-nighters, frequently staying to the shop until 2 o'clock in the morning, that little bit of gratification. And just on another damaged car, guys, the Turkey Racing Corvette, that would be the TF number 34. That one is fighting with a misfire. That's the sound of it going back out of the pit lane right behind me. It is not healthy.
All right, so not firing on all 8 cylinders, the Corvette, unfortunately. And, well, it's not the traditional 5-cent part. I think alternators come a little bit more expensive in racing car terms, but what heartbreak for that Garage 59 team. They did everything right, and then let down by a non-performance relatable component. On board with Antonio Fuoco, carving his way through traffic, and this gap has come right down. Rennie Rast in front.
It's going to. Yeah, it's going because Fuoco's obviously got the natural speed. He's on a very similar tyre age to the car directly in front of him, and both of them are on better tyres than the Alpine who are just in front of them. So they're all concertinaing up here, and it's Fuoco who's the fastest one out of the trio, and behind them, another 11 seconds or 10 seconds now down the road is the number 15, Marciello, who's on a brand last stop. He's on 7 or 8 lap old tyres right now, and he's catching all of them. So, yeah, I don't want this race to end, really.
It's been a cracker, hasn't it?
6 hours isn't enough. Somebody will have to end it eventually.
Can't we make it 8 instead?
Well, I suppose we could do. I don't think the crowd would complain very much either, would they?
Should be worth confirming. This is the first round of the FI World Endurance Championship, and the round due to take place in Qatar has not been cancelled. It's been postponed at this stage. Obviously, that will wait for a decision based on where we are with all things considered in the world. But we'll race 8 times, I'm sure, this season.
Here comes Fuoco. Yeah, it could be that the final races are 18 hours combined, so that could be a massive endurance test for everybody at the end of the season. Fuoco right up behind René Rast now. René Rast closing in on Charles Milesi. He's the blue car just going by the Racing Team Turkey car, which is coughing and spluttering its way back into the pit lane. So unfortunately, Charlie Eastwood, I don't know if it's lapped off 7 onto 6 onto 5 cylinders. I think probably Tom Ferrier said, if it clears, stay out. If it doesn't, let's not destroy the engine. It's probably something simple like a coil pack, so let's not blow it up. But this battle is blowing up. Fuoco, as you said, Anthony, compressing the field, pushing from behind, and right in front of him, René Rast looking quite vulnerable. In the other BMW class, being led by Dan Harper, the number 69 Team WRT machine, looking 17 minutes away from the win.
But Nicky Katzberg in that shot, 2.3 seconds back. Ricard Leaks dropping back to this pair at the moment, but this is a battle for the win. No doubt about it.
That gap has stayed pretty consistent last couple of laps at least, Graham. So we've got our driver of the day, the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. No surprise, it's Thomas Fleming.
Yeah, Tom Fleming, a really good job from him and from the entire team. I'm afraid it won't be much salve on the wounds, will it? There's the exhaust going back on. Things like alternators are not service items. They are buried in the car, aren't they? So it's not an easy job. And by the way, that exhaust, probably not as cool as you think it might be.
No, that's toasty, I think it would be fair to say.
Hence the big, thick asbestos gloves, or whatever they use nowadays in part of it.
Well, Lee Young, Tom Fleming and Garage 59 as a whole will have an appearance on the podium, and I think that's richly deserved. Rotten luck for them, so close to the end after such a dominant run at one point and a fighting run after that.
Is this battle for position? Chanjuven? No, it's not. There is Charlie Eastwood and the Team Turkey Corvette being pulled back into the garage, and I don't suppose that'll be coming back out again with only a quarter of an hour left to go. It didn't clear itself, so I'm kind of assuming that's going to be the end of that. Toyota Ferrari, Toyota Alpine now, still in 4th place, and actually Charles Milesi keeping away from the René Rast and Antonio Fuoco battle. And for Milesi in that Alpine, the longer Rast resists, the better it is for the French car and the French driver, because if Fuoco is released, then suddenly he's going to be a pain in the Alpine backside. On the gravel, René Rast, that's going to lose him traction. Antonio Fuoco will have a run up to Variante Alta, not enough of one though to get through, but he's suddenly right on the tail of the BMW again.
He's still there, he's right there. This is going to be close, coming down to Ravazza. He's going to sell a bit of a dummy here. I get the feeling he's very, very close. No, he's braked a bit early. And look, so Rast knew he was threatening. That's why he didn't go right to the edge of the track for the braking zone. So he's safe once again. But yeah, Fuoco just eased back out of it. I thought he was going to send one down the inside.
That Rast might leave him room to cross the line and cut back between Ravazza 1 and 2, but no such luck.
And the first time, just the shot we saw before that, Marcello in the same shot as this pair. He is closing 6.5 seconds now, and he's closing quite quickly.
6.5. The last up I looked, it was 8.5.
Yeah, he is closing fast, and that is the effect of Fuoco being held up by René Rast. Mind you, in that last drone shot, my car in the car park was in shot as well. So, but he is absolutely closing up. Antonio Fuoco. And this is the story of almost of the second half of the race of Ferrari, stuck behind things with a slightly quicker car and not able to get by. We're right in the centre of that clear patch. We might get wet during the podium or after that when we're scrambling to go and get some dinner, but looks like the race should stay dry. Looks like the lightning has stopped as well.
I'll say that loud, by the way, but not that far behind Marcello is Earl Bamber in the Cadillac, just 3 seconds back, and he's pacing Marcello. If he's catching this trio, then so is Bamba.
Yeah, Bamba's 5.8 seconds back, but was 3 seconds quicker than these two on the last lap. So that's 2 laps, that's 5 minutes, and he'll be right with them. 009 Aston Martin in the pit lane. Marco Sorensen getting filled up with fuel. And that will take that car out of a potential podium spot, moving Malte Jakobsen up into 12th or 11th if you take out the 83 car for manufacturer's points, which you do, which makes Gounon currently the last of the point scorers. So René Rast making the most of this revised BMW. A BMW with a new aero treatment this year, the same car run by WRT here in World Endurance, and now they also have taken over from RLL running the IMSA program as well. So lots of data going into the same set of engineering data banks. That's only got to be beneficial to both programs. And again, traffic in the way. René Rast had to go the long way round. Fuoco dived inside Chanju Ven. And again, same place, out of Tosa, can't quite get enough drive to get by him up the hill.
No, not enough drive, and very evenly matched in straight line performance, these two cars. We've seen it all the way through the race, so but it's moments like that where Fuoco can do something. Rast is, well, he's so focused on not giving up this position that he's actually losing time now to the Alpine in front, who's been quicker than and been harassing the whole way through up until this point.
But listen, 5th, half a second behind 4th, or 5th, 20 seconds behind 4th, still 5th.
Yeah, 5 seconds back now, Marcello, from this two-car battle. But
oh, come on, 4.7. Come on, let's dramatise this a bit more, Graham.
But warned now for track limits, so further potential dramas enter this one. We are under 12 minutes to go to the end of this race.
Logan Sargent under pressure from Alessio Rovera in the Ferrari. This is the battle for 6th position, the Proton Competition Mustang. And Logan Sargent is actually the better placed of the two Mustangs now. Ben Tuck in car number 77 is in 10th place. But here comes the Ferrari. Rovera was higher up the order until they both, he and the 54 car, needed a splash a couple of laps ago to get them through to the end. Let's see what the ex-Grand Prix driver has got, trying to hold off his Italian rival.
Cracking stuff. Genesis and Aston Martin, as it's been for most of the second half of this race. The two newest additions to the Hypercar Club. Two more to come next year, remember.
And that's the 007 Aston that is in 9th position, and behind it is the number 19 Genesis, Pipo Derani. And that car is still way down in 29th overall, 17th in the Hypercar class. In fact, it's not Pipo Derani, it's Paul-Luc Chatin.
Yes.
Well, to add insult to the injury for the Corvette team, 33, Nicky Katzberg, second-placed LMGT3 car under investigation for a pit stop infringement, so potentially.
That car under 2 seconds of the overall class lead, well clear, 40 seconds clear from Richard Lietz in the Ben Montai number 92 Porsche. What dramas await for that? Don't think there'd be any more required.
10 minutes to go in Imola, and still positions very much up for grabs. Not the lead position, Sebastian Buemi 11.5 seconds ahead of Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari. Toyota with a stranglehold on this race, and it looks as though they will put 2 cars on the podium with Kamui Kobayashi in 3rd place. Charles Malaysi 4th ahead of this battle, and Malaysi has properly escaped, hasn't he?
Yeah, we've not quite yet got Marcello in that shot. You can see the headlamps on the track, but not quite the car. There he is. That gap is now 3.5 seconds to Antonio Fuoco. The cavalry's coming, René.
Well, is it though? He'll have time to catch him, but he might need another hour to get by him, as we have seen for just about everybody. Catching is one thing, as we say so often, and on this track, passing is very much a different thing.
And Bamba is now 2 seconds, not 3 seconds behind Marcello. This is a group of 4 and 5 cars compressing for what is not quite a podium place.
Rain jobs in the pit lane once more. I don't think there's going to be enough rain to really throw a cat among the pigeons, and I don't think there's going to be enough. Sebastian Buemi's 2 too experienced an old stager to be worried by a few spots of rain on the windscreen.
Well, it's the 100th race, let's remind everybody, for Toyota, under both Toyota Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing. Missed just 2 races in the very first season, joining the FI World Endurance Championship in lieu of withdrawn Peugeot team at that point. And they, to this point, have won 49 of the 99 races they've competed in.
And Buemi is the only standing driver from the very beginning, 2012, when Toyota started their program.
What an absolutely magnificent servant he's been to this championship and to that team, you know, and still capable of breathtaking performances, as we saw in taking the championship to, not last year, the year before, with an astonishing drive at Bahrain.
Yeah, love this shot, looking back at Giovinazzi, just you see the focus of a racing driver at work, eyes are everywhere, dashboard checking behind in the mirror as well, that digital rear view mirror that they have, looking in the side mirrors, back to the circuit in front, it's just such focus.
They're coming back on the Alpine. There's the Alpine, there's the BMW, on board with the 50 car and catching behind the second BMW, and Earl Bamber now under 2 seconds back in the Cadillac. We've got 7 minutes to go.
It's still a 2-second margin to Charles Milesi, and they were only a third of a second faster than him on that last lap. And again, they might get close. They may not necessarily get by. Antonio Fuoco, he's got to try something. How much traffic is ahead of them? Not much this lap, but on the next lap they'll catch another gaggle of LMGT3 cars. René Rast will have to keep his wits about him, but Fuoco will have to find something very special.
But by far the car with the best tyres is Marcello, and that's why he's catching them hand over fist. So very quickly, I think maybe even at the end of this lap, Fuoco is going to be going from the hunter to the hunted in this scenario, because Marcello is coming.
And he'll be in the worst of all positions, Fuoco, trying to get by, but also trying to keep the back door shut while he's moving around. So that will be salvation for René Rast. You saw Batin Pregliasco there in the centre of the picture in the AF Corsa garage, also responsible for the AF Corsa GT programme over so many years.
1, 2, 3 in that shot. There's the 4th, and there is the 5th. 6 minutes to go, and those 5 cars are separated by, what, 4 seconds?
This isn't a great place for them to catch the GT, as they were just coming down to Acqua Minerale. We're looking at a different battle going on here.
Yeah, looking at Logan Sargent ahead of Alessio Rovera, and then that is the battle for 8th position. The car behind them is not in that battle. It is the only Lexus that's still running of Esteban Masson.
It's a great run here from Logan Sargent. Remember, he's effectively a rookie GT driver, holding off a very experienced full factory GT driver.
Yeah. Rovera with knowledge of the circuit in these cars, with intimate knowledge of his weaponry. Logan Sargent at a deficit in both categories there. Not just doesn't really understand the car the way that Rovera does, but doesn't know the track either. Who's been across the gravel?
Not sure. I can tell you the number 10 car has rejoined the race as promised by Shannon.
All right, well...
Number 7 was in front of that gaggle of GTs. I don't know if it was Kobayashi. We'll have to look at his first sector.
I'm guessing that it was Milesi.
Wow.
No, that's the 36.
I beg your pardon,
36,
yeah, so 36, Shulgunon.
Yep, it's very similar to how Nicky Katzberg.
Swapped tents a little bit there.
Earlier on.
Famous history, Alpine in rallying. Continuing there. 4.5 minutes to go. Here comes Sebastian Buemi for what will be the anti-penultimate lap, I think.
Dan Harper, as you can see, still leading in LMGT3 from Nicky Katzberg, but with the potential maybe for drama for Katzberg. So we will have at least 1 Porsche on the podium, potentially 2. Meanwhile,
here they are.
René Rast under pressure from Fuoco, squirming as he gets round, and Milesi jumps into Marianti Alta ahead of the Mustang. There's Raffaele Marciello right behind in the M Sport coloured car, and we ride with Earl Bamber.
Before we get into all that, I believe for Corvette fans around the world, it's a reprimand for car 33. No penalty handed out for that one. They still sit 1.7 seconds back we can revel now in what's to come in the next 3.5 minutes, the last 3.5 minutes of a spellbinding 6 hours at Imola.
It's all come down to this, these 4 cars, nose to tail.
So just to relay this, Charles Milesi in 4th, looks clear of this. There he is. So then René Rast with the yellow nostrils for BMW, he's 5th. Antonio Fuoco's red Ferrari in 6th position. Behind him, Raffaele Marcello in the M Sport liveried BMW in 7th, and Earl Bamber in the gold Hertz Team Jota Cadillac in 8th place.
5-car battle, 4 different hypercar brands involved in this.
And the blue Mustang there, Logan Sargent trying to defend against Alessia Rovera. Rovera gets alongside, it's going to be 4 wide. Here come the hypercars. Rast shuts the door. It was nearly a chance for Fuoco. It didn't work his way. Rast just managed to get across the road, and that LMGT3 battle denied the Ferrari in the final 3 minutes. They never give up, do they? They really don't. Marcello must have thought this is coming my way, but it didn't. Fuoco still attacking.
That was so close. I'm sure the cars did actually touch momentarily. I'm surprised they didn't touch anymore. I'd be amazed if they didn't. But Fuoco read it perfectly. He went for the switchbacks. He could see the car in front was hindered. Rast just couldn't get on power early enough, but Rast read it as well. Just lurched the car to the left-hand side. Fuoco had to react, and I thought that Fuoco was going to carry that extra momentum that he needed, that he had won from that scenario, but it didn't play out, unfortunately. So yeah, so close. It only takes a moment like that, and Fuoco will slip through.
Didn't play out for Logan Sargent either. He did lose that spot to Alessia Rovera, so the Ferrari moves up a place, but back with Antonio Fuoco. This Ferrari moving up a place. Rast doing a solid job in defense. There is the number 8 car. Minute and 40 seconds. A quick lap is 1 minute 33. Is this the beginning of the last lap? Yes, it will be. And slowing down to stay out of the way, the number 17 car of Pipo Derani. It will be the last lap of the race for Toyota's Sebastian Buemi. They return to top form. They are leading. Antonio Giovinazzi in 2nd, Kamui Kobayashi in 3rd. Charles Milesi looks to have settled 4th. Hello. Is that Buemi weaving? He's got 4% energy left.
No, he's just he's either clearing his tyres from marbles, having overtaken slower cars, or just focusing on just trying to build a bit of extra temperature back into. I'm pretty sure he was just clearing the pickup off his tyres there.
Let's hope so. Well, there's Charles Milesi heading down the hill in 4th. René Rast in 5th. These guys still with 1 more to go. Sebastian Buemi is over the top of the hill, and he is speeding on down now to Acqua Minerale. And the Toyota racing team are waiting and watching. It has been a return to Toyota's imperious best. They have not just run a quick car, but they have run it supremely well. They gain track position with clever strategy. Then the sort of negating effects of the safety cars played into their favour. He's in the final few corners of the last lap of the season opener. Toyota is about to head to victory here in Imola. The team are waiting, and it is Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota who takes the first win of the season. A monumental 50th win for the team. 50 wins in 100 starts in the World Endurance Championship. The most enduring of all the top class teams in this competition. They have been here very nearly from day one, and they have won half of all the races they have started. And this latest evolution of their hypercar program proves to be as effective as all that have come before it. Well, they came to Italy facing a monumental challenge from Alpine, from Peugeot, and especially last year's winners, the home favourites, Ferrari. And while the number 1 car has fought valiantly to take 2nd place on home soil, it has not been their day. In LMGT3, it is Team WRT and BMW who claim the victory after a heartbreak for Garage 59's McLaren that looks set for glory. TF Sport second with the Corvette, and in third and fourth places, Mantai's Porsches. I think it's hard to overstate just what that is going to do. Well, here comes the number 69 BMW. There is the Corvette right behind. The third place and fourth place Porsches have crossed the line, but Dan Harper will hold off Nicky Katzberg by the margin of a whisker. The whisker in this case being 0.265 of a second. And there are his teammates. A new lineup: Tony McIntosh, Parker Thompson and Dan Harper. They win their first race out together in the World Championship, and that is a massive boost. They were always in the hunt. Yes, heartbreak for Garage 59, but they were always there. And so with this team. They may not have taken pole position. They standing on the front row of the grid, and they ended up with the win.
Okay, guys, thank you.
Thank you, Seb. Great job. Great job all week. It was really the three of you and the team together, all the guys, but built a good package for the weekend. I think we're off to a good start, so thank you.
Back-to-back wins in the World Endurance Championship for Toyota. They rounded out the season in Bahrain with victory, just avoiding a winless year, and they start the new season with victory. Parker Thompson, the Canadian, his first ever day racing in a World Championship, and he's got the big one. They have the W. Dan Harper, Parker Thompson, and a great opening double stint from Tony McIntosh. It is the winning team in LMGT3.
Oh yeah, boy! Oh mate, unreal. Thank you so much, everybody. Tony, that first stint was insane. Parker, I mean, well, everybody, just incredible job. Car was mint, so well done, boys.
A bit of fuel safe and some pickup, but not fully pickup, a little bit of pickup.
And already heading into the pit lane, Sebastian Buemi. He will head down to the podium as our hypercar winner. And they'll be followed by the BMW for LMGT3.
Well, behind that little lot, that battle to the flag, those, what is it, 5 cars separated by 2.5 seconds. Her first job as the sporting director comes with a win.
Fry, she's taking that one.
Yeah, mate, let's celebrate it
And enjoy the
To
podium.
be honest, Toyota did a good job. I put a car in front of us, and yeah. So yeah, congrats to them.
Yeah, you got to admire good strategy when you see it, whether it's on your car, someone else's car, and that's exactly what Giovinazzi read. And they did, you know, they placed Kobayashi well, and he did the job that the team needed him to do as well in that situation. So a brilliant job from Toyota all around. I feel like they were the underdogs this weekend, and they've walked away with victory.
I'm not sure that they knew quite where they were, and I think that was the big question mark in their minds. And we've said it so many times, this rule set makes the teams and their cars so close together. You have to wring every drop of juice out of it to be in the hunt, and that's what Toyota do so well. That's what 12 years of unbroken experience in this championship brings them. And of course, all the years beforehand. Don't forget, they didn't just start in 2012. They started their World Endurance journey in 2012 with the hybrid car. They've been racing sports cars for 40 years. So Toyota Racing, back to that old traditional name, and with a very retro-looking colour scheme as well, back to their winning ways. It is a great vindication of what hard work and relentless pressure will give you. Half the races they have ever started in this championship, they have won. That's just bonkers.
And they looked, the thing I really enjoyed about today, they looked so evenly matched with the Ferraris at times. And you couldn't see there was one element where the Ferraris, say, was faster in a straight, but the Toyota in the corners or vice versa. It was tooth and nail the entire time. I think Ferrari just about had the edge in terms of pure car speed, but Toyota had just enough to make sure that strategically they optimized it and walked away with victory. Brilliant stuff.
I think what we're seeing today, gentlemen, is Toyota back on form on track, back on form in the garage and on the pit wall. The strategy was on point, and that's what won them the race today.
A record crowd for the 6 hours of Imola and a record in the World Endurance Championship for Toyota Racing. 100 races, 50 wins, and for an entirely different kind of driver lineup, one that has come together for the very first time in this championship. It is victory in LMGT3. Sometimes, no matter how good you are, luck needs to smile on you, and it did. The number 69 car was always in the hunt. They took the fight to whoever was in the way and fought their way back to the front, back to the front, back to the front. Yes, heartbreak for Garage 59's McLaren crew, but it was a well-deserved victory. And Tony McIntosh there on the right, as you heard from his teammate Dan Harper, really set them on the road. Parker in the centre of the race did a really stand-up job as well. And Dan Harper was there to finish it off. Let the floodgates be opened, exactly like at Le Mans. We want a massive crowd under the podium here, and I'm sure that the thousands of fans who've enjoyed this race will be ready to help them celebrate. After all, there is a Ferrari on the podium as well as the two Toyotas, and these two Goliaths of endurance racing have put on a spectacular show. Honourable mention too for Alpine and BMW. Both very competitive. Disappointment, I think, perhaps in terms of Peugeot, where they hoped they were going to be. Cadillac know this is not a great track for them, but Spa is, and that'll be the same for Aston Martin. And for Genesis Magma Racing, well, A, welcome to the championship, and B, both cars at the flag. Boxes ticked all the way down, and it looks like a car that has got lots of potential.
What a fantastic race. Toyota is back on form, and today's a special day. 50 wins in 100 starts. You guys and the brand has won one race every 2 races. This is just crazy. Yes, Seb is joining. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. It feels so good to win with the TR010 debut. It started yesterday with Rio in qualifying, putting it on the front row. We didn't actually expect that. We'd been behind in all the quali sims. He pulled the lap out of nowhere, put us in a great position, and then I think we've all done the job. The strategy was on point. We went 3 stints in the beginning. We needed to get that virtual safety car, which actually came. But either way, we managed the tyres well, and then a bit of team play at the end. The sister car going long, getting in front of the Ferrari, giving us that little bit of margin. It was, yeah, it feels like a special day here in Italy and in red. Couldn't be happier, honestly. What a start to the season for us, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Rio, a little word. Fantastic qualifying yesterday. That was a little bit unexpected, but you were there. And then fantastic strategy, putting the 2 cars at the front to defend the position. That was an amazing job from the team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we got the new car, you know. It's also our 100th race, you know, so yeah, it made a history. So yeah, well done to everyone in the team.
Thank you so much. And Seb, last win was 2024, I think. You're back for more wins this year?
Yeah, we are happy. I mean, my teammates did most of the job. Rio yesterday in qualifying and Brennan and Rio before. You know, most of the job was actually done. I just had to make sure I wouldn't do any mistakes. But, you know, those little drops, they were not easy because you never really know how much you can push. And luckily, the big rain didn't come, so it was better for us. And then the call to be on the soft as well was difficult. We didn't have much experience on the soft. We felt better on the medium. So in the end, I'm just happy with this result. You know, it's a good start, like Brendan said, with the TR010. So hopefully we'll be in a similar position in the next 2 races.
And you were very humble because you pulled the gap, you increased the gap. So congratulations, very well done to you guys. Go and enjoy the podium. Thank you.
Well, sometimes, and Seb Wemby is the arch prototype here, you have to go out and grab it and win it. Sometimes you've got to carry it home after what your teammates have done. There's the Ferrari team that finished in second place. Antonio Giovinazzi bringing the car across the line.
That's good to see. It was a somewhat grumpy atmosphere a couple of races last year. We're back to sport in sports car racing, and great stuff from the Tota crew, and indeed from Ferrari, who did not let that one go, not for one single second.
Yep. Toyota now lead 2-1 here in Italy. Well, it was a titanic battle in qualifying. The 51 Ferrari just edging Toyota's number 8 out, and the 50 Ferrari at the start, jumping from third on the grid into second, as paint was being swapped a little further back down the pack for the minor positions. Pole sitter in LMGT3 also got away cleanly, and Tara Zhao, the driver from Hong Kong in the McLaren from Garage 59 on their debut, starting from pole and leading the first couple of hours. As battles raged up and down both categories, it was going to be a tough day for the number 19 car from Genesis. A problem early on. It would end up finishing the race though. And in LMGT3, the 69 BMW was coming on strong. Having not qualified perhaps where they'd hoped, they were working their way up the order. The Lexuses that were second and third faded in the second stint, and the BMW moved on to the tail of the McLaren, followed by the better of the two Fords. Then both Lexus were out on the same lap, one stranded in the pit lane, the other one at the side of the track. In the hypercar class, a battle between the number 12 Cadillac and the number 50 Ferrari. For the lead of the race in LMGT3, a bit of bump drafting, and then a great pass from the BMW around the outside of the Mustang to take position 1 away from the Ford. Out of the pits on cold tyres for his first stint, Nick Cassidy straight into the gravel with the Peugeot, bringing out the first of our safety cars. And that would put them right at the tail of the field. Drive through both for the 12 and the 50 after both had full course yellow infringements. Meanwhile, Toyota's strategy had put them in front of the erstwhile leader, the 51 Ferrari. Corvette versus Mustang, a battle as old as time in sports car racing. Corvette with the advantage here. And Genesis Magma Racing battling last year's newcomers, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, number 17 car, which ran pretty much faultlessly, showing good pace. At the front of the field in LMGT3, the Corvette getting on terms with the McLaren. Garage 59 still had plenty of pace and were able to hold on as rain arrived in the final couple of hours. Not heavy enough to demand wet weather tyres, but enough to worry a few teams. And then disaster in the final hour for Garage 59 with just half an hour of the race to go. The car with an alternator failure, slowing and stopping, and in the end finishing the race in the garage. And that left the number 69 BMW out front, defending hard against the Corvette as Toyota took their 50th win in their 100th race, beating Ferrari on home turf for the second time in 3 years. Oh, pretty impressive stuff for the crew of the number 8 car. Here's the crew of number 7, Kamui Kobayashi, Mike Conway, just hiding out the doorway there. Their third driver, teammate, Nick de Vries.
Imola. Let the celebrations begin.
Shea Adam will take us through the podium ceremonies.
Finishing in third place from car number 7, Toyota Racing. Please welcome the drivers, Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, and Nick de Vries.
Well, happy crew, I think, from the number 7 car. Wished they were on the top step, but 1-3 for Tota on a historic day for the team.
Taking second place from car number 51, it is Ferrari AF Course. Antonio Giovinazzi, James Corrado, and Alessandro.
They'll be disappointed, the defending world champions, but in the hunt for sure. And there's everything to suggest there, Martin, that this could be a result that could have gone a different direction.
And they know you can't win them all, but the car is competitive.
And your race winners from car number
What can you
8,
say? 100
Toyota
races,
Racing's
50
Brendan Hartley,
wins.
Rio Hirakawa, and Sebastian Buemi, alongside their team representatives, John Stieg, the team manager for Toyota Racing.
They really out-fumbled their rivals at Ferrari here. Great strategy and solid defense on a track where it is hard to overtake. They knew they needed track position, they earned it, and the cards fell in their favor with the safety cars. But you can't take anything away from Toyota. 2 cars on the podium in the season opener here in Imola.
And now the national anthem of Toyota Racing.
Well, there's no question what it means to the crew of the number 8 Toyota. World champions 2 years ago. They beat the defending world champions. As Brendan Hartley said, slightly tongue-in-cheek after his stint. Lots of red in the crowd. Well, lots of red still in the crowd. Might not have been the win they wanted, but it was the race they came for. This was not a rollover from anybody. This was another titanic struggle.
Imola with trophies to present to our hypercar podium sitters. Same colourway at the end of that race, top 8 separated by 62 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, qualifying was tight, but 1 minute over 6 hours. That's just insane. 10 seconds an hour, the spread at full racing pace. And the trophies go to our top 3 finishing crews. Congratulations to all of them.
Turks standing proudly. He's been such a huge part of this effort for, well, its entire existence, really.
A moment or two to celebrate, and then tonight they'll begin the strip down, packing everything away and planning for the next race, and that will be at Spa-Francorchamps Sunday, I beg pardon, Saturday, the 9th of May, so just 3 weeks from now. And Toyota with a 1st and 3rd place, 2 cars on the podium, sandwiching the 51 Ferrari. Alpine 4th place, ahead of the titanic end battle between BMW, Ferrari, Cadillac and Aston Martin. And Alpine taking the final manufacturer's point. Let's get down into our LMGT3 field and hear from our winning crew.
Guys, what a debut to the WEC. Fantastic. You did the show. You held it till the end. First words for you, Tony McIntosh.
I'm speechless. The boys were great. Team was great. BMW's great. I mean, what a way to just come into the WEC season. I couldn't have scripted a better story. And hats off to these guys. They drove their hearts out. They just really took a car that we were really struggling on, like top speed, and just drove it to the front against all odds. So hats off to these guys. They did amazing.
And to you with those overtaking maneuvers. They were brilliant. Parker, a little word from you.
Incredible. Hi to my family at home. First WEC race for Dan and I.
I mean, I can't believe we just won. So huge thank you to Team WRT and BMW. They're fantastic. And these two guys, you know, I've been driving with Tony for a while. Dan's new to the Ghost Riders squad, but he fits in great. And we just seem to find our way to the podium all the time. So fantastic start.
And it's so refreshing to see that energy. Last word for you, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, these boys summed it up perfectly. I mean, Tony's moves at the start sort of reminded me of myself in time, so it was so awesome to see that. And I mean, that just got me fired up, put me in the mood. Parker's middle stint, just getting us the track position, and it was my job to finish it. So yeah, so proud of all the boys, WRT, and let's see what the next livery does.
You can be proud, and we can't wait to see the new livery. Thanks, guys. Congrats.
And that is a fact, isn't it? That is the only time we're going to see that car do anything, win, race, lose, whatever, because next time out, number 10 will have a very different look. And the new head of the LMGT3 program, I think Rahul Fry is taking that. Thank you very much. Look what I've done. What a great job these boys produced. Fantastic race all the way through, never out of the hunt. And Anthony, when you've got a crew like that that gels so well on day one, they must be rubbing their hands waiting to get to Spa. Of course, home race for WRT there. Van Sant Vos chatting to the PR and Andreas Roos, the head of BMW Motorsport. Great day for them in LMGT3.
Dan Harper, yes, more than been welcomed into that duo that already existed. And you just see that dynamic is there, don't you? And they've delivered great things today. Yes, they got lucky with a victory. I think it would have gone McLaren's way with Garage 59, but you've got, as a team, you've got to be reliable as well. And that went against the McLaren today with Garage 59.
So there is the crew of the Ben Manthey Porsche. Manthey nearly got two cars on the podium. Yasser Shaheen crewing up. Now, he's moved from BMW, of course, and now with Ricardo Pera and Richie Leitz.
They were the mix, weren't they, throughout? There's a great battle in the middle of all that lot. The 33 crew with their replacement driver.
Yeah, again, new lineup. Blake McDonald, I thought, did a great job in his first ever World Championship outing as the bronze driver. Blake joining Johnny Edgar and returning to the team, Nicky Katzberg.
So close at the end, just a quarter of a second behind this trio.
Well, if you didn't get one of the green and white caps, that opportunity is gone. We're going to have to start the set next time. I think Parker Thompson's excited. He might be.
The chief engineer for the team, joining them on the podium.
Down there somewhere watching as well is Ben Keating, who should have been driving a 33 Corvette, but an elbow injury on his right arm has kept him out. Track for BMW, both in LMGT3 and in Hypercar. How will the balance of power change at Spa? It's a very different nature track, Anthony Davidson. You'd expect other cars maybe to feature more strongly there than they have here.
What we see here will not be the same story we see in Spa, and therefore Le Mans as well. But Spa and Le Mans are more evenly matched in terms of tracks, but this circuit is an outlier. Imola is Yeah, I think Pierre Guidi hit the nail on the head when he said it's like our Monaco, this track. And, you know, we love it for that, but it's very unique in this championship.
Really is. So there you go. 3 different brands on the podium. BMW, Corvette and Porsche.
If I'm right, I think 6 or possibly even 7 car brands in LMGT3 ran as high as second in this race at some point. It really is very close indeed.
And in qualifying as well, it was a really good spread between the brands. And again, when we get to the longer, faster runs of, well, 2/3 at least of Spa-Francorchamps, we may see other cars coming to the fore. But right now, these are the 3 teams that everybody else is going to have to target because they have the big points scores. And for Garage 59, just that single point for pole position. That's a poor reward for leading 5.5 hours. Team WRT winning with BMW, TF Sports Corvette second, Manthey with the Bend, and DK Engineering third and fourth. Really strong performance from the team. Team WRT's second BMW in 5th place, ahead of the better of the 2 Ferraris. 1 McLaren made it to the end. The 58 car finished 7th, ahead of the 88 Ford. Harter Racing surviving Aston Martin in 9th, and the 2nd Ford in 10th place. And of course, the championship reflects how they finished. Proton competition, a single point for 10th place, and tying with them will be a Codis ASP, will be Garage 59's number 10 car with that point for pole position. Everybody else yet to get off the mark. And Ferrari, the 54 car just outside the points. The 21 car was in there, but never really in the hunt. That might well change when we get to Spa. And Spa will be the next stop on the calendar. It is, of course, a Saturday race in Spa-Francorchamps historically, and so you'll have to join us a day earlier. Tony McIntosh, Dan Harper, Parker Thompson, your points leaders. From the new lineup, Blake McDonald, Johnny Edgar and Nicky Katzberg, with Richie Perro, Richard Leeds and Yasser Shaheen in 3rd position. And another new lineup in 4th place with the 2nd of the Manthey teams. But there, for now, your happy winners and your championship leaders in LMGT3. So Toyota lead the manufacturer standings, 1st and 3rd. Ferrari taking 2nd place and the extra point for pole position. BMW lying in 3rd place, and Alpine with that 4th place finish in 4th place in the points. Brendan Hartley, Rio Hirakawa and Sebastian Buemi leading the drivers' standings from the reigning champions, Pierre Guidi, Giovinazzi and Collado, with Kobayashi, Conway and De Vries in 3rd in the standings. So it's going to be interesting to see how this season plays out. Alpine looks to be more of a challenger. BMW